It is a cold winter day. While everyone should be inside sipping some tea, they gather around the winter mansion. It seems something interesting is happening there. It turns out a servant is being beaten by his master. The people around all point at him, laughing and calling him names. They have long since disliked him, always acting as if he is his master's favorite. Turns out he is just a toy to her. The owner of the servant, Evelyn Winter, is done beating him. She drops the whip and warns him never to speak to her again. But the boy doesn't listen. He is desperate, holding into her and asking why she is hurting him. He reminds her of her promise and how in love they both were. However, to his shock, the woman starts laughing. She calls him stupid, mocking him for believing those lies. She might have liked him, but she doesn't need him anymore. Right now, he is just like dirt that keeps clinging to her. She warns him to remember his place and stay away from her. 10 years have passed since that dreadful day, and our female lead is all grown up and is now the head of the Winter family. She seems to run her household with a tight hand as a man, and his lover complain about her. They are trying to do some naughty things, but the maid is afraid that Evelyn might catch them. Our girl is known for her horrible, wicked personality. The man isn't bothered, but tells the maid to turn around. The girl thinks it is just his fetish, but the truth? He doesn't want to see her face. He likes her back and her blonde hair because they remind him of Evelyn Winter. Even as he gets intimate with the maid, he keeps staring at Evelyn's picture, promising to also have her one day. But unfortunately for him, that day never comes. The door opens, and Evelyn Winter steps in. And right now, she's angry. She shows no mercy for the two disgusting people and throws them out in the snow. Well, at least she's nice enough to give them two options. They can either choose to freeze to death in the snow or take the gun and shoot themselves. Of course, the two don't want to die. They keep begging Evelyn to change her mind. The man even tries to threaten her assistant Isaac, only to be kicked away. Evelyn is tired of their noisy behavior and decides to help them. Since they keep talking about her honor, then they should just die for the glory of Winterhouse. She even promises to make them a golden coffin. Such a nice lady. The lady raises her gun, making the couple run away. This psycho really wants to kill them. The two lovers are frustrated. They promise Evelyn her era is over. Her family name won't protect her for long. Evelyn shoots, but the bullet doesn't meet its mark, allowing those two to run away. Evelyn is disappointed. She tells Isaac to make sure the company focuses more on gun production. Evelyn is supposed to leave the castle today, but the sea is frozen. She tells Isaac to give the workers more coins for their trouble. Just then, the door opens and a tiny version of Evelyn steps out. What a cute little girl. She is Evelyn's daughter, Sherry. Evelyn isn't that scary around her daughter, even carrying her and apologizing for the noise. She tells Sherry there was a big bad wolf, but she scared it away. Our female lead seems to have issues with her leg. The maid reminds her to use her cane, but she refuses. Sherry is here to show her mother the flower she drew. The flower might not grow around here, but Evelyn has definitely seen it. The flower reminds her of a shy boy years ago, her personal servant. It is his first time away from her, but he spent it carving a flower for her. He seems afraid she might not like it. To his surprise, Evelyn calls it pretty, but isn't happy since there is no scent. The boy promises to bring her flowers one day, except that day never comes. The last time they meet, he is beaten badly by her and chased away. Evelyn wants to forget those memories. She warns her daughter never to draw this flower again. She is about to leave when a man suddenly rushes into the hall. It is a servant of the Winter family, and he has bad news for Evelyn. The man can barely breathe as he tells Evelyn they are in big trouble. Well, the Winter family is indeed in big trouble. All their ships in the north have been stopped and their goods seized. And it isn't only the north. All their other ships around the empire have also been stopped and seized. It seems the military is targeting them. We see a military carriage arriving at the Winter's mansion. A man steps down and the soldiers around all salute him. He seems to be a very important officer. Our girl has no idea the military has already arrived. She is still angry at them, wondering who gave them the authority to touch her family's ships. She is sure she hasn't done anything wrong to them. Her servant tells her everything was handled by the greatest war hero in their empire, Colonel Galus Black. Well, our female lead has no idea who this man is. She wonders why he would target her family. Her servant tells her the worst news ever. The Winter family is being accused of supplying military weapons to an enemy country. He warns her to be careful of this colonel. Everyone knows he is just like a devil. Unfortunately, that devil is right outside their home. Galus is here to send a greeting to Evelyn, except it isn't a friendly one. His soldiers rush into the mansion, holding everyone at gunpoint while the man himself strolls in. He even apologizes for dirtying Evelyn's front door since there was no time to clean his shoes. His words seem to be targeting Evelyn, and when she finally sees his face, she understands why. 10 years ago, she had beaten him until he was half dead and called him dirt. Back then, He had promised her she would always regret this moment for the rest of her life. Evelyn hadn't taken him seriously, but she should have, because the male servant she had despised back then has now become the strongest soldier in the Empire. The soldiers gather everyone in the Winter Mansion to the front hall. They have an announcement to make. The Winter family is under investigation. Their family is suspected of opening a sea route and supplying military weapons to enemy countries. Because of this, everyone in the Duke's mansion is under investigation. They must stay here until the soldiers discover the truth. If they leave, it will be considered treason. The servants are all scared and start complaining until Evelyn acts. She reminds them their words and actions are being watched. Any careless behavior will ruin the Duke's mansion. She goes upstairs, but she can see a man watching her from above. It is the man everyone fears, Gilas Black. Our main characters live in the Alteric Empire. Their country is in a dangerous position. It is surrounded on all sides by enemy territory. The only reason their empire is still standing is because of its strong military power, but they couldn't stop the little wars from happening. Every time a battle was fought, the commoners were always the first to die. Soon, the commoners became dissatisfied with the nobles and royal family, and the social boundaries began to change. Things were getting worse until a great hero appeared. No one knew where he came from, but everyone knew his name, Gilas Black. They called him the Black Beast, or a demon of battle. He played the war like a chess game and won every single time. Gilas did his best to avenge the angry commoners and became the people's hope. Nobody cared that he was a commoner. He had become the greatest war hero. Right now, the famous war hero is questioning Evelyn, except he keeps asking her where her husband is. Evelyn doesn't find him funny. She has the guts to call the highest-ranking soldier in the Empire an idiot. She wonders how he became a hero if he can't even read. She tells Gilas to quit his job and become a writer because he really has the talent for it. Even Gilas' soldiers are shocked to see their boss being insulted. But Gilas knows why she is so angry. According to official reports, Evelyn's husband, Rowan Winter, is supposed to be a dead man. But while everyone else might believe that, Gilas is still suspicious. He was so suspicious. He gathered his men and went to dig up the grave of the dead man. I'm sure Evelyn is as shocked as we are. These men really dug up her husband's grave. Gilas says he is sorry, but he doesn't look sorry at all. But that was how they found an important clue. There is no body inside the coffin. According to his report, Evelyn married Rowan 10 years ago. 3 years later, Rowan Winter died in a train accident. But when his men dug up the grave, Rowan's coffin was empty. Gilas shows her some papers. He also checked her family's financial records and noticed some large amounts of money have gone missing in the past 7 years. A missing husband and missing money. It seems there is only one explanation. Rowan Winter must have faked his death and is secretly planning treason. Evelyn laughs when she hears this. She thinks Gilas is saying nonsense now. With the way he is making up stories, he should have become a writer instead of a soldier. Gilas changes the question and asks why she hasn't remarried during these 7 years. There was enough time and men for her to do so. Evelyn agrees with him, but she still loves her husband very much. Rowan might be dead, but she isn't willing to find another man to take his place. It is our male lead's turn to laugh. How can a devil like Evelyn talk about love? Evelyn is done listening to his mocking. She stands up and pours her glass of wine over his head. She tells him he doesn't scare her. Bringing soldiers to block her mansion and threaten her wouldn't do anything. He needs to give her real evidence. She warns him never to insult her dead husband and leaves the room. Evelyn sees her daughter waiting for her. She tries to talk to her, but the little angel is scared and trembling because the scary Gilas is standing behind Evelyn. He is here with more bad news. The lady refuses to listen, but Gilas still goes ahead to say it. Evelyn might think there is no evidence, but the truth is, the evidence is so big it is enough to destroy her family. When the military stopped the ship that was smuggling weapons to the enemy countries, they found out a lot of the weapons had the Winters family seal in it. If she cannot prove her innocence, she will have to prepare for her execution. Evelyn thinks it is all a threat. She reminds him of the past when he would cry and beg for his life. If he begs her just like before, she might actually give him the answer he wants to hear. Gilas pushes away the cane she is using to hit him. Since she still has a young child to take care of, he warns her to be careful. He even gives her a hug and leaves the search till tomorrow so she can rest for the day. Now our girl is confused. What on earth is this man up to? But soon her confusion turns to frustration. She should have known this wicked man is up to no good. He threw her walking cane to the bottom of the stairs. We get to know about the history of the Winter family. The first Duke of Winter was the king's most loyal assistant and contributed the most to build the empire. Out of gratitude, the king gave him a land in the north. The first Duke was a smart man who made wealth through mining and selling military resources, but everything was soon ruined. His younger generations became greedy for money and started doing illegal business just to increase their wealth. The commoners grew tired and began to rebel against them. Their reputation only got better when the last Duke, Rowan Winter, became the youngest person to graduate from the academy. He was the top scholar in his class, but he was just an adopted child. 3 years later, he disappeared. His wife, Evelyn Winter, took over his position. But she was just like the rest of the Duke's family. She didn't even allow herself to grieve after her husband's death. She continued exploiting the laborers, and everything became expensive. The commoners all disliked her. They believed she would ruin the Duke's family. Evelyn never cared about such gossip and would even laugh at them, until it backfired. The family's business, which she thought would last forever, soon began to slow down. There was no male to take over the Duke's family, and the family slowly declined. Enough of that. It is a new day, but our female lead is already angry. She looks like she is about to harm Gillas. Their meeting seems to be going wrong as she slams her cup down and dares him to repeat his statement. The man isn't afraid and tells her he wants to buy everything, both her family's name and her territory. If she refuses, all her assets will be seized by the military, and she will no longer be in charge of the Duke's mansion. He advises her to just sell everything and live peacefully. But our girl is extremely stubborn. She arrogantly says she doesn't need his money, which makes Chilas laugh. Everyone knows her business has slowly been declining. Now that she has been accused of treason and supporting the enemy country, nobody will be willing to buy from her in the future. The only thing she can do now is to let go of the dukedom. But still, Evelyn refuses to sign the paper he gives her. Gilas warns her not to fight him because there is no way she will win. She should just accept her fate. Evelyn isn't a woman that gives up, especially when it is her enemy. Instead of letting Gilas win, she would go and beg the only person who can show her mercy, the king himself. Even Gilas, the great hero, will have to listen to the king. Evelyn tells Isaac to pack their bags. As soon as the sun rises, she's going to see the king and ask for his mercy. It is nighttime, but Evelyn is still annoyed. She remembers how arrogant Gilas was, saying she can't fight against him. It only makes her more determined never to let him take away anything from her. She is so busy abusing the man in her mind, she doesn't notice the little figure approaching. When the person finally touches her, she immediately slaps their hands away only to look up and see it is her daughter, Sherry. She feels guilty when she sees the little angel's sad face. The baby begins to cry, and Evelyn spends a long time comforting her until she falls asleep. Evelyn can finally have peace. This little baby is so troublesome, but it is because of her she makes up her mind to be strong. She won't allow anyone to take their home away from her. Evelyn hugs her daughter to sleep. The little baby wakes up and sees her mother has fallen asleep wearing such thin clothes. She knows her mother will be cold and goes off to find a blanket. But that is a big mistake because someone uses this opportunity to sneak in. Gilas is here to see Evelyn, but he doesn't expect to hear her calling her dead husband's name. He is annoyed, so he kicks her awake. He is here with a bowl of food for her because he noticed she didn't eat anything throughout the day. He doesn't want her to fall sick. It seems he has forgotten how stubborn Evelyn is. She refuses to eat because she thinks this is a bribe and tells him to take it away. But she's shocked because the next moment, the man starts touching her face. Gilas has no dirty thoughts. He is just worried she might be having a fever. When she was young, she developed a bad habit of always refusing meals whenever she is sick. His good intentions are wasted when the woman suddenly slaps his hands away and tells him to get out. She thinks he is just pretending and tells him to say what he is really here for. Does he want revenge? But Gilas mocks her. To him, she is currently a weak animal who isn't worthy of his revenge. For him to get his revenge against her, she must first have something worth ruining. Now Evelyn is about to faint from anger. When he tries to feed her some soup, she pushes him away. Gilas is finally annoyed and roughly forces her into the chair. He tells her to stop acting powerful when she is really weak. She pretends to be strong, yet she is planning to beg the king. He tells her he will have to feed her through other ways since she has thrown the spoon away. Evelyn probably thinks the man wants to feed it to her with his lips, but he forces the bowl into her mouth and doesn't care when the food pours all over her face. He warns her to stop being stubborn and to just accept her new fate. Gilas is trying to force the food into her mouth when he is suddenly attacked from behind. Someone is punching and kicking him. He has to look down to see who his attacker is. It is the little Sherry. The poor girl probably thinks she is fighting, but her attacks are really not doing anything. But her presence saves Evelyn. Gilas leaves the stubborn woman alone. He warns her to finish the remaining food. She will only become a burden to the whole family if she falls sick at this time. You all might not believe it, but there was once a time when Gilas and Evelyn's relationship was good. They were once master and servant, and even lovers. Once when they were younger, the two were stuck under the rain. Just a simple touch is enough to make the two lovers blush. Gilas wants her to stay back while he finds someone to help them, but Evelyn refuses. She claims she is afraid of being alone in the forest and asks him to stay with her. He is worried she might catch a cold, but Evelyn is sure she won't. After all, his body is hot enough to keep her warm. The young Gilas is too shy to look her in the face, but Evelyn wants him to. She wonders just how handsome he would look without his long hair covering his face. Her words make the boy so nervous he wants to run away. But the girl stops him and orders him to stay by her side. She reminds him he is the only thing she has. Her words make him weak, and he gives in to her. Under the rain, the two share a long and perfect kiss. But that foolish and beautiful man is no longer hers. Back to the present. It is the next day after that incident, and Evelyn is met with more troubles. Who would have guessed her carriage would suddenly spoil overnight? The driver is about to cry as he promises her the carriage was okay. He checked it last night and everything was working fine. But this morning, they found a part of it destroyed. Now Evelyn's plan to head to the royal castle and beg the king for help is ruined, and now the Gilas offers for them to share his carriage since he is also going to the capital, but Evelyn refuses. She would rather wait for 3 extra hours until the carriage is fixed than ride with him. Gilas is tired of this stubborn woman. He doesn't argue with her and just directly carries her into his carriage. He warns her to stop struggling since there are a lot of people watching. Evelyn can't control her anger anymore and slaps him. Gilas soldiers almost get a heart attack watching this woman scold and hit their boss. The man himself doesn't do anything to her and just throws her into the carriage. Evelyn is beginning to wonder if this is really the man she knew. He doesn't bother with her. Secretly, he is happy. She isn't as weak as before and can even cause trouble. It seems the food he fed her last night paid off. And then the journey begins, but Evelyn isn't done causing trouble. She says she wants to throw up, and the man advises her to do it outside. Evelyn thinks he is worried about his carriage getting dirty. It annoys her, and she tells him he looks like a dog. She reminds him of the times when he couldn't even look at her directly. She even kicks the box at his feet. But no matter what she says to provoke him, the man doesn't get angry. Evelyn is frustrated because he is different from the man she remembers. He no longer resembles the boy she fell in love with back then. Those words hurt Gilas badly. He remembers the last time he met her, the day she almost beat him to death. Back then, he had no idea what he did to annoy her, but he loved her too much. So he abandoned his pride and knelt down, crying and begging her not to leave him. He was willing to do anything to stop her from abandoning him. But she was extremely ruthless, warning him to leave the mansion and never to show his face again. Gilas thought she was angry because he held another lady's hand. He tried to explain to her what happened, but Evelyn didn't listen. She slapped him so hard, he started to bleed. And Gilas remembers those moments right now, and it makes him angry. When Evelyn tries to touch him, he pushes her away, thinking she wants to hurt him again. He tells her she has no right to say he has changed. They arrive at the royal castle, and he gets off. He has no intentions of talking about what happened back then. To him, their past is just a dirty old story that disgusts him. The two head into the castle, but they have no idea someone is watching them. Hidden above the castle, a man is admiring Evelyn. It is Victor Altric, the second candidate for the throne. It has been 7 years since he last saw her at her husband's funeral, and now she has finally shown her face. The man admires how beautiful she looks. She might be a widow, but she is still stunning. The man makes up his mind. Since she has come into his hands, he is never going to let her go. Victor rushes out to greet Evelyn. He looks happy to see her, but Evelyn isn't. She is just respectful, greeting him and apologizing for disturbing him with her matters. Of course, Victor isn't bothered. He even shows concern, asking about how her journey was. He offers to get her some warm tea to drink. Evelyn has no time for this. She pushes Victor away and tells him her first mission is to explain the misunderstanding. Evelyn wants to see the king, but Victor refuses to let her in. He tells her the emperor is sick. Right now, the king can't even get out of bed. His mind has been clouded by his sickness, and he isn't in his right senses. Victor tells her to wait until the king is better. He doesn't think her issues are important. After all, a little misunderstanding won't hurt her. Evelyn pretends to agree, but she points at Gilas. She tells Victor his soldiers are too stubborn. If she doesn't resolve the issue today, she might be arrested. Victor tells her not to blame Gilas because he has always been this way. He just takes his job too seriously. He introduces the colonel to her as his savior. Victor was injured during a battle and would have died if Gilas hadn't saved him. It took Victor a lot of time to convince Gilas to join the military unit and quit being a mercenary. Victor praises Gilas, calling him unmatched in chasing down and destroying his enemies. He's afraid Gilas might have considered her an enemy and behaved rudely to her. Well, yes, he has. But Evelyn can't say it, so she pretends to be pleased with him. In fact, the whole time he was with her, it felt like she was walking on clouds. She pretends to clean away some tears because of Gilas's sweet behavior. Evelyn is allowed to see the king. Before she leaves, Victor starts confessing his love. He tells her to rely on him if she needs help. It is time for her to forget her dead husband and start over. The lady asks if that was why he killed her husband. Victor is shocked and can't say anything. Evelyn tells him she was only joking and leaves. She goes to see the king, who is actually happy to see her. It seems the king is really sick because his hands look sore and discolored. Evelyn apologizes for not coming to see him sooner. Over at the Archduke's side, he is throwing a tantrum because Evelyn ignored him. He keeps insulting her. He hates seeing that proud look in her face. While the man is crashing out, Gilas is quietly drinking wine. He is already used to Evelyn's arrogant behavior. It turns out Gilas isn't the only one searching for Rowan. Victor also believes the former duke is still alive. It is the king's first time talking to Evelyn since her husband's funeral. He feels sad about Rowan's death. The man was so talented, everyone thought he would lead their country into glory. Unfortunately, he died. Just like Evelyn, the king also thinks it was Victor who killed her husband. Rowan and Victor were attending the same academy. The king believes Victor might have been jealous of Rowan. The Archduke has always been a greedy man. Seeing another person taking the top position and becoming the most popular person in the academy, he must have hated Rowan and treated him like an enemy. The emperor is sure Evelyn's current problems were also caused by Victor. The man is trying to get her support by threatening her and forcing her to marry him. There is no way she can defeat him on her own. The king doesn't support Victor's actions and decides to help her. Just because Rowan isn't here doesn't mean the Winter family can be destroyed. Victor believes Rowan is alive and orders Gilas to find him. He won't even mind if he is dead. He wants Gilas to bring the body to him so he can destroy it in front of Evelyn and watch her proud face crumble. He threatens Gilas to do the job well. Since he was the one who raised Gilas, he can also destroy him. Victor offers to give Gilas Rowan's picture, but he refuses. The colonel doesn't need any pictures because he already knows what Rowan looks like. In fact, he recognizes the man's face so well it hurt his eyes. After all, he was the one who painted Rowan in Evelyn's wedding picture. While Evelyn begs the king to give her one more chance to show her loyalty, Gilas also promises to find Rowan at all costs. Evelyn is done with her meeting with the king, but she comes out to see a crowd waiting for her. Victor has gathered the nobles. He uses this chance to invite her to have dinner with him and offers to take her home himself. Evelyn knows this is just Victor's plan to get her to his side. He was born a concubine's son, but he has always been desperate for power. He isn't content with being just an archduke and plans to take the throne. Right now, he is already in control of the military. He actually has enough power and ability to achieve his ambition. But there is one thing stopping him: bloodline. In Altaric, the nobles care very much about their bloodline. As a concubine's son, there is no way Victor can gain the support of the nobles. That is why he needs Evelyn. He has gathered the nobles today. If Evelyn agrees to go with him, she is announcing that she is accepting his proposal. Evelyn doesn't want that, but she is surrounded and seems to have no choice. Just then, someone rushes in, scolding Victor. It is Joshua Altaric, the first candidate for the throne. He accuses his uncle of intimidating Evelyn, asking if he isn't ashamed. Victor isn't happy to see his rival. He tells the young boy he is supposed to be in the academy, but Joshua doesn't care. He is here for another important matter. Or rather, person. Just one look at Evelyn and he starts to blush. Evelyn is delighted to see him, not expecting him to remember her. Well, Joshua is her fanboy. He is concerned about Evelyn after hearing what happened to her. Victor tries to chase him away, but Evelyn stops him. She mocks Victor and tells him Joshua will be graduating at the top of his class. In Altaric, scholars have always been the pillar of the country. She praises the poor boy so much, he becomes shy. He tells her he wants to become as wonderful as her dead husband. Evelyn decides to ask Joshua for help. She needs a carriage to go back home. She tells him a pack of wolves appeared and attacked her. Since she has no carriage and the road is dangerous, she needs someone to escort her back to her castle. The three men are surprised to hear her say this. While Gilas and Victor are annoyed, Joshua is happy and agrees to go with her. Evelyn immediately thanks him. To return this favor, she gives him a promise. As long as Altaric still stands, the Winter family will always be loyal to Joshua. They will never let anything harm him. The people around are impressed by Evelyn. They all know the Archduke was trying to force her to his side. Not only did she destroy his plans, she even insulted him too. Even Gilas laughs at the Archduke. Victor is angry. He accuses her of seducing the king and still going after such a young boy. He calls her shameless. Evelyn isn't annoyed by his words. She tells him he is better off holding a damaged rope than trying to force her. He laughs, but it is full of anger. He vows to make Evelyn regret what she did today. Gilas is here and offers to escort Evelyn back to her castle. But there is a problem. The carriage is too high. Evelyn can't enter the carriage because of her injured leg. Gilas offers his knee for her to use as a step. His actions keep confusing her. She can't tell what his purpose is. Evelyn listens to him and gets in, but her heels get spoiled. Gilas feels pity for her and tells her to rest. Evelyn doesn't want his fake pity. She finds it disgusting to see him pretending like he cares. Gilas doesn't care what she thinks. He is really happy to know that she is getting better and even thanks God for her life. The woman is confused, but she knows she can't show any weakness. She tells him she doesn't want to see him again and warns him to avoid her. The carriage leaves and Gilas' assistant appears. He notices how happy Gilas looks. Our male lead is indeed happy. Back then, Evelyn had always taught him how to hunt. The joy of hunting is when the prey gives up running away and decides to fight back. Evelyn is now his prey. Gilas is really happy to see her healthy. He is glad she has a husband and child that she loves and even a reputation to protect. He is happy that she still has all those things, because he is going to make sure she loses everything. When Evelyn left him, Gilas realized how insignificant and useless he really was to her. This time, he is going to use everything she taught him to make her suffer. Days have passed, and Evelyn seems to have accepted an impossible task. She has to rebuild the Brinkton Railway project. Even her assistant Isaac seems to think it is impossible. The Brinkton project is a bridge that connects Alterac to Barrington, a land with a large mine. Rowan Winter came up with the idea of the Brinkton project. Back then, he wanted to help his country expand their trade by building a railroad over the sea. At first, he was successful. Not many people believed him, but he managed to build the bridge. Everything was going fine until the day of the opening ceremony when a train exploded. It might have been a technical mistake or even a plan from his enemies, but the construction of the bridge was stopped. And now Evelyn is expected to rebuild that bridge. Isaac is worried they might be attacked by other countries or a mistake would appear in the design. Either way, he thinks they are going to fail. Evelyn thinks there is no problem with the design. She doesn't have a choice. To get out of trouble, she had promised the king she would help Joshua become the king. If she, the person representing the nobles, supported Joshua, then the rest of them would surely follow. But her family has become too weak. All she has are churches supporting her. To strengthen her position and make Joshua king, she needs something stronger. And that is the Brinkton project. Evelyn promised the king she would spread their business to other countries. Now, she has no choice but to fulfill that promise. The fate of their family depends on it. The two are interrupted when someone shows up. Gilas Black is here and he scolds them for trespassing. He wants to see their entry permit. Evelyn is tired of this annoying man. She tells him he is the one shamelessly interfering in their business. He doesn't believe her and asks her to leave. Evelyn finally explains this is a national project that the king specially gave her. If anyone has to leave, it should be Gilas. Evelyn orders Isaac to return home with the blueprints. Gilas also sends his assistant away so they can have a private talk. Gilas is worried about her since this place is very dangerous. He keeps showing affection, which makes Evelyn confused. Even though she treated him like dirt, he still cares for her. He is nothing like Victor, who will make sure he destroys her Winter family. But Evelyn has no time for such useless feelings. She has more things to worry about, like making sure the business her dead husband left behind doesn't crumble. Our female lead really misses her husband. When he was alive, he was always concerned about Alterac and trying to find ways to expand the country's market. He would always tell her how important Brinkton Bridge is to the country. The woman is busy thinking about her dead husband, so she doesn't notice that danger is near. A part of the bridge is about to fall on her head. Thankfully, Gilas notices and quickly saves her. But her injured foot is still soaked by the icy water. Gilas is afraid her leg injury might become worse, but Evelyn pushes him away. She doesn't want him showing her concern. Gilas thinks she is too stubborn. If she continues, her toes might have to be cut off. Evelyn is annoyed and tells him he needs to cut his ears since he doesn't listen. She can't even stand on her own, but keeps insisting she doesn't need help. Gilas can't watch her anymore. He helps her stand and then drags her away. There is a snowstorm coming. The two decide to hide in a shed until the snowstorm stops. When Evelyn sees the shed, she instantly remembers the past. This was where she and Gilas used to spend their time. It was in that shed the two of them first became intimate. Now what will happen when the former lovers are stuck together in such a familiar place? The former lovers are stuck in the shed together because of the snowstorm, but they don't speak to each other. Gilas tries to make the place more comfortable and goes looking for some firewood, while Evelyn keeps thinking of the past. This place is still the same as the one in her memory. No matter how hard she tries to forget, she keeps remembering the past. Gilas makes a fire and tells Evelyn to move closer so she can dry her clothes. Evelyn is sure he must have been in a situation like this before. He reminds her he is a soldier, which makes her laugh. Who would have known the kid with a carving knife would become a soldier? Gilas starts acting affectionate. He plays with her hair, which makes Evelyn nervous. She tells him she can walk back to the mansion alone. The man refuses. If he lets her go, she is going to end up freezing to death out there. Evelyn thinks Victor will be happy to see her dead. Gilas doesn't agree. The Archduke will find her death very boring. Everything seems to be going well until Gilas starts asking about her husband. Maybe it is because they are in a familiar place, but Gilas can't control his feelings anymore. He still can't believe Evelyn is truly in love with her husband. He dislikes Rowan Winter and doesn't think he loves Evelyn. The man disappeared and left behind such a huge mess for her. A man who loves her wouldn't put her in danger like this. His words make Evelyn furious. She hates how everyone keeps thinking her husband is alive and hiding somewhere. Gilas says her husband is putting her in danger, but what about him? Evelyn isn't a fool. Why would a war hero like Gilas be sent to her Winter family? Of course he must be working for the Archduke. Evelyn thinks he is a hypocrite and a weak man. He talks about her husband putting her in danger, but he is the same. He is serving the Archduke, helping Victor to make her life miserable. He might be angry with her for abandoning him, but does he think Victor won't do the same? Evelyn tells Gilas he is just like a pitiful dog who bites his own owner. But she was never a worthy master. Gilas reminds Evelyn how she treated him. She never trusted him and abandoned without any reason. She mocks him for daring to talk back to her now. She answers his question and tells him she loves her husband. A noble marriage is something blessed by God, not something a poor boy like him can mock. Her words make Gilas sad. He is done playing around with this wicked woman. He finds her marriage a mockery. This shed was the first place they became intimate, even though they both knew it was a crime. And now she has the face to say her marriage is pure. He asks her if she wore a white dress on her wedding day. He reminds her she was already soiled before the wedding. She was just pretending to be innocent in front of the priest and everyone. The love she claims to have for her husband are all lies from her wicked mouth. Gilas has done the thing Evelyn hates most, talking bad about her husband. She angrily slaps him in the face. Gilas finds it hard to accept. He makes a promise. Her husband will never get into heaven. It makes Evelyn more furious and she slaps him again. She tells him his current behavior is very dirty. He has to move forward from their dirty past and stop being so disgusting. Evelyn was really harsh with her slap. Gilas's mouth is bleeding. He wipes off the blood and rubs it all over Evelyn's lips. This isn't over. He promises to show her how dirty he can really be. Evelyn can't control her anger anymore. She starts to strangle Gilas. She has made up her mind to kill this annoying man. Gilas wonders how her husband must feel seeing his wife fighting like this. Evelyn doesn't know, but she is determined to kill Gilas. When he is dead and in the afterlife, he can ask her husband. But Gilas won't allow his greatest enemy kill him so easily. He tells her it isn't his time to die. Who knows? It might just be Evelyn's turn because Gilas pulls out a gun and points it right at her face. A little flashback to Gilas's past. Back then, after hearing about her marriage and being forced to paint her wedding picture, all he wanted to do was run away. Everything would have been fine if he disappeared, but Evelyn stopped him. She insisted he stay with her, begging him to be by her side forever. But even with all those promises and intimate moments, she abandoned him first. She had chased him away under the guise of giving him freedom. Since she wanted him to live so much, Gilas decided to do so. But this time, he has only one purpose, to get revenge on Evelyn. He kept moving from place to place, and one day he happened to help the Archduke. Victor was grateful to the man who saved him and decided to help Gilas. Our male lead never had a name. It was Evelyn who came up with one for him, Gilas Black. Now he is determined to survive and turn that commoner's name into something worth knowing. He might have been abandoned by the world several times, but he will change his fate and get revenge on his enemies. Well, it seems like his wish is finally being fulfilled. Right now, his gun is pointed straight at Evelyn's face. Elsewhere, his soldiers hear a gunshot and see smoke rising in the distance. Gilas's assistant doesn't panic, as if he has expected this. He tells the rest to get a carriage. Evelyn might think everything is over, but there is more trouble for the Winter family. Victor is ready to get his revenge against Evelyn. He has prepared a big present for her and calls her mansion. Unfortunately, she isn't around. Only the governess Marie is. He mocks their family for being stiff. Anyways, the present he has arranged for the Winter family is going to arrive soon. As expected, someone comes rushing in. It is Isaac, Evelyn's assistant, but he doesn't look good. There is blood all over him. He has bad news for Evelyn. He was attacked on his way home, and the design blueprints for the Brington project were stolen from him. But Victor's gift isn't done. His soldiers arrive at the Winter Mansion with even more tragic news. Evelyn has no idea her family has fallen into chaos. She is still stuck with Gillis. She thought she would die from the gunshot, but it turns out Gillis's gun is actually a flare signal. He uses it to summon his assistant. Immediately, his men arrive with a carriage. He orders Evelyn to get in, planning to escort her back to her mansion. Evelyn mocks him, saying he just lost his only chance to get rid of her. She believes she won't need Gillis' help again, but she is completely wrong. Gillis mocks her. She is acting all proud, but right now, everything is being taken away from her. Back at home, Victor is still talking to Marie. He has prepared one more gift for the lonely Evelyn. Since she lives alone, he decided to buy all the surrounding properties around the Winter Mansion. He makes fun of Evelyn for losing something so precious. Years ago, she sold the Winter's land, but she had no idea who bought it. Right now, Victor owns almost half of the Winter's territory and has even built a mansion just opposite hers. His soldiers deliver an invitation to the Winter family. It is an invitation to the ball being held at the Black's mansion. The Black Mansion, you might ask? Well, the Archduke gave the whole territory to Gillis Black. Right now, our two leads are neighbors. Evelyn is just as shocked as we are when she hears this. She can't believe the Archduke would give the territory to Gillis. Gillis acts sad, wondering how her dead husband will feel seeing his territory being sold off. Since they are now neighbors, he invites Evelyn to his welcoming party. But this is not an invitation. It is an order from the Archduke. Our girl has no choice but to accept. I can't imagine what will happen now that these two are forced to be in the same space. When Evelyn arrives at the mansion, her servants are all panicking. They are about to tell her what the Archduke has done when they see Gillis beside her. Evelyn looks tired and doesn't even argue before sending Gillis away. Once he leaves, Evelyn's servants all surround her, worried about her. Our female lead isn't concerned about herself. She has seen her assistant, Isaac, and how injured he is. When he apologizes, she knows the documents have been taken. They can't do anything except find a doctor and treat their injuries. Days have passed ever since that incident, but it is all Evelyn can think about. Even while bathing, she tries to figure out what the Archduke's purpose is. Did he really buy all their surrounding territory just to destroy her Winter family? It is at times like this that Evelyn misses Rowan. If he was here, he would know what to do. Before he died, he had told her things would become difficult for their family once the king's sickness became worse. The fight for the throne will begin, and their family will be forced to pick a side. But even though Rowan knew this, he had no friends who would help Evelyn when the time came. There is no help for their Winter Mansion. Back to present, Evelyn doesn't know what to do. She always acts tough, but she is also tired. Their enemies surround them from all sides. Even the servants at home are all afraid and unable to relax. Evelyn misses her husband so much. With enemies everywhere and no one to rely on, it is a very lonely position. Evelyn is depressed and starts to sink underwater. She looks like she has given up hope, until someone else appears. It is little Sherry, and she immediately scares her mother when she jumps into the bathtub and tries to sink under too. Evelyn is terrified and angry. She quickly pulls the girl out and starts to scold her until she sees her face. The baby girl is crying and shaking so badly. Just like her, little Sherry is lonely and scared. Evelyn is no longer angry. Because of her daughter, she has found a new strength and hope. She will never give up or run away from such a situation. Since she made a promise to her husband, she will fulfill it. The two have had their bath time and are about to leave when they hear a loud noise from outside. Someone is trying to force his way inside. The maids try to stop him, but he is too strong. The door opens and a handsome man appears. He calls himself the doctor and rushes to touch Evelyn. He is worried she might have a fever and tries to examine her right there. Evelyn doesn't like how familiar he acts and immediately slaps him. The poor man is slapped to the ground but doesn't forget to give her a thumbs up. But then she calls his name and asks him to stop being so formal. It turns out he is her longtime friend, Oscar Cole, and the two are just meeting after a long time. The Winter family is going about their business. Evelyn is busy changing clothes while Oscar assists her. Unknown to them, someone is spying on them. Outside the mansion, a masked man is watching everything that happens in the Winter Mansion. Oscar looks like he has just heard the biggest joke. And indeed he has. Hearing Evelyn say she wants to rebuild the Brinkton Bridge project, all he can do is laugh. It is not that he doesn't trust her, but a project even Rowan failed to complete. How can Evelyn finish it up? Plus, the commoners are already dissatisfied with the nobles. If they restart such a big project right now, the people would surely disapprove. They might even cause trouble for them. Evelyn doesn't want to talk about sad things anymore. She doesn't like how distant Oscar acts with her. She really misses the old days. Back then, she, Oscar, and Rowan would spend the day together having fun. Oscar says he also misses those days. But a visitor appears. Little Sherry is here to see her uncle. Oscar is delighted to see her, and the two play around. Oscar is happy when he sees the little girl has grown so much. But soon, the sad atmosphere comes back when he tries to get her to talk. It turns out little Sherry can't speak. No matter how he tries, she doesn't say a word. He doesn't want to make the girl sad and sends her away after promising to catch rabbits with her. When he is alone with her mother, he mentions Sherry's problem. Because of an incident that happened years back, Sherry stopped talking. Even after all these years, she still hasn't recovered. Evelyn can still remember what happened. She was so terrified that day. Her daughter had been kidnapped by a criminal, and he had even raised a knife at her. It was Rowan Winter who appeared and saved Sherry. If not, she doesn't know what would have happened. Just thinking about it makes Evelyn dizzy, and she drops her cup. Oscar is worried. From how weak she looks, he is sure she hasn't been sleeping and eating properly. But Evelyn isn't bothered about that. Remembering Gila's strict face, she tells Oscar she has a favor to beg him for. Somewhere else, little Sherry is enjoying her day. She strolls around the mansion and sees a little rabbit. Like all little children, she imagines how happy her mother and Oscar would be when she catches the rabbit and brings it back to them. Just thinking about it makes her happy. The little girl has a new goal: chase the rabbit. But before she can catch it, someone else does. There is a gunshot, and the rabbit is killed right before Sherry's eyes. Even worse, a masked man appears before the girl, asking if she remembers him. Evelyn has no idea her daughter is in danger. She is explaining their current situation to Oscar. Right now, he is the only person she can still trust. She tells him the Winter family is being destroyed. Oscar is confused. He has no idea who might want to do this. Evelyn is about to confess and tell him Gilles has returned when they are suddenly interrupted. They have brought bad news for Evelyn. Something is wrong with Sherry. They all rush outside, but when they get there, Evelyn nearly faints. There is fresh blood on the ground, and right next to it is her daughter's hat. Before we get to what happened to little Sherry, let's take a flashback through Evelyn's life. I know we all think Evelyn's life must have been picture perfect, but we are all wrong. After the death of her husband, while most people were feeling sorry for the Winters family and wondering if they were cursed, another group started blaming Evelyn for the death of the whole family. She has always been known as a cursed woman, someone who brings death to those around her. After she was born, all her cousins started to die one by one. The people all believe one thing: Evelyn Winter must be a witch. Our girl has heard those rumors and also believes something is wrong with her. She hides away from everyone, too depressed to show herself. She is even ready to die. But it is in that darkness that her savior appears. Someone comes looking for her. Evelyn has no idea it is her daughter. She thinks it is one of the servants and feels sad since her orders were disobeyed. No one wants to respect a witch like her. She tells the newcomer to go away. She is worried she might also cause this person's death. She really believes she is cursed. First, it was her cousins, then her uncle, and now even her husband. It seems the curse on her won't be satisfied until it takes away everything and everyone around her. She is just a monster who destroys people's lives. She doesn't want anyone to come close to her. But in that moment of despair, a gentle hand reaches out to touch her. The person doesn't leave. Instead, she moves closer. Little Sherry might not know, but it was those hands that gave Evelyn the strength to go on with life. Those hands seemed to tell her even monsters didn't deserve to cry. And her daughter's eyes? They were filled with love, reminding Evelyn of the days when she was in love and her life was good. Ever since that day, Sherry became the only light left in Evelyn's life. She gave Evelyn a purpose. When she thought her life was over, her daughter gave her another reason to live. And right now, her light has been taken from her. The servants in the mansion are all worried. Guards have been sent to search everywhere, but it doesn't look good. For the person to sneak in without being noticed, it means he must be familiar with their mansion. But Evelyn isn't listening to them. She suddenly notices something across the river. It looks like her daughter. And she is standing next to Rowan. Evelyn ignores everyone who tells her it is dangerous and rushes into the icy river. Right now, she doesn't care about her injuries. She needs to get her daughter back. But she is too late. The two are about to disappear. With no choice, Evelyn kneels and begs. She begs Rowan not to take Sherry away because the little girl is all she has left. She is sure her husband hates her, but instead of taking their daughter, he should take her instead. Evelyn is crying and begging, but everything is just her illusion. It isn't Rowan Winter standing there. It is Gilles Black, and he has a precious present with him. He opens his coat, and there she is. Little Sherry is hidden there, safe from the cold and danger. This time, Gilles has really saved Evelyn. A suspicious man was about to take Sherry away. Thankfully, Gilles and his men were out hunting and managed to save Sherry. But they couldn't stop the man from running away. Evelyn doesn't care about all that right now. All she cares about is that her daughter is safe. The mother and child hug each other while crying. For the first time, Evelyn Winter swallows her pride. When Gilas mentions how his hunting has been ruined, she actually says he owes him. She plans to repay him back this time and offers for him to visit her mansion. Gilas agrees. Everything is settled until the noisemaker appears. Oscar is here, and the first thing he does is scold Evelyn for jumping into the cold river with her weak body. He walks past Gilas, but when he realizes who he is, he turns around in shock. He knows this man. Back then, it wasn't only the three spending time together, there was also a fourth person present, their personal painter, Gilas Black. Everyone returns to the Winters mansion, but the atmosphere is very stressful. Even the maid starts sweating in fear. Oscar and Evelyn sit together. Honestly, if Oscar opens his eyes any wider, they would probably fall off. He keeps staring at Gilas like he is some strange creature. He doubts this soldier is the painter from before, until he calls his name and Gilas answers. The little puppy is happy to finally see another person he knows. The two men start chatting. Before they get distracted, Evelyn interrupts them. She thanks Gilas for saving her daughter. The man wants to know who would do such a thing. He mocks Evelyn for having so many enemies. Since he has done her a huge favor, she doesn't argue with him. She doesn't know what else to give him and offers to help him plan his party. But Gilas refuses. Instead, he is trying to play matchmaker. Since Evelyn doesn't have a partner for his ball, he suggests she comes with Oscar. The two are shocked, but Gilas doesn't stop. He says her dead husband would be happy if her partner is one of their old friends. Evelyn is upset again. She scolds Gilas for being so rude. She reminds him they are from different social status. He has no right to speak to her that way. Gilas apologizes, but we can tell he doesn't mean it. He mocks Evelyn for caring about such superficial things like learning how to talk. While the soldiers are out in the battlefield risking their lives, the nobles sit around learning manners and cultures. Since Evelyn wants to repay him, he asks her to give him a guest room. A snowstorm has started again, and Gilas plans to spend the night in the Winters mansion. Back in his room, Oscar is still feeling nervous. You can't blame him. The atmosphere between those two is so weird. He wonders what happened between them after he left Alteric. He still can't believe the servant who used to work for them is now a colonel. It is really surprising. But he can't understand why Evelyn and Gilas seem to hate each other now. Even back then, it was clear to everyone that the master and servant were really close. Oscar seems to have realized something that makes him shocked. Alone in her room, Evelyn is sick once again. She tries to ring the bell to call somebody, but she doesn't want to burden them. She starts searching for medicine herself, but is surprised to see the door to her study open. She thinks it might be Oscar, but when she sees who it is, she is surprised. He is the last person she expected to see here. Oscar is in his room having a breakdown. He has finally remembered some past memories. Back then, he was sure he saw Gilas kiss Evelyn while she was asleep. That was not the look of a servant towards his master. The exposed servant is standing in the dark in Evelyn's study, staring at her wedding picture. When Evelyn opens the door, she is surprised to see him. She never expected it to be Gilas, and immediately asks what he is looking for. Gilas doesn't say anything and just compliments the painting. Evelyn isn't happy with his behavior. She mocks him for walking around someone else's house at night, calling him a rude guest. Seeing that he has so much energy, she suggests he leaves and goes back to his mansion. Gilas doesn't answer, making her overthink. She is sure he is up to something bad. She can't leave because she doesn't know what he might do, but she can't call anybody either because they would suspect her relationship with Gilas. It really gives her a headache. The main cause of her headache comes over and touches her head. Her body is burning hot. He tells Evelyn to call her doctor, but she refuses. Gilas is jealous and asks if Oscar's skill is so bad or if he interrupted her secret meeting with him. This man sure knows how to make her angry. She stands up to attack him, but her head hurts just too much. She can't argue and just tells him he is wrong. He keeps talking about it, but she refuses to answer anymore. Gilas decides to drink while Evelyn just sips her water. It might be the sickness, but Evelyn starts imagining some very naughty things. She tries to cool down by drinking some cold water, but ends up taking Gilas' glass of wine. Immediately, she starts coughing. She says her throat is burning, making Gilas pour another cup of water. He feeds it to her gently while complaining of how delicate she is. Whether in the past or now, she seems to require a lot of attention. He wants to know if she is okay, but unfortunately, Evelyn is drunk. She thinks she is still in the past and reaches out to hold his face. He tries to push her away, but she pushes herself into his arms and falls asleep. Gilas doesn't know what to do with this woman. He leaves her on the couch covered up with a blanket. He plans to leave, but he sees someone walking around outside. This isn't a good time. More shocking, the woman who should be sleeping suddenly grabs him from behind. She keeps complaining of being cold and Gilas can't say no to her, so he decides to stay. Now the two are stuck together in a dark room. Evelyn is dreaming. In her dream, she catches a red fox. She plans to use its skin to make a scarf, but decides to give Gilles. It would look better on him. She goes searching for her lover to show off the fox she caught, but the fox suddenly turns into the head of her uncle. Evelyn is terrified, especially when the head starts to speak. He blames her for being a curse. He took her in out of pity, but now they are all dead because of her. Evelyn is panicking as she tries to prove her innocence. She is suffering until someone appears to help her. It is Rowan. He picks her up and promises to protect her from now on. Evelyn is happy until she sees Gilles. He is walking away from her. She keeps shouting his name until she wakes up. Evelyn doesn't know if she is still dreaming, because she is currently sleeping on Gilles' lap. The man isn't bothered and continues reading a book. Evelyn is afraid she might have revealed her secret, but he promises her she didn't say anything. He finds a wet rag and puts it on her head, pushing her into his lap again. He wants her to rest more so her fever can completely vanish. Evelyn is worried about what would happen if the servants see them. Gilles tells her not to worry about that. He has a way to leave without anyone noticing. All he wants her to do now is rest. Evelyn is confused again. She has no idea what this man is thinking. Is he feeling pity towards her because she is sick? Or is he just pretending, waiting for the right moment to destroy her and the Winter family? Evelyn doesn't know if it is because she is drunk. She is clearly lying on her enemy's lap, so why does it feel so peaceful? Just like he promised, the next morning, Gilles is gone when Evelyn wakes up. She rushes to the window from where she can see him leaving. Right now, the man is troubled. Last night, when Evelyn asked if she said anything in her sleep, he lied and said no. But truthfully, she had clung to him like a child. When he wants to leave and call a servant for her, she immediately hugs him and almost kisses him. It is finally the day of Gilles' celebration banquet, and the place is filled. Gilles invites his fellow commoners, and they are all surprised to see so many famous people walking around. The Archduke might be powerful, but not enough to invite so many important people. At this rate, Gilles' ball is bigger and more impressive than the balls held by some nobles. A man runs around trying to speak to the ladies. Behind his back, the commoners all mock him. He calls himself a nobleman, yet he runs around trying to borrow money from people to cover his gambling debts. Count Theodore has really disgraced the nobles. The commoners make fun of him. They no longer believe in social status. There isn't much difference between the nobles and the commoners now. What matters is making good money. The main character of today's banquet has arrived, and as always, Gilles Black looks handsome. He stands in a corner all alone until the Archduke arrives. Victor is impressed by Gilles and praises him for preparing such an impressive banquet. He drags our male lead out of his hiding spot and into the ball. He points to the people gossiping about Gilles, asking the soldier how he feels to have stolen the hearts of all the women present. Except these women are not the ones he wants. When the Archduke is distracted, he looks around, but he doesn't see the person he is searching for. He can only stare out the window at the mansion across. At the Winter Mansion, the servants are about to faint. The arrival time for the banquet is almost up, yet their mistress refuses to get ready. They urge her to get dressed, but Evelyn says she doesn't like any of the clothes prepared. The maid is shocked because these are all dresses she got from the most expensive stores. Some were even gotten from abroad. Evelyn, however, chooses to wear a dress she already has. Those are the kind of clothes she likes, and she asks her maid to bring it over from her closet. We are excited to see what dress our girl will wear. Over at the Colonel's ball, the person Victor has been waiting for has finally arrived. And no, it isn't Evelyn. He drags Gilles over to welcome the new visitor, saying it is a gift he prepared for him. He has invited the most popular noblewoman in Alteric, Lady Perez. A beautiful lady with purple hair steps down from the carriage and greets the two men. She is Sonia Perez, a relative of the Archduke. Victor keeps pushing Gilles forward, insisting he personally welcomes his sister. He boldly says there is no other woman as beautiful as Sonia in the whole continent. Our male lead has no choice but to welcome her. He introduces himself to the shy lady. Since the Archduke has already suggested it, Gilles offers to be Sonia's partner for tonight's ball. The girl is about to hold his hand when another carriage arrives. The last guest is finally here. Everyone is curious, wondering who this guest might be. Well, it is none other than the head of the Winter family, our Evelyn Winter. But when she appears, it makes everyone laugh. She is dressed like a nun, or even worse, like she is attending a funeral. Evelyn, dressed in a black dress and a black hat, doesn't mind their laughter. The people keep complaining about her dress, wondering if she has gone crazy. Evelyn tells Victor she is disappointed. She came here under his instructions, only to receive a cold treatment. Victor doesn't want to bear this accusation and promises to treat her nicely. Since he said this, Evelyn makes another demand. Gilles must be her partner for tonight's ball. Everyone is shocked when Gilles agrees. He kisses Evelyn's hand and invites her inside. The Archduke and his cousin are annoyed. Victor stands to a side thinking, while Sonia stares at Evelyn and calls her a witch. Evelyn enters with Gillis Black, causing the people around to gossip. They are jealous, wondering why the colonel is the one escorting her. Plus, she is even wearing mourning clothes. They believe she must be completely crazy. Evelyn can hear all the gossip and she praises Gilas for escorting her and making everyone around jealous of her. The lowly servant has now become the center of attention. We are introduced to the Archduke's family, Count Perez. At first, the Count was just an unknown man with a little background, until his daughter seduced the king. The woman got pregnant and gave birth to Victor. From then, she went from being a palace maid to being the king's concubine. But how could things be so simple? Just when the Count thought his family status had changed, his daughter, the concubine, died in an accident. From then on, the position of the Perez family became unstable once again. Before attending this ball, Victor had a conversation with his cousin, Lady Sonia. He doesn't want her to worry about having a good reputation. The world is changing, and what matters now is money and power. Things like weapons, armies, strength. Those are what will help them when trouble comes. It would block everything like a wave. And Victor has found the perfect person to act as his shield, Gillis Black. Our male lead has no idea he is being used. Right now, he is inviting Lady Perez for a dance. The lady pretends to be shy but quickly accepts. She smiles happily and thanks him for choosing her to dance first. She is even more proud when she hears the people around praising them as a good couple. Everyone is sure Victor has chosen Gilas as his brother-in-law. Sonia doesn't dislike those rumors. She even likes the feeling of being in Gilas's arms. He feels so strong, like he would protect her no matter what happens. The only thing she doesn't like is his unknown background. But she is proud when she thinks of how he ignored Evelyn Winter and chose her. It makes her feel superior. Evelyn has no idea someone is comparing herself to her. She is sitting alone because this ball is too boring. She admires Gilas dancing and is proud he didn't embarrass himself at the ball. She remembers the past, when she invited Gilas to be her dance partner. He was so shy and kept refusing, but she forced him to dance with her. He had been so happy back then, listening to all her instructions. Evelyn watches him now and sees he is following every step she taught him, except for the last one. She always told him to keep his eyes on his partner as if she is the most lovely thing on the planet. But right now, he is staring at her. The lady is surprised, but someone comes to distract her. Victor comes over and insists on dancing with her. He pretends to pity her, asking why she is all alone. He suggests that no one is willing to dance with her. Evelyn has no time for his insults and refuses. She tells him she isn't suitable for dancing. She just wants to sit here, but Victor keeps disturbing her. He advises her not to waste her beauty. She might be a widow, but she is still young. This dance is his way of comforting her. Evelyn reminds him he has done a lot of comforting, but he promises her this is just the beginning. Over at the dance floor, Sonia has made a mistake. She is afraid Gilas would be annoyed, but he isn't even looking at her. She follows his gaze and sees he is staring at another couple. Gilas is uncomfortable when he sees the Archduke and Evelyn holding hands. They are clearly preparing to dance together. The dance begins, and so does the drama. Victor asks Evelyn about her business. When she says it is going very well thanks to him, he pretends to be surprised. Evelyn tells him because of his little gift, her secretary is still lying in the hospital treating his injuries. Of course, Victor denies ever doing that. Evelyn is annoyed. She doesn't believe he is really innocent. She tries to talk about the stolen blueprints, but he doesn't listen, forcing her to focus on their dance. He suggests she isn't thinking clearly and tells her to enjoy the dance. Maybe then her mind will be cleared. Sonia is about to lose her mind. Every time she tries to speak to the colonel, she finds him always staring at Evelyn. It happens again, which makes her unhappy. Gilas notices and tries to excuse himself, saying the music is too loud. Suddenly, someone bumps into them. It is the Archduke, and he apologizes for the mistake. Secretly, he gives his cousin a look. Sonia understands what he means. She pretends to slip and then acts like her ankle has been injured. She asks Gilas to take her away to a place she can rest. The two leave, but someone is watching them. Victor tells Evelyn his sister is probably nervous. He doesn't forget to mention how the two perfectly match. He pretends to be worried about Evelyn, but she advises him to worry about his sister. Victor is really shameless. Even after all the mean things he has done to Evelyn, he tells her they should settle and have a relationship. Evelyn would be a fool if she believes him. The song is over and she lets him go. He tries to stop her and force her to continue dancing, but she just ignores him and walks away. Victor really can't do anything about her. Evelyn is a mess. She thought Victor would appear today, proudly flaunting those blueprints. She expected him to propose a deal with her family, but instead he chose to remain silent. She wonders what he wants. Did he just invite her to dance just so he could embarrass her on the dance floor? She imagines herself falling down and everyone laughing at her. Evelyn has no idea what he planned. All she knows is that she hates this injured ankle. She is busy complaining when someone suddenly interrupts her. She didn't expect someone to find her in her hiding place. A man appears and calls her name. Over at the Gilas side, he has taken Sonia into a bedroom and is examining her injury. As expected, there are no injuries, and it isn't broken. Gilas doesn't suspect her of lying and thinks it might just be a muscle spasm. He is busy checking on her, while the lady herself is admiring him. She never noticed it before, but now she sees how handsome he is. He also has a very nice body and is very loyal to her cousin. She finds him interesting and is already thinking about making him hers. Since the girl doesn't answer, Gilas wants to call a doctor. But how could Sonia let him? If the doctor comes, she will be exposed. She tries to get down from the bed, but guess this. She trips again over absolutely nothing. This time she falls into Gilas' arms and hugs him. "Dear Evelyn, your man is about to be snatched, but our girl is busy dealing with the stranger that just showed up." He thinks she might have been kicked out like him and desperately begs for her to help him. Upstairs, Sonia is begging Gilas to keep hugging her. She uses the excuse of being nervous and says his hugs make her feel safe. Secretly, she keeps touching his body. I would do the same, girl. She finally notices his necktie. She praises it and wants to know who gifted it to him. She refuses to let him go and keeps hugging him until someone catches them. Evelyn recognizes the man begging for her help. It is Count Theodore. He seems bitter as he insults the people at the ball. He looks down on the commoners, thinking they can never match up to the nobles or have their character. Evelyn doesn't support his idea and warns him to stop saying such reckless things because someone might be listening. The Count thinks she is afraid of those commoners, which makes him angry. He doesn't care what the commoners think and wonders why Evelyn is concerned about their opinions. He thinks they are just lowly people. He finds Evelyn's situation embarrassing. She is already injured, yet she was forced to attend this ball, making everyone laugh at her. He tells her people have been gossiping about her all night, laughing at her behind her back. Evelyn isn't moved by his words. She advises him to leave and stop trying to get back inside. Her words make Theodore more angry. He insists they are nobles. They are not supposed to listen or accept those lowly commoners. Evelyn is done listening to him. Since he isn't leaving, she decides to go back inside. But Theodore is desperate and grabs her. He tells her to listen to him because he has a business proposal. He wants Evelyn to invest in his project. Evelyn is tired and slaps the man. He is shocked, but she tells him everyone already knows about him. He spent all his wealth on gambling, and now he goes about begging for help from everyone without any shame or dignity. Evelyn warns him to just leave the banquet and stop ruining the honor of the nobles. Theodore is furious. He grabs Evelyn and tells her she is the same as he is. Just like him, her finances have become worse. He thinks she is here to find a rich man to marry before it becomes too late. Our girl isn't one to allow herself to be insulted. She immediately kicks Theodore in his groin. She is about to leave, but the man drags her by the hair and slams her head into the ground. He tells her their situations are the same, so she has no right to feel better than him. Gilas has no idea Evelyn is in danger. He is still with Sonia. Someone seems to be spying on them, so he opens the door. But all he sees are two men who seem to be a couple. They immediately run away. He tells Sonia he is going to get a drink for her and uses this chance to escape. He returns to the ball, but he can't find the woman he is looking for. Evelyn is struggling. Theodore is trying to assault her. He knows she can't shout for help because if anyone sees them this way, she will be the one getting blamed. It makes him very bold. Evelyn, however, doesn't need help from anybody. She is sure she can handle trash like him on her own. Theodore tells her to be thankful. He is just trying to give her some pleasure without anyone disturbing her. He has even convinced himself she also wants him. He is about to start when the door suddenly opens and Gilas appears. Sonia is still waiting patiently for Gilas. She is nervous, wondering if the drink would be alcohol. She imagines what would happen if they both get drunk while spending time all alone. She can't wait. But she is going to be disappointed. The fireworks start and she goes to the window to watch them. But what she sees shocks her. Gilas is leaving the party with a woman in his arms. She can see his necktie wrapped around the woman's ankle. Let's go back to a few minutes ago. Gilas, holding a bottle of wine, opens the door only to see Theodore and Evelyn in a compromising situation. Theodore isn't ashamed and is even angry that Gilas is here. He tells the colonel there must be many people waiting for him at the ball and arrogantly orders him to leave. Gilas apologizes for disturbing their enjoyment, but he refuses to leave. He says he got tired of dancing and advises them to go inside since it is getting cold. He even offers to give them his guest room to use. Evelyn is annoyed by how indifferent he looks. This man really sits down there and starts drinking. She refuses to go inside and instead demands that Gilas leaves. He reminds her this is his mansion, and right now, he just feels like staying outside and feeling the breeze. Evelyn is shocked because Gila seems to be enjoying this. He says he's just enjoying himself, just like she is also doing. Evelyn is so angry, she doesn't think. Since Gilos is enjoying it so much, she won't spoil the fun. She pulls Theodore over and actually kisses him on the lips. But all the time, she keeps watching Gilas, waiting for him to show a reaction. Except the man doesn't. He just calmly keeps drinking. Our girl is frustrated. She takes it out on Theodore, throwing some coins at him and advising him to get some skills. It would be impossible for him to find a rich woman to keep him if he doesn't improve his skills. She tells him the coins are his reward for entertaining her. Theodore is furious and calls her names. He grabs the wine bottle from Gilas and throws it at Evelyn. He is about to attack her again when someone suddenly grabs his throat. He looks at the person strangling him only to see Gilas' angry face. The man looks ready to kill him. The Count is finally afraid and begs Gilas to let him go. Evelyn also doesn't want anything bad to happen. This is a ball Gilas carefully planned. He can't ruin it by himself. He is the owner of the mansion. Gilas isn't willing, but he listens to Evelyn. He lets Theodore go, but the poor man is terrified. He doesn't want to be around Gilas any longer. He is so scared he decides to jump down from the balcony. The party turns into a mess as everyone rushes to call a doctor. The two culprits are annoyed. Evelyn says this is a mess, and Gilas agrees. Now, as the host, he has to go downstairs and fix everything. Evelyn wants him to leave without her, telling him she can go back home on her own. Gilas isn't listening this time. As it is, she can barely stand on those legs right now. Evelyn doesn't answer. People are already searching for Gilas, but the man himself is focused on Evelyn. He wants to see how injured she is. She reminds him Victor is looking for him, but he isn't concerned. He wraps his necktie around her ankle and immediately carries her. He ignores Victor looking for him and takes Evelyn out of the mansion. Evelyn tells him not to do anything he will regret later, but he doesn't want to listen to her anymore. He tells her to keep quiet. He has prepared a carriage for her and tells the driver to leave from the back gate. He has even prepared guards to watch them. Evelyn tells him he is being too kind. If the Archduke finds out, he will be very furious. Gilas tells her it is none of her business. They both agree this is their worst party ever. The carriage leaves, but while everyone else is celebrating and enjoying the fireworks, our couples are in despair. Gilas slams his hand into the wall. He has no idea what he should do. Evelyn is the same. She is confused about everything that happened. Everything has really become messed up. The Colonel's party is over, but everyone is still talking about the accident that happened during the banquet. Everyone knows that Count Theodore fell from the balcony and broke his leg. Some people think he fell because he was drunk, while others suspect the Colonel might have pushed him. There is also another rumor circulating that a lady was there with them. Evelyn is enjoying her afternoon playing a game of chess when she is told she has a visitor. She is surprised, wondering which guest would show up without sending an invitation first. When they finally see the guest, they are all shocked and look at him in disbelief. It is the Crown Prince, Joshua. Oscar can't believe this is really the Crown Prince. All he remembers was the little boy of back then. When he hears that Joshua is 19 years old, he starts crying. He really can't believe it has been 10 years. The little boy is already an adult now. Evelyn chases the dramatic Oscar away and invites Joshua to sit. Oscar quickly gives him his place. He has been playing chess with Evelyn, but he keeps losing. He is happy to see another scapegoat. Joshua is a bit hesitant. It seems Rowan was really popular and kind back then. Even the Crown Prince has good memories of him. Back then, Joshua would come over to their house and Rowan would teach him how to play chess. Every time they played, Joshua would be amazed by how calm and determined the Duke was. You could never know what he was thinking. Somewhere else, Sonia is still troubled by what she saw during the banquet. She decides to ask her cousin about it. She asks Victor if the Colonel has somebody he likes, but her cousin denies it. He thinks his cousin is just worried about the Colonel not liking her and tells her it is impossible. But Sonia knows what she saw. She decides to mention what happened at the banquet. She tells Victor of the rumors around town. Everyone is saying Evelyn Winter was also on the balcony when Theodore fell. Plus, nobody actually saw her carriage leave that night. The game of chess has ended and Joshua actually lost. Oscar accuses Evelyn of playing dirty, purposely telling Joshua stories of their past to distract him. Evelyn isn't bothered. You should never be distracted in a game. She is done with the fun and wants to know the truth. What exactly happened to make the Crown Prince visit her mansion without even a servant by his side? Gilas is dressing for the day, revealing a back covered with scars. He receives a letter from a man named Scorpion and immediately heads out with his assistant. Unexpectedly, they met the Archduke outside their mansion. He questions Gilas, curious to know where he is going so early. He tells our male lead he wants to speak to him. Joshua finally reveals why he came to see Evelyn. There is a secret society called the Red Hawk Brotherhood who were planning to rebel years ago. Oscar knows them, but according to what he heard, they were destroyed years ago. But that rumor is fake. The Red Hawk Brotherhood still exists. Joshua has seen papers stamped with their seal. Giles salutes the Archduke, asking why he wasn't informed so he could prepare for his arrival. Victor tells him they don't need such formalities. He gives him a secret look and says they have something to discuss. Joshua is nervous and worried. He has asked around everywhere, from the academy to the royal castle, but nobody is willing to tell him the truth. But he came today with a purpose. In the past, he always lost a game of chess whenever he played with the Duke. Not because the Duke was smart, but because of the woman by his side. Evelyn would sit beside Rowan, directing his steps. She would show him the quickest way to win and was like his personal goddess of victory. Every time, Joshua would look at them and wonder. He still remembers Evelyn's promise to play a game with him. He had practiced several times since then. Finally, it is time for them to begin their game of chess. We have 4 undercover spies walking around the market right now. Evelyn, Oscar, Joshua, and Sherry have decided to sneak into the market and investigate the secret society. Except 2 of our spies might have forgotten their jobs. Oscar and Sherry immediately start looking around as soon as they get to the market, even running off to play. Evelyn is frustrated by those 2 children and apologizes to Joshua. He isn't offended and asks her not to treat him like a prince. If someone hears the way she addresses him, all their efforts will be wasted. She decides to call him by his nickname, making the little boy blush. Back at Giles's mansion, he and the Archduke are confronting each other. He has just offered Victor some tea when the man immediately asks if it was a gift from Evelyn. He pretends to be joking, but tells Giles he heard some very interesting rumors. He tells Giles Sonia is suspicious of the relationship between him and Evelyn. Victor knows Evelyn was with Theodore during the banquet, but he wants to know how she left. Giles admits he was the one who sent her away. Victor wants to know why. Giles says everything would become troublesome if any rumors about her spread. It is the first time our crown prince is being embarrassed this way. He is strolling the streets with Evelyn when an old woman suddenly stops him and asks him to buy some fruit. She praises him for being handsome. Everything is going fine until the woman asks him to buy the fruit for his wife. He is flustered and rushes to deny it. Evelyn saves him by telling the woman they are siblings. She acts normal and even haggles with the price like a commoner. But when they leave, she advises Joshua to be careful. He mustn't pay attention to what the seller says. If he does it next time, it will make people suspect they are hiding their identity. Joshua suddenly tells Evelyn there is nothing she doesn't know. He can't wait to become as smart as she is. Evelyn tells him he is already excellent, but he doesn't agree. He keeps comparing himself to Rowan. When Joshua first met Rowan, he was just 19, but he was already impressive. Since then, Joshua struggled to be at the top of his class. Everyone in the continent already knows his name, all praising him as the genius of the next generation. But Joshua himself feels it is not enough. Every time he compares himself to Rowan, it feels like he is never doing enough. Victor is still desperate to know why Giles sent Evelyn away. Our male lead has found the perfect reason. They have to prevent rumors of Evelyn from spreading. Only then will the man they think is pretending to be dead finally appear. Victor is shocked. It seems Giles has found out where Rowan is. Evelyn and Joshua are still walking around the market when a little girl stops them. She hasn't sold a single flower today and begs them to buy from her. Joshua immediately stops and starts talking to the girl. He promises to buy all her flowers. Looking at him, Evelyn sees another person in him. She tells him to stop comparing himself to Rowan. There is no need to act like him. Giles doesn't know where exactly Rowan is hiding, but he has a clue. If they quietly track him, they might find a clue about him soon. The little girl has sold all her flowers. She thanks them and runs into a little street. Evelyn is watching her, so she sees when someone stops the girl and pats her head. Evelyn will know that figure anywhere. That is her husband, Rowan. Evelyn sees a strange man who looks just like her husband. She keeps staring in that direction until Joshua distracts her. He buys a bouquet of flowers, which he hands over to Evelyn, hoping to make her happy. Well, she can't refuse the crown prince and accepts them. He suggests they head to another area, but she isn't listening. She keeps looking back at that hidden corner, but the person has disappeared. Giles sends off the Archduke. He looks very happy since he knows Rowan Winter will be caught. Giles's assistant also wants to know what should be done to Rowan and suggests they kill him. Giles doesn't agree. He wants the man to be brought back alive, even if he struggles. The assistant agrees but is confused. This behavior is completely different from Giles's methods in the past. The colonel has changed. Giles might have changed, but it is certainly not for good. He has been betrayed by Evelyn Winter, and this is his revenge for her. He won't give her husband a quick death. He will drag Rowan back to die a slow death together with Evelyn. His mind might treat her like an enemy, but his heart still remembers the way she held him. He keeps thinking about her and burns himself in his distraction. He becomes so frustrated that he decides to go out for a walk. While Evelyn and Joshua are working hard, Oscar and little Sherry are having fun. This time, Sherry forces Oscar to buy her some chocolates. Sherry's love for chocolates reminds Oscar of Rowan. Back then, every time they went on vacation, the man would buy a bunch of chocolates. Oscar assumed Rowan liked them, but the man only bought them as a gift for Evelyn. Oscar finally realizes who they were for and regrets being so ignorant in the past. He gets a mini heart attack when he sees little Sherry snooping around someone's carriage. He warns her to stay away, but would the girl listen? Joshua and Evelyn have no idea what the two mischievous kids are doing. They have found important evidence. The Red Hawk Society is leaving messages across the city. They seem to be gathering influence. Just then, Evelyn notices a strange man behind them. She pretends to put a scarf around Joshua. The young boy is already blushing, but Evelyn just wants to warn him about their stalker. She suggests they split up and meet at the city's back gate, but Joshua refuses. He is worried about Evelyn, but the lady whacks him on his butt. Evelyn sends away the clingy kid, but she doesn't head to the back gate as she told him. Instead, she runs back to that hidden alley. She seems obsessed with finding Rowan and indeed sees someone who looks like him. But it isn't Rowan. It turns out to be a sleazy man bullying a little kid. The man doesn't look pleased to see her. Evelyn is sure she saw her husband and refuses to accept the truth. She doesn't notice she has been surrounded until it is too late. Some street thugs gather around Evelyn. The leader is excited to see a woman in their area. He refuses to believe she got lost and takes off her cap. He is very excited when he sees how beautiful she is. Since she has fallen into his hands, he decides not to let her go until he has some fun with her. He keeps speaking, but our girl just treats him like a nuisance. Before she can do anything, a hero appears to save the beauty. Not like she needs it. We can't see his face, but a strange man arrives to protect Evelyn. As expected of the heroine, there will always be someone coming to save her. A handsome man appears. He pretends to be her husband and warns the thugs to leave. Evelyn is confused because she knows him. He is one of Gilas's soldiers. The thugs are unaware, and one even dares to challenge him. What a pity. The soldier gives him a good trashing, scaring the rest of the men. He looks ready to break the thug's hand, but Evelyn stops him. She doesn't like seeing blood and suggests they leave. Her pretend husband is very obedient and agrees. The thug sees them leaving and becomes bold again. He starts yelling at them, but his friend stops him. He finally realizes who that man is. He is Gilas Black's right-hand man. Evelyn has been saved by Gilas's man, but she doesn't look very thankful. While the man is unguarded, she quickly brings out a gun and points it in his face. He quickly begs for forgiveness, but Evelyn doesn't plan to let him go. She is sure the man has been following her. He tries to tell her she is wrong, but Evelyn doesn't listen. She thinks Gilas must have ordered him to watch her. The soldier explains he was on patrol. He couldn't ignore her when he noticed she was in trouble. Just like us, Evelyn wonders why he isn't in uniform, and he reveals it is his off day. Such a good employee, working during his break. He regrets it now because instead of receiving thanks, a gun is pointed at his head. Our heroine finally calms down and asks for the man's name. He is Derek Howard, a lieutenant in the army. She promises to remember him and hands him a handkerchief before leaving. Our heroine was right. Derek is suspicious. As soon as she leaves, he is approached by the little girl who is being bullied in the alley. It turns out everything was a plan, and the child demands her pay. He threatens her to stay silent and then hands the money over. Just what is going on? Gilas doesn't know what his assistant is planning. He heads to a shop to buy some sweets. From the owner's greetings, he seems to be a regular customer. We guessed right. The shop owner's son offers him some candy for being a regular. His father is frightened because Gilas only likes one type of candy, but our male lead accepts it. Our male lead keeps running into children today. But this time, it is a child he knows. Someone pulls his clothes, and when he looks down, little Sherry is clinging to him. He is shocked because she suddenly starts crying. Our male lead is surprised to see little Sherry here, especially since she looks so distressed. Maybe he will hug her and comfort her. He pushes her away. The little girl is shocked by how heartless the man is, but she doesn't give up. She runs after him and holds onto his clothes. We see a funny scene next. Gilas keeps walking while poor Sherry is dragged across the floor. The people around him all blame him, but Gilas really doesn't care. He takes the girl to a restaurant, but not to feed her. He finds it suspicious that she is all alone and tells her how dangerous it is. He orders her to explain why she is here, but Sherry remains mute. Even her little mouth disappears. Well, her stomach does all the talking and growls loudly. Gilas orders some food for the child. Sherry is about to enjoy her delicious meal, but the plate is suddenly pulled away from her. She stares in shock at the culprit, but Gilas isn't bothered. He states his rule: no food until she answers him. The poor girl starts twitching. She does about 50 gestures until Gilas finally understands she can't speak, but that won't stop him from finishing his interrogation. He hands her a paper and a pen to write down her answers. The two are finally satisfied. Sherry finally gets her food while Gilas receives his answers. Turns out Sherry came on a trip, got lost, and is now asking him for a carriage ride back home. She's really asking too much from this heartless man. He says he didn't ride a carriage and instead took a walk to relax. He encourages the child. It took him an hour to walk over, so it might take her a day. But she shouldn't give up. Sherry has been shocked by this man so many times. She gestures, accusing Gilas of being a soldier yet failing at his duties. Our male lead has the perfect excuse. Today is his off day. Unlike Derek, he won't be working today. He is done talking to her and tries to leave, except Sherry blocks him. Gilas looks really scary. He thinks Sherry is really ignorant and tells her she has been abandoned. He believes Evelyn has finally abandoned her mute daughter because she is a burden. He is even surprised she kept her for so long. He tries to leave, but Sherry holds on to him again. This time, he advises her to go to the orphanage and secure a spot. He really leaves the child there and walks away, but Sherry is just as stubborn as her mother. She writes on a card and chases Gilas. He has to admit she is really stubborn. He reads the card, but she is just defending her mother. She says Evelyn isn't a bad person and would never abandon her. She even promises Gilas a prize if he takes her home. Gilas feels pity for her. He thinks she doesn't understand because she is too young. But we see something shocking. The paper Sherry gave to Gilas actually has the red hawk symbol. He is shocked and questions her, asking where she got the paper. He is so desperate for answers, he even offers his hand for her to write on. But little Sherry is very smart. She says she will only answer him if he takes her home. Gilas is amused by the little child and finally agrees. Our heroine is in trouble again. After leaving Derek, she finds a place to sit. She thinks she might have imagined someone stalking her. She is feeling pretty relaxed until she hears the people gossiping about her. They all think she is the cause of the country's failure and call her a witch. They are determined to get rid of her. Evelyn quickly hides her face, knowing she must not be seen. She knows she can't stay here any longer and stands up. But it is too late. She can't see him, but behind her back, a man approaches with a gun. Evelyn isn't the only noble roaming the streets. Sonia has also sneaked out of the Archduke's mansion. Her anxious maid keeps complaining, and Sonia stops her, afraid her ears would fall off. But her trip is not in vain because she sees a familiar figure. Somehow she has managed to run into Gilas. The lady is delighted and runs up to him. She wants them to have a drink together, but our male lead is very busy. Right now, he is trying to get rid of the clingy Sherry. Sonia is shocked to see the little girl and imagines the worst scenario. What if this child belongs to Colonel Black? Thankfully, the man denies it. Sonia notices they don't look alike and finally relaxes. Now that she knows she isn't Gilas' child, she is very friendly to the girl. She keeps asking her questions until Gilas reveals the child is mute. Sonia is embarrassed and decides to just call the girl Little One. Sherry doesn't look pleased with her new nickname. I'm afraid she might bite Sonia soon. Sonia is still curious and wonders if he is taking care of a relative's child. Gilas tries to avoid answering and just says he met the child by accident. The lady still wants to spend time with him and offers to eat lunch together. Gilas doesn't want to interact with her, so he refuses, explaining he just ate. Unfortunately, his little teammate ruins his plans. At the mention of food, Sherry starts drooling. Now our male lead is forced to have this meal. The two arrive at the restaurant, and Sonia keeps serving Sherry. The little girl has learned her lesson and immediately hides her food from the heartless Gilas. The two glare at each other until the man gives in and goes out to smoke. He leaves, and Sherry starts enjoying her food. Sonia keeps asking her questions, desperate to know more about Gilas. Wrong choice. Sherry's only concern is the food. Sonia is actually unhappy because Gilas refuses to speak to her, but seeing him with Sherry, she is sure he is a kind man. One look at Sherry's face, and we can tell she doesn't agree with the woman. Lady Sonia isn't concerned. She has heard many rumors about Gilas. They all say he is mean, but she doesn't believe them. Being with Gilas makes her feel like she has an older brother. Her cousin, the Archduke, also treats her well, but he is really scary. Sonia admits she was scared of Gilas at first, but seeing him with Sherry now makes her think he is a nice person. Gilas watches the two females talking and finds it funny. He wonders how everything ended up like this. But just remembering Sherry as Evelyn's daughter makes him sick. They are all disgusting people. A few seconds ago, the street was quiet, but now everything is in chaos. Someone has been shot and everyone is running away. Sonia is confused and rushes to meet Gilas. He advises her to leave immediately, but they are faced with another problem. Little Sherry is missing. Sonia could swear she was just holding the child's hands. They search for her, but Gila sees her first. She looks very frightened and is hiding in a corner. Sonia's maid wants her to leave, but she insists on staying with Gilas. Meanwhile, the man isn't thinking about her. He remembers the last time Sherry was kidnapped. He tells Sonia to leave because he can't escort her. While the lady is confused, he goes to Sherry's side. He wants the little girl to stand up, but she can barely hear him. He complains and calls her annoying, but still gently carries her. Joshua has arrived at the back gate, but he still can't find Evelyn. He discovers another problem. His wallet has been stolen. The future king is in shock. He never thought such a thing could happen to him. He is still complaining when someone suddenly sneaks up on him. Relax, everyone. It is just his friend, Max. Like all friends, he is very sad to hear that Joshua has been robbed and is now penniless. He is so sad. He laughs for several hours. Joshua regrets meeting this guy. After mocking him, Max finally offers to take him back. Except the crown prince refuses. He proudly says he is waiting for someone and even starts blushing. He really can't hide anything. His friend notices and starts teasing him. He wants to know who the mystery woman is. Joshua tries to chase him away, but Max refuses. He can't leave the innocent Joshua alone in this dangerous world. He says he wants to escort him, but he is just trying to find out who Joshua is in love with. The prince tries to deny it, but no one believes him. His face reveals his secret because we can all see how hard he is blushing. Max wonders what he should do with this innocent man who knows nothing about women. He decides to help him. He suggests they go drinking so he can give the prince some advice, but Joshua refuses. He isn't going to take advice from a flirt like Max. The two are having fun until they hear a gunshot. Sherry is dreaming. Evelyn holds her close, calling her a precious treasure. She tells her not to be afraid and promises to always protect her. The little girl wakes up, but instead of her lovely mother, she sees the scary Gilas carrying her. As expected, the man is still heartless. Once he notices the little girl is awake, he flings her away like a sack of potatoes. He warns her to keep up with him, but he is walking too fast. The little girl can only hold on to the ends of his coat. Gilas finally feels some pity and offers to hold her hand. The two walk in silence, but something seems strange. They keep staring at each other. It is more adorable when we see Sherry's little hands holding Gilas's thumb. The sweet moment is destroyed when they hear someone calling Sherry's name. Poor Oscar is having a meltdown in the middle of the street. Sherry is missing, and he is already imagining his death. Evelyn will surely kill him if he can't find her precious daughter. He is crying bitterly, only to see the culprit staring at him. The heartless Sherry wastes no time and abandons the fierce Gilas. He probably thinks she is just like her mother. Except the little girl turns back to give him his reward. She hands him a sweet. The man accepts it, but asks Sherry a very important question. He wants to know her age. The girl reveals she is 9, and Gilas realizes something. He allows her to leave, but inside he is calculating. 10 years ago, he was chased out of the Duke's mansion. Little Sherry is 9 years old, which means Evelyn got pregnant the same year he was chased out. The most shocking thing. He remembers sleeping with Evelyn that same year. What could this mean? We will never know because the man stops thinking about it. He thinks it is just a useless thought. He suddenly notices a commotion at the other side of the street. We see Joshua and Max shouting and looking scared. As always, Gilas is uninterested, until he sees a familiar walking stick. Even worse, there is a hat and basket stained with blood, and it looks exactly like the one Evelyn was holding. Rewind to a few hours ago. Evelyn is about to leave when a man suddenly sneaks up behind her and points a gun at her head. Our heroine also brings out her gun, but the man is prepared. He immediately grabs her neck and pushes her into an alley. He seems to be someone she has offended, as Evelyn recognizes his face. Back to the present, the soldiers have begun their investigation. Gilas listens as a citizen reveals he heard 2 gunshots and saw a man in a hood carrying a woman away. They are disturbed when a man pushes his way in. It turns out to be Joshua. The prince greets Gilas, who pretends to be surprised. Joshua isn't happy because he knows the colonel already noticed him, yet he pretended not to see him. Gilas defends himself and says he was afraid to bother the prince since he was pretending to be a civilian. He isn't interested in speaking to Joshua and advises him to return to the palace. The boy is still concerned about Evelyn and asks if Gilas can really find her. He knows the colonel is praised as the best tracker and hands him Evelyn's scarf. He blames himself for the incident and begs Gilas to find her. They all seem to forget how heartless Gilas is. He even tells the prince he has no authority to order him around. Joshua can't argue because that is the truth. He becomes desperate when he sees Gilas is about to leave. He offers to fulfill the colonel's request if he finds Evelyn. He even promises to bear full responsibility for the incident. Gillis finally looks at the young boy and tells him not to feel guilty. Everyone knows Evelyn has a lot of enemies, so it isn't his fault. He tells Joshua his order isn't important because he already planned to find Evelyn. He grabs the scarf from him and leaves. He tells Derek they will be returning to the military. Their holiday has unfortunately ended. He orders him to send a search party out and reminds him to hurry up. Meanwhile, Joshua watches the colonel leave. He seems to have realized something. Our heroine isn't doing too well. She wakes up to find herself tied up in a shed in the middle of the woods. Her kidnapper has taken off his hood, and he isn't very happy. Because of the gunshots, he almost got caught. Evelyn recognizes that face. It is Joseph. He was the servant who got caught messing around with a maid and was chased away. He blames her for all the troubles he faced after leaving the Duke's mansion and starts hitting her. He reminds her of the promise he made that day. One day, he would kill her. Well, that day has finally arrived. He tells her a secret. The Red Hawk Brotherhood is offering a reward to anyone who kills her. Evelyn wants to know if he was the one who hurt her assistant, Isaac, and kidnapped Sherry. He admits he was the culprit. He even regrets letting Sherry escape. His plan was to kill her while Evelyn watches. He sees Evelyn standing up and assumes she wants to attack him. He is waiting for her to hit him, but she kneels at his feet and begs for his help. She's obviously seducing him and promises to do anything he wants if he lets her go. Evelyn begs for the man's help and promises to do anything he wants. Joseph is shocked because Evelyn knows his secret. She knows he wants her and offers to do anything he wishes. The man mocks her and calls her behavior shameful, yet he eagerly agrees to her request. He is desperate to see if she's really worth it. Gilles has no idea his beloved is about to sell herself. He keeps searching for her and refuses to leave, even when the snowfall gets heavy. His hard work finally pays off because the tracking dog starts barking. It must have caught her scent. Joseph is ready to have fun with the woman of his dreams. He never knew this day would come. He advises her to do it properly and is waiting for the pleasure to begin. But the only thing he receives is a kick to his groin. The man falls into the fire pit with his alcohol and sets himself on fire. Evelyn runs out, but Joseph doesn't give up. He chases after her and keeps shooting. Evelyn knows she can't die like this. She has survived many attacks, so she can't let him kill her. Things get weird when she looks up and suddenly sees her dead husband, Rowan, waiting for her. Evelyn wants to chase after him, but someone suddenly stops her. It is Gilles, but Evelyn doesn't seem to recognize him. She pushes him away and keeps chasing after Rowan. Gilles thinks she is trying to escape from the investigation until he sees her face. Something is wrong. He follows her and tells her to stop. He even promises not to harm her, warning her that the place she is heading to is dangerous. But Evelyn can't hear him. Gilles becomes desperate and starts begging. He notices her injuries and finally calls her by her nickname. Our heroine stops hallucinating, only to discover she is standing at the edge of a cliff. She turns back and is surprised to see Gilles. He begs her to come to him. He says it is dangerous, but Evelyn doesn't listen. Rowan keeps calling her. The two men start a tug of war, each one telling Evelyn to follow him. She chooses to follow Rowan, and at that same moment, she gets shot. Our heroine falls off the cliff. She finally realizes why she kept seeing her dead husband. He is here to get her. She thinks Gilles will be upset because his revenge has ended. But when she looks at his face, he looks like he is about to cry. He is completely heartbroken. Our heroine has fallen off the cliff, but her man jumps off with her. The two land in a river at the bottom of the cliff. Gilles holds his beloved, calling her name, but she doesn't move. He becomes desperate when he notices the bleeding injury on her shoulder. Thankfully, there is a hidden cave in the distance. Our heroine wakes up. She is surprised to see herself next to a fire with Gilles by her side. He has already treated her wounds, which ended up just being a scratch. He wants to know who the kidnapper was, and Evelyn reveals it was her servant, Joseph. He hated her for chasing him away. Gilles tells her she is gathering a lot of hatred from the people. Evelyn says she doesn't keep greedy people around her. She wants to know why Gilles saved her. It would have been best if he allowed her to die there. He claims it is his duty to save people. He is curious about her leg injury, and Evelyn reveals she stepped into a trap while hunting. I know we don't believe that. Even Gilles doesn't. He asks her again, but she tells him to stop bothering about such useless things. The two sit in silence until Evelyn suddenly starts coughing. She struggles to sit up, which alarms Gilles. He wants to know if her chest hurts. He is afraid she might have injured her ribs and plans to treat her. Evelyn mocks him, thinking he is just playing around, but our man is serious. He pushes her down and orders her to stay still. The girl is panicking. Gilles shows her no mercy and pins her down, holding her hands above her head. He warns her to stay still, but Evelyn keeps kicking his head. Now he has no choice but to pin her legs, too. The man tells her to stop struggling. He really wants to check on her. He warns her a broken rib might injure her lungs, causing them to bleed. She will cough up blood till she dies. He tells her to cooperate if she doesn't want to die, but our heroine cannot. His hand on her waist is stirring her desire. He keeps touching her waist and wants to know if it hurts, but Evelyn doesn't answer. Wrong choice, because now the man takes off his gloves and touches her directly. Our heroine cannot take it anymore. Even her toes are curling. She begs him to stop. Evelyn begs Gillis to stop torturing her. He notices how desperate she looks and finally stops. He says her rib isn't broken and lets her go. Because of her struggles, her wounds have reopened. He offers to help her wrap the bandages, but she slaps his hand away. She warns him not to touch her. He doesn't argue and tosses the bandages to her, telling her to do it herself. He seems to be leaving, making Evelyn panic. She asks where he is going. He says he is just going to fetch more firewood and promises not to run away. While our couple is having a small honeymoon, the capital is in chaos. Joshua has returned to the palace with Max, but he is still worried about Evelyn. Max knows Evelyn was his companion and tries to comfort him. But he is also worried about Joshua. He tries to advise him and reminds the prince that Evelyn is a widow. The prince doesn't seem to care, which annoys Max. He tells the prince that Evelyn is known as a witch who killed her husband. Joshua isn't pleased with him, asking if a widow deserves to be kidnapped and murdered. Max tries to explain, but Joshua stops him. He says Evelyn is a citizen of Altaric, so he is going to protect her. He warns Max to speak carefully next time. Inside, Joshua is furious. He remembers Gillis saying he doesn't have the authority to command him and the man's pledge to find Evelyn. It makes him very worried. Over at the cave, Gillis returns with some firewood, only to see Evelyn looking weak. He pushes some chocolate into her mouth, which surprises her. She wonders where he found one, and he reveals that Sherry gave it to him. Evelyn suddenly becomes anxious, wondering how he met Sherry and if he harmed her. He doesn't answer her questions and only mentions Sherry's age. The woman is immediately on guard and wants to know why he is asking. He has noticed how small Sherry looks. She looks so small, he actually thought she was younger. He doesn't say anything, but Evelyn is already warning him not to deceive himself. This is really suspicious. Gillis doesn't respond and only reminds her to change the bandages. Leaving it on might cause an infection. She warns him to mind his business and says she will take care of herself. The man really listens and goes to sleep directly. Evelyn thinks he is asleep. She starts taking off her clothes to change the bandages, but Gillis is still awake. He secretly turns to watch her, and once she takes off her shirt, he is shocked to see that her back is full of scars. Our heroine takes off her clothes, and we see that her back is covered in scars. Gillis is shocked to see it. He stops pretending to be asleep and approaches her, offering to help her rewrap the bandages. Our heroine is freaking out. She isn't wearing any clothes right now. She tells the man to wait, but he doesn't listen. She covers her chest with the shirt, but still feels shy. Unfortunately, the man doesn't even look at her. He is only concerned about treating her wounds. He focuses on the injury, but his touch makes Evelyn blush. I wonder what she's thinking because even her toes are curling up again. But Gillis doesn't notice. He is done and turns around for her to change. He mentions how different she seems, and Evelyn says everything changes with time. He asks about her scars, but as always, Evelyn mocks him. He is done with her sarcasm and warns her to stop playing games with him. Our heroine finally explains how she got those scars. When she was younger, she lived with the Duke's sons, who were also her cousins. The boys never liked her and were eager to chase her away. Gillis still remembers the two brothers, Cedric and Leo Winter. Turns out our heroine made a bet with the boys. She allowed Cedric to hit her with a riding whip and promised to leave the Duke's estate if she made a sound during the beating. But if she stayed silent throughout and the man hitting her got tired, he would grant her wish. What a twisted game. Gillis scolds her for making such a ridiculous bet. He wants to know why she did it, and she says there was something she desperately wanted. Gillis steps outside again to fire the signal flare. He is worried because it is getting late. He returns to the cave only to see the coat Evelyn was wearing lying on the floor. The woman is missing. He starts panicking, searching everywhere for her until he hears her coughing. She seems to be cold and has crawled to the fire. He is relieved and tries to feed her some water, but she doesn't respond. He panics and calls her name desperately until she opens her eyes. But she is hallucinating again. She keeps calling him honey and tells him to pick her up. Left with no choice, our male lead picks the next option. He feeds her the water with his mouth. Evelyn finally opens her eyes and is shocked. She struggles, but the man keeps kissing her. She manages to push him away, but he advises her to keep kissing him. He continues feeding her the water through this method. At some point, he throws the water pot away and just focuses on their kiss. The two kiss for a long time until Evelyn can't bear it anymore. She pushes him away and says she is feeling better. She sneaks another look at him, only to find the man staring at her. He looks like he is holding himself back. There is so much tension, and it seems like something intimate might happen. Unfortunately, Gilas ruins everything when he runs out of the cave. Back at the capital, Joshua is still worried. He is even staying over at Evelyn's mansion. He runs out without even putting on a coat, ignoring the worried Max. He is eager to meet with Derek, but the soldier doesn't have any news. It has been 2 days since Evelyn went missing, and they still haven't found her. Derek is also worried because their colonel is missing. The heavy snowfall is slowing down their work. Max isn't that worried. He believes Evelyn will be fine as long as she is with Gilas. But that is exactly what Joshua is worried about. Oscar arrives and scolds Joshua. It turns out the prince hasn't been sleeping. The man is upset and warns Joshua to stop behaving like a child. Derek also advises him to stop worrying. They all believe Evelyn will be fine as long as she is with the colonel. Joshua tries to pretend he isn't worried, but he isn't fooling anyone. Even Derek has noticed his strange behavior. Everyone keeps telling the prince Evelyn would be fine, but the thought of her alone with the colonel is what gives him a headache. Another day has passed, and the snow has finally stopped. Gilas is relieved because this means the search party will find them soon. He returns to the cave only to find out Evelyn is sick. She has a fever and is already suffering from chills. This isn't good. The man almost faints when Evelyn suddenly pulls him close. Like a shy teenage girl, he pushes her away in fright. It makes Evelyn laugh, and she calls him silly. She tells him to stop acting recklessly so he won't fall out of favor with the Archduke. He has to behave properly if he wants to survive. It is nighttime, and Evelyn's condition has gotten worse. She is hallucinating again. Gilas is worried because her body temperature has dropped. At this rate, she might die. Our male lead has no choice. He takes off his clothes, and we see that his back is covered in scars. Since the fire isn't enough to warm her, he will use his body to keep her warm. He even gently massages her foot. Our heroine finally wakes up. She doesn't say it, but she is annoyed with him. His compassion is exactly what makes him silly. The couple remains in that position till morning. Our heroine wakes up and is amazed by the man's handsome face. He is still asleep, and she tries to secretly touch him. The phone rings right at that moment. Our girl immediately plays dead. Gilas wakes up and looks at her. He is probably wondering why her face is so red even when sleeping. Our couple has finally arrived in the capital. Joshua rushes outside, only to see the colonel carrying his beloved. The two men glare at each other. Oscar is worried, afraid Evelyn might be injured. Gilas assures them she is fine and explains her injuries are only minor. Oscar is relieved, but before he can say anything, Joshua suddenly stops him. He thanks Gilas for saving Evelyn and orders him to hand the woman over to him. Our male lead is no pushover. He refuses to let Evelyn go and tells Joshua not to bother. He even walks past him. The boy becomes annoyed and grabs Gilas. He tries to use his position as prince to bully the colonel. He reminds Gilas he is just a soldier and shouldn't disobey him. The woman they are fighting over is tired of their nonsense. She tells Gilas to put her down, and Joshua seizes the opportunity. He offers to escort her to her room, but Evelyn refuses. She reminds him that people are watching. It is very inappropriate for him to carry her. She tells him to go back, but Joshua is reluctant. She reminds him that the banquet is approaching, so they have to be careful. Our heroine's body is still weak. She can't bear it anymore and suddenly faints. Joshua tries to hold her, but someone catches her first. Gilas saves Evelyn and hands her over to Oscar. The man immediately takes her away and tells the men to leave. Just then, little Sherry runs outside. Gilas is pleased to meet her and reminds her she still owes him. He wants her to sneak him inside to see her mother. Joshua interrupts them. He takes Sherry away and accuses Gilas of trying to harm a child. He hides Sherry behind him and promises to protect the girl. Gilas takes one look at them and mocks Joshua. He says the prince really looks like Sherry. They could even be siblings. Joshua is annoyed and asks what nonsense he is saying. Gilas apologizes and says he thought Joshua would like to hear such words. The boy immediately attacks the colonel. He thinks Gilas is just acting bold because the Archduke is supporting him. He warns him to speak carefully. He wouldn't tolerate him insulting Evelyn. The colonel apologizes for overstepping, but we know he doesn't mean it. We are right because in the next second, he gives Joshua some advice. He tells the boy that Evelyn doesn't like fancy men who act like silly kids. She has really awful taste. The prince can't control his anger and punches Gilas. His men all panic and try to hold him back. Meanwhile, the man he hit isn't concerned. Gilas apologizes for offending him again and says he was just trying to give him some advice. He leaves, ignoring the prince who keeps yelling for him to come back. Gilas doesn't respond. He thinks Joshua is just ignorant. A woman like Evelyn is a demon. To her, love is just like hunting. Her only thrill is catching her prey. She might look pretty, but her true self is demonic. He still remembers how she abandoned him 10 years ago. He warned Joshua so the boy wouldn't end up like him. Evelyn's deception would lead them to their graves. Evelyn is spending time with her daughter. The two are painting together. Or rather, destroying a painting. Evelyn says she wants to draw a bird, but it looks like a very ugly chicken. She blames it on her injuries, but Oscar exposes her. She has never been good at painting. The poor boy receives a beating for that statement and starts crying again. They are having fun when someone suddenly interrupts them. A visitor arrives and barges into the room. Archduke Victor is here. The man can't be here for anything good. He has heard about Evelyn's injuries, but instead of being happy to see her healthy, he feels it is a shame. He has brought a present for Evelyn. Well, that is if a dead fox counts as a gift. He claims it might help her recover. Evelyn is as polite as always and accepts the gift. Since she doesn't get angry, Victor looks for other ways to annoy her. He notices Oscar and acts surprised to see him. He says it is weird for an unmarried man to stay at a widow's house. He seems to be implying that they are together and trying to start a new family. He suddenly mentions a woman's name and asks if Oscar has forgotten about her. Evelyn stops him from talking. She knows how much that name affects Oscar. Back then, Oscar was forced into an arranged marriage, but he fell in love with his fiancée. Everyone thought they would end up together, until Victor interfered. He was always jealous of Rowan. He hated him so much that he even targeted Rowan's friends. He stole Oscar's fiancée and even caused her death. Oscar still remembers his fiancée, Angelica. He is annoyed that Victor has forgotten her name and warns him not to insult the dead. The Archduke doesn't care. He says the girl wasn't beautiful enough for her name to be remembered. Oscar decides to leave since Victor keeps mocking the girl. Our heroine isn't pleased and wants to know why the Archduke is here. He says the king asked him to bring Evelyn to the palace immediately. He didn't even change and came here in his hunting clothes. He announces there is an urgent meeting. Evelyn is worried. She wonders why the king would call for a meeting so urgently. She suspects his condition has worsened. Victor wonders why she is so quiet, and she says she isn't feeling well. He remembers she has been shot and suddenly tries to take off her clothes, demanding to see her injuries. Evelyn tries to push him away, but he is too strong. He claims he is an expert, which might be true because he notices the bullet only scratched her. For some reason, he suddenly describes how he hunts his foxes. He first beats them until they are half dead and then lets them go. His hunting dogs would trail the fox back to its home and then devour its children. That is a malicious death, but Victor says watching it makes him very happy. What a twisted man. They are interrupted by Gilas. He opens the carriage and sees Victor holding Evelyn. He ignores them and reports to the Archduke. He has questioned the man who kidnapped Evelyn, and suspects the rebels might have planned it. But before they could get his confession, Joseph ended his life. Victor doesn't really care about that. His focus is on meeting the king. As soon as he leaves, Gilas offers to help Evelyn, but she refuses. They head to the throne room and Victor turns into a drama king again. The king is speechless and finally announces why he summoned them. He plans to announce his heir during his birthday banquet. Victor isn't happy and says they can't make a decision without the officials. Well, the king disappoints him. He says Evelyn has now been appointed as duke. She will follow Joshua to the monastery to fetch the holy water. This must be the most uncomfortable carriage ride ever. Somebody decided to put Evelyn, Gilas, and Joshua in the same space. The men refuse to look at each other while our heroine just sighs. Back to a day ago. The king has just declared that Evelyn will head to Yeneva with Joshua. Victor immediately complains. He believes the king is making a wrong decision by handing such an important secret mission to Evelyn. The king declares his decision is final, and they must obey it. Victor is restless and decides to accompany them. The king reminds him that he is the commander of the army. He warns him to stop being careless and to just focus on his duties. Victor is furious until Gilas offers to escort them. He becomes happy, thinking the colonel is helping him. He tries to convince the king to let Gilas accompany them. He says there is no one more loyal than him in the country. And that is how this horrible carriage ride began. The king sending Joshua to fetch the holy oil means he has chosen him as his heir. But Evelyn is worried about the boy. She suddenly touches him, thinking he is sick. She ignores Gilas watching them and even tells Joshua to lean on her shoulder and sleep. The boy keeps refusing, but Evelyn just forces him to rest on her. She really just wants him to rest, but the prince is already blushing. If looks could kill, Joshua would probably be dead by now. Gilas is glaring so hard at him. The three arrive at the temple in Yeneva. There are too many rituals to perform, so they will be staying in the temple for several days. They arrive just in time for the prayer, and the priest asks them to join. Our male lead is still bothered and tells Evelyn she is pampering Joshua too much. Evelyn wants to focus on the prayer, which shocks Gilas. He never knew she believed in God. Evelyn says she does and asks if he has prayed before. Gilas hasn't, but he has once made a vow before God. Back then, Evelyn had dragged him into a temple and made him swear to be hers. Now that he remembers it, he thinks it is all pointless. The prayers continue, but our male lead looks away. Our heroine is taking a walk at night when she sees Joshua. She can tell he is worried and wants to know why. He reveals he is worried about his father. Turns out the king spoke to him and told him to prepare for his death. But Joshua isn't ready. He blames himself for being too weak. Evelyn comforts him. She assures him he isn't weak. She promises to always be by his side when he needs comfort. Joshua asks her to make a vow before God, and she does. The man hugs her, but Evelyn isn't bothered. She thinks he is just a child and is only doing this so he wouldn't become weak. But the prince isn't as innocent as she thought. Behind her back, he stares at someone. Gilas is enjoying a smoke when he suddenly sees the two. Joshua is enjoying the feeling of hugging Evelyn so much. Our heroine finally complains, and he releases her. He hugged her so hard that her injuries started bleeding again. He panics and runs around trying to find a doctor. Evelyn is happy to see him being silly again and laughs. They continue teasing each other and head back to the temple. No one notices the cigarettes on the floor. Our heroine is in trouble. In a hidden place, the Red Hawk Society is holding a meeting. Evelyn's picture is on the table. They plan to head to the Yeniva monastery and get rid of her. Evelyn has no idea she is being targeted. The next morning, they head to the temple for the ritual. The priest begins and hands Joshua the holy water. He is about to make his pledge when they are suddenly attacked. Several masked men appear with weapons and plan to kill everyone. One of them attacks Joshua and is about to kill him. Evelyn comes to his rescue and shoots the man. She warns Joshua to leave. She is too busy protecting the prince and is almost stabbed by one of the men, but Gilas saves her. He is shocked to see her holding the gun. They were supposed to hand over all weapons before entering the temple. Evelyn reminds him that this isn't the time for questions. The priests focus on saving the nobles while Gilas prepares to defend them. He is going to fight the men alone and is prepared to fulfill his mission. The battle begins, and our male lead seems to be winning. But he is soon outnumbered, and one of the men sneaks up behind him. He is shot before he can harm Gilas. Our male lead turns back and discovers he isn't alone. Evelyn is protecting him. He tells her not to kill them all, after all, they still need to question them. She tells him to look ahead, but doesn't notice the man behind her. Gilas saves her again and tells her to leave. He thinks she is distracting him. She refuses to listen to him and insists on staying. Even while fighting, they still argue. Gilas notices another man trying to harm her, and he rushes to save her. But this time, the attacker manages to stab him. The man gives a weird smile before dying. Evelyn is worried about the colonel. He calls her a disturbance and assures her he is fine, but he spoke too soon. He suddenly feels dizzy and almost falls. Evelyn rushes over. She looks at the dagger used to stab him and notices it is poisoned. She panics and tries to help the man. She begs him not to fall asleep and says he should keep looking at her. Those words remind Gilas of the past. Back then, Evelyn had begged him to be hers. She made him swear to always be loyal to her. The boy was confused because he already belonged to her. But Evelyn wanted something deeper. Promises meant nothing to her. She wanted him to make a vow before God and dedicate his whole body and soul to her. He would remain hers forever. The woman looking at him now overlaps with the girl in his memory who promised to always protect him. He never knew a demon like her could look so human. Evelyn keeps begging him to look at her. But who would tell her? Ever since that day, he had never looked away from her once. The colonel has been poisoned and is rushed to see the doctor. Our heroine is so worried she doesn't even notice Joshua when he tries to speak to her. Her focus is all on Gilas. After several hours, the surgery ends. The nuns comfort Evelyn and assure her that the colonel is fine. He has been given the antidote, and they only need to watch him for a while. But there is a bigger problem. The priests plan to cancel the ritual because of the attack. Evelyn isn't pleased. She tells the priests they will be disobeying the royal order. The priest refuses to continue because people were killed during the ritual. Evelyn isn't bothered and calls it a punishment. She questions the men, asking what they were doing while the crown prince was being attacked. If Joshua had been injured, they would have been arrested for treason. She advises them to keep quiet about the incident and complete the ritual. They also have to find the attacker that escaped and bring him back. If they make any more mistakes, they will be punished. The priests are terrified. Threatening the priest isn't enough, so she goes to terrorize the doctor. She wants to know Gilas's condition. The doctor says the man's injury isn't serious since the poison wasn't deadly. As long as the antidote works, Gilas would be fine. Evelyn wants to know when he will wake up, and the doctor says it will take a day. He wants to say something about the antidote, but he is too afraid. He decides to keep quiet. Evelyn might be as beautiful as a goddess, but when she is angry, she turns into a terrifying demon. They are having the nightly prayers, but Evelyn keeps forgetting her part. Joshua has to call her name several times before she hears him. He wonders why she is so concerned about Gilas. She claims she is just afraid the Archduke will use the incident against them, but we all know it is a lie. Our heroine is thinking about the attack. She finds it very suspicious. They claim to be targeting Joshua, but they seemed like amateurs. There are too many questions, and she misses Gilas. She prays he wakes up quickly and her prayers are answered. She enters her room and sees the man sitting on her bed. In another room at the temple, the doctor complains about how scary Evelyn is. The priest agrees. He wants to know what the doctor planned to tell Evelyn about the antidote. The man says everything would be fine if Gilas didn't wake up before the medicine's effects fade, but if he wakes up before it does, he will be under an aphrodisiac effect. Well, it is happening already. Our male lead is awake and even moves around. Evelyn scolds him and says he should go back to bed, but the man approaches her. He suddenly leans over and starts kissing her neck. He is very jealous as he can smell Joshua's scent on her. Evelyn is annoyed and says he isn't in his right mind. Our hero laughs. He hasn't been in his right mind since she abandoned him 10 years ago. He suddenly chokes her. He has been enduring everything, waiting for this moment. Evelyn isn't scared and asks if he plans to kill her. Unfortunately, he has worse plans for her. He suddenly leans down and bites her neck. He says killing her is only temporary. What he really wants is to watch her suffer and remain in despair. While they argue, Joshua suddenly comes over. The couple is actually talking about him. Our male lead is tired of seeing the boy clinging to Evelyn and plans to twist his neck off. Just then, the innocent boy knocks on the door. He wants to see Evelyn. Gilas is happy to hear this. It looks like his prayers have been answered. Joshua knocks on the door and requests to see Evelyn. He has no idea what unholy things are going on behind that door. Gilas is ready to head out and beat that little boy, but Evelyn stops him. She tells Joshua she is awake, but she isn't dressed properly. She refuses to open the door. He apologizes for disturbing her and reveals he is worried. He noticed how troubled she was ever since the colonel fainted. Of course, Gilas is pleased to hear this and asks if it is true. She says it was only because of the attack. She tells Joshua she just needs to rest and advises him to do the same. Gilas is jealous. He calls the prince a coward who needs Evelyn's comfort. She pushes him away and warns him to leave before he makes a mistake. The man doesn't listen. Instead, he moves closer. His actions make Evelyn blush. Outside, Joshua can hear some strange noises and suddenly asks if she's alone. Evelyn is shocked because she thought he had left. He says he heard a noise and decided to return. Gilas is annoyed by how stubborn the kid is. He is about to open the door, but Evelyn stops him again. She tells Joshua she was just praying. Meanwhile, she whispers and warns Gilas not to do anything stupid. Like the man would listen. He suddenly starts kissing her neck. Joshua is really stubborn. He refuses to leave and offers to stand outside and recite prayers with Evelyn. He keeps talking, but Evelyn can't hear him. Gilas is being naughty, and she can't control herself. The prince really begins to recite the prayers. He expects Evelyn to read with him, but our heroine is experiencing a different kind of pleasure. She tells him to leave, but he insists on reading the last page. Gilas teases Evelyn, telling her to ask Joshua for help. Who knows? The kid might be able to rescue her from this hell. But Evelyn doesn't need any rescuing. She hugs Gilas back and tells him she is ready to fall into hell with him. The man is very pleased, so he puts more effort into pleasuring her. She continues reciting the prayers with Joshua, but I don't think God is listening. After a long time, Joshua finally realizes something is wrong. Still, he refuses to leave. He continues reading the prayers while our couple starts kissing. He finally finishes the passage and decides to leave. Inside the room, our couples have just started their night. We see the attacker who escaped after trying to kill the crown prince. He runs into the forest and heads to their meeting point. But he is disappointed. He is the only one who survived. He blames the monster-like colonel. He is still complaining when a man steps out. It is a member of the Red Hawk Society. He asks the assassin if he is alone, and the attacker says all his members died. He blames the Red Hawks for not telling him about the colonel and demands 3 times his payment. He doesn't notice he has been surrounded, and when he does, it is too late. The man is frightened and finally realizes these weren't the people who hired him. The leader of the Red Hawks says he is right. The ones who hired him were imposters. This is the real Red Hawk Brotherhood. He approaches the assassin with a knife. The man defends himself and says he only accepted the job because they offered him a lot of money. He doesn't look back and is suddenly stabbed from behind. The Brotherhood leader wants to know who hired the killers and why they pretended to be from the Brotherhood. But the assassin really doesn't know. They never met the clients and only spoke through a middleman. He begs the leader to pity him. He reminds him that the Brotherhood is supposed to support the citizens. He wants to destroy the nobles and the royal family, so he is on the same team as the Brotherhood. The leader tells him the truth. Since his client didn't show up, that means the assassins were all supposed to die. He tells him the Brotherhood hates people like him who abandon their teammates and escape alone. The killer looks around and notices the members are all holding daggers. Inside the temple, Gilas is still kissing Evelyn. She slaps him, injuring his face. He doesn't stop, but instead grabs her and moves over to the bed. Outside, the leader demands to know who gave the orders and why they pretended to be from the Brotherhood. He suspects they were the ones who instructed Joseph and left the Red Hawk symbol everywhere in the city. The Brotherhood members all seem angry and take turns stabbing the killer. The leader accuses him of defiling the will of the Red Hawks. They were supposed to hide until the time of the revolution, but the man has disrupted their plans. Our couple is still going strong and our heroine stops resisting. They have probably tried all 50 positions at this point. They have no idea their assassin is begging for mercy. He suddenly pulls the leader's shirt open and we see his chest is full of scars. Back in the room, Gilas also takes off his shirt. His scars are almost the same as the Brotherhood's leader. Could Gilas be part of the Red Hawks? Our male lead is having a nightmare. He imagines Evelyn kissing a man, except it isn't him. He wakes up in his bed alone. The priest checks on him and is surprised to find him awake. He tells Gilas he has been asleep for 3 days and takes him out for breakfast. The colonel is curious and asks if he has really been asleep. The priest confirms he has been alone in his room. Our male lead is confused because he clearly remembers sleeping with Evelyn. He thinks it is just a dream and goes out to have breakfast. Evelyn and Joshua are also eating, but it is a very annoying sight. The prince keeps feeding her. Our heroine should be an actress. She notices Gilas and acts surprised to see him awake. She says he is recovering so fast he doesn't seem human. Gilas, the non-human, tells her it is part of his job. Evelyn is annoyed and calls him a monster. When he asks if anything happened last night, our heroine becomes anxious. She claims he slept all day and insists he must have been talking in his sleep. She tries to leave but suddenly trips. She almost falls, but Joshua rushes to catch her. He is worried she might have tired herself out last night. The scarf around her neck falls off and our male lead is shocked to see some hickeys. He knocks his food over and rushes to her side. He wants to know how she got these marks. Gilas is shocked to see the marks on Evelyn's neck and immediately questions her. The crown prince is annoyed, but Evelyn is even more furious. She slaps the man hard, angry at him for touching her. She thinks he has forgotten his place after the incident and warns him not to touch her again. Everyone is shocked. They never expected things to turn violent. They try to calm down the nobles and separate them. Gilas is already bleeding, but Evelyn doesn't care. She orders the servants to prepare the carriage and is ready to return to the palace. The carriage ride is awkward. Gilas finally apologizes. He blames the innocent medicine and claims he was still drugged. Evelyn is annoyed and calls him a fool. She accuses him of failing his duties. Instead of being an escort, he took a holiday. She says mean things, but when their legs touch, she becomes shy again. She quickly moves away and says she is sleepy, but we can see her blushing. Our heroine really falls asleep, but her head keeps hitting the glass. Gilas is worried and tries to help her, but Joshua interferes. He places Evelyn's head on his shoulder. He tells Gilas the lady prayed through the night and got too tired. He thanks the colonel for saving him, but suddenly turns scary. He tells Gilas he wouldn't tolerate it if he acts rudely to Evelyn again. This isn't an order as the crown prince, but a warning as his fellow man. They arrive at the palace and Victor welcomes them happily. He boasts about how well he managed the state affairs and claims they don't have to worry. He has heard the rumors about the incident and asks about it. Evelyn denies everything. She says they have received the holy oil for the coronation, so Victor has nothing to worry about. Well, the Archduke isn't really worried. He calls himself an understanding man and claims he isn't troubled. Instead, Evelyn should be worried. The rest of the council are old men who really love their rules. He tells her the guest room in the separate palace has been prepared. From now on, she will be staying in the palace. Evelyn refuses and says she has to return home to handle her affairs. Victor tells her it was the king's order. The king's birthday banquet is coming up, and there are a lot of things to prepare. He is going to need Evelyn's help, so it would be better if she stayed in the palace. He doesn't allow her to argue and simply tells the soldiers to escort her to her room. Evelyn is annoyed and immediately sends away the palace maids he assigned her. They try to insist on staying, but she scares them away with a cold look. Our heroine is actually frustrated. She thinks Victor is trying to trap her in the palace so he can monitor her actions. He won't even let her visit her mansion. This is basically a prison. But she has no time to think about such things. She needs to prepare the banquet's guest list and find a fiancé for Joshua. I don't think the boy would like that. Some of the files fall off the table. Evelyn struggles to pick them up, but someone steps on them. She looks up and sees Gilas. He heard about Evelyn dismissing the servants and reminded her that they are just following orders. She has scared them so much that no one is willing to serve her again. Our male lead is here to offer up his services. He plans to serve her personally. Evelyn refuses. She doesn't want to bother him since he is still sick. The man tells her not to worry since it won't be troubling him. Evelyn is confused until Gilas tells her the worst news ever. His room is right next to hers. Our male lead tells Evelyn his room is right next door and she begins to laugh and panic. She thinks he is purposely annoying her and she can't stand it anymore. She orders him to leave, but somehow manages to trip over her dress and falls to the floor. How embarrassing. The man is concerned, but she warns him to stay away. She tries to stand up, but this time she knocks over a vase. Gilas has had enough and tells her not to move. He begins to pick up the pieces of glasses and confesses he was just joking. His room isn't next door. He was just playing around and didn't expect her to overreact. Evelyn says that wasn't an overreaction. In fact, she would rather stay in a mental hospital than spend time with Gilas and his jokes. The man isn't bothered and hands over her shoes. He can tell she is anxious, but she denies it. She tries to fix her shoes, but her ankles are twisted. Gilas offers to help and grabs her little feet. The lady tries to pretend she is calm, but we can tell she is flustered. Our male lead suddenly becomes romantic. He tells her to lean on his shoulder the next time she wants to fall. Evelyn is shocked and looks at him. His face reminds her of their wild night, so she quickly looks away. The man stares at her, but she keeps avoiding his gaze. She is saved when the maid interrupts them and announces lunch is ready. Gilas is ready to support her, but Evelyn quickly runs away. No one would believe her ankle was injured. This is the most awkward meal ever. Our couple is having lunch with Joshua, and somehow, Lady Sonia has joined them. Thankfully, Victor is missing. Otherwise, a war would have started. Evelyn says she wants to speak to Sonia, which frightens the poor girl. When she asks why, Evelyn says it is because she looks pure. That is a lie, guys. The truth is that our heroine saw the girl fussing over Gilas. She praises her now and calls her a lovely lady. It turns out Sonia was the one who planned this gathering. She prepared this meal to help them relax. Wrong choice, girl. She is very curious about their trip and wants to know how it went. Our heroine smiles, but it is very scary. She says Sonia must have wished something bad would happen. The poor girl is accused and is angry. She was just asking out of concern. Evelyn laughs and assures her that nothing went wrong. But when she asks Gilas, he says he was unconscious for 4 days. Sonia stands up in shock and demands to know what happened. Evelyn scolds her for losing her manners and says she shouldn't be worried over something unimportant. Sonia argues with her and says Gilas's health is important. Our heroine tells her that nothing is more important than tradition. Their task was to fulfill the royal command and make sure Joshua was recognized as the heir. Everything else is useless. Sonia is annoyed by her behavior. She actually thinks Evelyn might have planned the attack since Gilas is part of Victor's team. She tells the woman to prove her innocence. Our heroine finds it funny. She thinks justice is for the lowly and desperate people. Sonia is shocked by her words. If the people heard it, she could be stoned to death. Evelyn tells the girl she has no right to accuse her. She reminds Sonia that the beautiful dress she is wearing and the tea she is drinking were made with the blood of laborers. She calls the girl a hypocrite. Gilas interrupts them and tells them to stop. He promises Sonia he will report everything during the military meeting. But he won't report the incident. As Evelyn said, anything besides fulfilling the royal command is unimportant. The woman understands his words and accuses him of making things difficult for her. He reminds her he is just doing his duties. Instead, she is behaving strangely. The two start a glaring contest until Joshua interrupts them. He ends the gathering and tells Evelyn to follow him. He holds her shoulders and takes her away. Meanwhile, Sonia rushes to Gilas and starts fussing over him. The two ladies do not notice the men glaring at each other. Evelyn returns to the study with Joshua but is still worried. She thinks Gilas must be planning something evil. The Crown Prince doesn't think the Colonel is scheming, but Evelyn tells him not to trust Gilas. The man might look cold, but he is actually very scheming in private. She has exposed herself and Joshua becomes suspicious. She seems to know the Colonel too well. He wants to know if she has a relationship with the man. Evelyn denies it, but the prince has noticed how concerned she is about Gilas. Our heroine has the perfect excuse. Gilas is Victor's closest assistant. She has to pay attention to him so he doesn't catch her off guard. She is done talking about the man and hands Joshua a list. The boy looks confused until she explains it is a list of potential brides. She wants him to get engaged before the coronation. Evelyn is trying to know Joshua's taste and asks him to describe his potential bride. But when he does, she is shocked. He says the lady must be blonde and good at chess. He is nervous, but our heroine doesn't notice it. She asks about the age range, and he says he wouldn't mind if his wife was a widow. Our silly girl doesn't know he is talking about her and is surprised by his choice. But she realizes it when he pulls her chair closer. He says his wife must have green eyes and should be close to him. Turns out Joshua's obsession with Evelyn didn't just begin years ago. He watched her marry Rowan and prayed to the gods to take away his love for her. His only wish then was to hide those feelings, but now he exposes them. He tries to kiss Evelyn, but she pushes him away in fright. She tries to run away, but almost falls over. He catches her, but she begs him to stop. Joshua hides his pain by laughing. He lets her go and apologizes for scaring her. He pretends it was just a prank he played so he could make her laugh. After warning her not to overwork herself, he runs away. The next day, Evelyn is still bothered by what happened. She can't focus during her meeting with Victor, and he has to call her name several times. The man is hurt because she keeps ignoring his handsome face. He has someone to introduce to her and tells the man to come in. Evelyn is shocked when she sees the man Victor invited, Count Cain Ashford. He was the second son of the Ashford family and was very popular among the people. He joined the church but was accused of stealing and expelled. The people loved him so much they blamed the church. Ashford returned to his family and kicked his elder brother out. He took over the family's business, expanded it, and became the richest man in their region. Evelyn knows how scheming he is. He managed to weaken the church and gain the people's support. Even his expulsion couldn't destroy him. LPHE might be a sly man, but he is very capable. Joshua isn't happy to see Ashford. He knows the man was expelled from the church and questions his presence. Victor says he brought him in to help with the banquet preparations. Ashford eagerly offers his help. He tells Joshua it would be his greatest joy to assist him. He even pulls the innocent Gilas over to support him. Evelyn tries to protest, but Joshua stops her. He decides to handle it himself. Okay, boy, but let go of our heroine's hand. Joshua challenges Victor and asks if the king is aware. The Archduke says they can't inform the king of every issue. The prince tells him he is disobeying the church and king by bringing Ashford back. Victor finds his words funny. He proudly says he is just ignoring the old traditions and planning for a better future. Well, it isn't funny anymore when Joshua accuses him of being a rebel. Victor finally becomes annoyed. The two men look like they are about to fight until Evelyn interrupts them. She tells them to gather the triumvirate. It is a council of representatives from the nobles, the church, and the commoners. Evelyn suggests they invite them to a meeting and discuss this issue. Ashford thinks the meeting is for him, but Evelyn says she has something to announce. She plans to donate all her properties and return to the monastery. The meeting is over, but Joshua is still in shock. He questions Evelyn, but she tells him she has made up her mind. The nobles and citizens all support the Archduke. Right now, they can only rely on the church. Joshua doesn't want her to sacrifice herself. He feels guilty and thinks she is trying to escape because of what happened last night. Evelyn ignores his words and scolds him for challenging the Archduke. He doesn't regret it because he was trying to help her. But Evelyn doesn't need his help. To her, everyone is just a chess piece on a game board. Joshua is hurt by how cold-hearted she is, but he isn't the same. She isn't a chess piece to him, but his future wife. He is hurt that the woman he loves only sees him as the king's heir. Our heroine tells him he is behaving like a spoiled child and sends him back to his room. She passes a corner only to see Gila standing there. He doesn't seem ashamed to be caught eavesdropping. Evelyn wants to know who brought Ashford over, but he refuses to answer. She tells the man to visit her room at midnight. Joshua blames himself. He is afraid his actions might have caused Evelyn trouble and decides to visit her room and apologize. He remembers her calling him a child and suddenly starts crying. He wipes his tears and heads over to the woman's room to win her back. He doesn't want to disturb her, but he can't rest until the misunderstanding is cleared. He begs the gods to help him. He arrives at Evelyn's room only to see her door open. He looks inside but receives another heartbreak. Years ago, he watched Evelyn kiss Rowan. This time, he catches her kissing Gilas. Gilas arrives in Evelyn's room and wants to know why she summoned him. She shows him a newspaper. After Ashford was expelled from the church, a paper was published to show all his crimes. However, the papers were destroyed immediately and all news was blocked. The colonel doesn't understand why she is telling him this. She says he has to drive Ashford out. He questions why he should do it, and she tells him it is for his good. Gilas is sure she doesn't care about him and wants to know the real reason. She calls him by his nickname and tells him to listen to her. He finds it funny. She is really doing her best to manipulate him. He suggests she ask Cain Ashford to help her instead. Everyone knows how much the man loves women. If Evelyn calls for him, he would rush over immediately. Evelyn teases Gilas and says his plan might work, but she finds it too boring. She pulls him close, but he pushes her away. He is going to pretend like this never happened because it is just a waste of his time. The next day, Ashford is introduced to Sonia and the man almost drools. He kisses her hands many times and praises her beauty. The girl is obviously uncomfortable, and she looks at the culprit who arranged this meeting. Evelyn. Our heroine isn't bothered by the chaos she caused. Her excuse? She was bored and decided to invite Sonia for some tea. Ashford isn't ashamed to sit with the ladies and joins them. Evelyn encourages him and even mentions his marriage, finding it a pity he is still single. Sonia interrupts them and wants to know why she was invited. Evelyn's plan is simple. She wants the two to become marriage partners. Joshua is at the training ground. He is dueling with Max, but his mind is a mess. He doesn't pay attention and almost kills the poor boy. He apologizes, but Max has noticed he is distracted. He asks Joshua about it, but the prince refuses to speak. Just then, Gilas and Derek arrive. Gilas has no idea he has become Joshua's new rival. He received an order from the Archduke to clear the practice area. He apologizes and offers to escort the prince to another spot, but Joshua refuses. He tells Gilas this isn't the military, so he has no right to interfere. He accuses the colonel of belittling him. Our male lead is confused because he is just following orders. He assures the prince he has no personal feelings. Joshua doesn't believe him and asks him one question. He wants to know if he loves Evelyn. Inside the palace, Sonia is throwing a tantrum. She tells Evelyn her uncle has chosen Gilas as her fiancé. Our heroine doesn't believe the engagement is real. It must have been planned by Victor to attract public attention. She thinks he will change his mind now that Ashford is here. Sonia denies it and declares her love for Gilas. She is dealt a harsh blow when Evelyn asks her if the man loves her. She believes he will one day, but Evelyn tells her it is impossible. Gilas is a soldier, so he would feel responsible for his wife. He will train himself to protect her as a husband, but he would never love her. Sonia is furious. She almost jumps over the table as she scolds Evelyn. She says the woman doesn't know what love is and promises to make Gilas hers. Evelyn finds it funny. If Gilas really loved her, Sonia wouldn't be so afraid. At the training ground, the men are also confronting each other. Gilas says he doesn't love Evelyn, but Joshua doesn't believe him. He has seen the way Gilas looks at her. He wants to know what the colonel was doing in Evelyn's room last night. Sonia is furious. She thinks Evelyn has no right to insult her love. She calls our heroine a terrible person and hopes she dies in loneliness. Evelyn isn't hurt by her mean words. She tells the girl a harsh truth. She has no right to speak about love. She is just a pitiful pawn being moved around on a chessboard. A pawn like her has no choice but to obey the Archduke's commands. That is the only way she will survive. Joshua wants to know why Gilas was in Evelyn's room at night. Our male lead tells him to visit her himself. Who knows? Evelyn might pity a child like him. Since he looks like her dead husband, she might finally accept him. Evelyn tells Sonia to keep begging for love. Someone might take pity on a beggar like her one day and show her some affection. Sonia loses her mind. She grabs her cup and pours the tea on Evelyn. She warns her to shut up and calls her a devilish witch. Meanwhile, Joshua throws a sword at Gilas and challenges him to a duel. At this moment, our couple really seem like devils. Ashford is panicking. He rushes to find Victor and begs him to go to the drawing room. Right now, Evelyn is beating his cousin up. Over at Gilas' side, the crown prince challenges him to a duel. He orders Max and Derek to be the judges. Our male lead is ready to battle and tells Joshua to pick his sword. The prince adds a rule. This is going to be a death match. The duel won't end until one of them surrenders or dies. Max is terrified and begs Derek to stop the duel, but the soldier refuses to interfere. Since both men have agreed, he can't stop them. The truth is, Derek is actually afraid. The colonel looks so scary right now. If he interferes, he would be the one killed. Evelyn is also having her duel. She makes Sonia kneel and drags the girl's hair. The lady is furious. She believes her uncle will avenge her and calls Evelyn a demon. Well, our girl rewards her with a cute slap. She thinks Sonia is rude and stupid. She wants the girl to repeat the mean words she said. Sonia calls her a witch and says she will burn in hell. Evelyn rewards her with another slap. She mocks Sonia's love and thinks it is worthless and foolish. She is suffering and crying, yet her love cannot save her. Sonia refuses to defend her love. She would rather speak to a wall than explain her love to a witch like Evelyn who knows nothing about it. She boldly says the Duchess cannot break her. Our heroine is amused. She tells Sonia her love makes her ugly. Joshua and Gilas begin their duel. Max expects the match to end quickly and is surprised to see his friend holding on. He thinks it must be a miracle. Derek isn't pleased because the fight is taking too long. Max thinks the colonel is playing around with Joshua, which is why the match hasn't ended. But Derek doesn't think so. The colonel looks really serious. Just then, Gilas almost hits the boy. He praises his skill and gives him some advice. His words make Joshua annoyed, and he attacks the colonel again. Victor arrives, and he is surprised to see this mess. Sonia is relieved to see him and begs him to help her. He scolds Evelyn for fighting over a small argument. The Duchess insists this is a serious issue. The king has appointed her Duchess of Winter, yet a count's daughter dares to challenge her. She says the girl has disturbed the noble status. Since Victor failed to teach his cousin, she disciplined the girl for him. But the beating wasn't enough, and she demands an apology from Sonia. Gilas and Joshua are still fighting. This time, our male lead punches the boy's face. He mocks Joshua for being weak. Since he has decided to kill him, he must face the consequences. Victor tries to laugh it off. He says the title was just a verbal announcement from the king, and she isn't a duchess yet. Our heroine tells him he is treating the king's order as a joke and accuses him of treason. Victor is furious. He rushes over to Evelyn and raises his hand to hit her. But the duchess isn't afraid. The man gives up and places a flower on her. He agrees to apologize and calls Sonia over. The girl doesn't want to, but Victor looks so scary. She can't refuse. Joshua isn't winning, so he tries to distract the colonel. He calls him a lowborn with no honor. Such words can't affect Gilas. He even agrees with the prince. Because he has no honor, he has managed to survive for many years. Joshua's plan works, and he knocks Gilas's sword off. He is excited and tells the colonel to prepare his last words, but the man isn't scared. He even smiles. Sonia bows before Evelyn and begs for her forgiveness. Our heroine pretends to be very forgiving, but she still calls the girl uneducated and unmannered. She warns her to learn from today's lesson and change her behavior. She throws the flower back at Victor and leaves happily. The Archduke is furious. Sonia feels guilty and apologizes to him. He comforts her and promises to repay this humiliation tenfold. Evelyn is annoyed because her clothes are a mess. She doesn't get a chance to rest as Max rushes over. He begs her to head over to the training ground and stop the men's duel. Joshua has knocked Elis's sword off and is about to stab him. Evelyn arrives and she orders them to stop. She scolds the men for playing around. Gilas is smart and keeps silent, but Joshua tries to defend himself. Well, Evelyn corrects him with a slap. She isn't happy because Joshua was too reckless. The boy feels wronged since he was just trying to defend her. He couldn't watch the woman he loves be insulted. But that is what Evelyn wants him to do. Instead, he lost his temper over a simple insult and allowed Gilas to provoke him. He even fought even though he knew he wouldn't win. Joshua is annoyed by those words and says he would have won if she hadn't stopped him. She explains what would have happened. The rumors about the duel would have spread before the meeting. Since the church dislikes duels, they would have withdrawn their support for him. Well, the prince clearly didn't think that far. Evelyn tells him he would have fallen into a trap just because of an insult. Joshua finally understands and drops his sword. He apologizes and promises to reflect on himself. But before he leaves, he warns Evelyn to stop trying to control his emotions. Gilas also apologizes, but Evelyn isn't as gentle with him. She thinks he purposely provoked Joshua into a duel, but would pretend to lose because of his injuries. He designed this trap so the prince would be disliked and lose his supporters. She wonders if he is really willing to sacrifice himself just for the Archduke. Gilas refuses to answer, so she leaves in annoyance. She thinks he is a lowly man who fights with a child. Gilas defends himself and says it was the crown prince who provoked him first. He says Joshua asked him if he loved her. To him, those words were an insult. Evelyn isn't bothered and advises him to go to the drawing room to comfort his fiancée. Gilas goes to see Sonia. She starts crying immediately she sees him. She hugs him and complains about Evelyn. The Duchess had tried to force her to marry Ashford, but she refused because of her love for him. Gilas doesn't care about her confession and wants to know where Ashford is. As soon as he gets the location, he tells Derek to accompany Sonia and leaves. The girl starts complaining again until Derek promises her the colonel will return. She is happy and starts planning their dinner. She wants to know what Gilas likes. Meanwhile, the man is thinking of Evelyn. He remembers her asking him to chase Ashford and wonders what she is planning. A few days pass and it is finally time for the triumvirate meeting. The citizens, the church, and the nobles have arrived. The meeting begins and Victor announces the king's decision to make Evelyn a duchess and the chairwoman of the council. The men refuse to accept this. They start murmuring and complaining. Some even accuse her of trying to seduce the crown prince. They believe she is supporting him so she can become his queen. Evelyn knows what they are discussing and makes another announcement. She says her authority is only valid under the current king. Once Joshua claims the throne, she will abandon the title and donate all her assets to the people and the church. She is even willing to return to the monastery. The council is shocked to hear this. Evelyn is convinced she has won their support. The nobles and the church will have to support the crown prince if they want her wealth. Victor praises her and says her decision has moved him. He also makes an announcement. From now on, he will stop fighting for the throne. Everyone is shocked, except the soldiers. Victor mocks Evelyn and asks her to fake a smile. Victor makes an announcement and declares he is giving up on the throne. Our heroine isn't happy. She doesn't believe Victor will really step down. Joshua is also shocked and questions Victor's motives. The Archduke claims he is trying to bring peace. Only a legitimate child should take the throne. Evelyn isn't convinced. She is sure the man is planning something. He proves her right when he says he has another announcement. He wants to create a citizens' council. Evelyn knows what Victor is planning. The citizens' council allows the people to express their thoughts about the government. They control the public opinion and can even control the government itself. Evelyn believes Victor is trying to weaken the royal family's power. She immediately disagrees. She tells him there is a process to follow since the members must all be educated. He accuses her of looking down on the citizens and favoring the nobles. He makes a speech and tells the people it is time for a change. He says other countries have abandoned the royal rule and are progressing faster. He accuses Evelyn of being a coward who clings to old rules. He tells the people a new era is coming. They will be left behind if they continue to rely on the royal family. It is time for them to change and create a new country. He claims the new era begins with the citizens and encourages them to support the Citizens' Council. The people are moved and cheer for him, but Evelyn isn't deceived. She believes he is trying to weaken the royal family. He denies and says the royal authority will become stronger if they listen to the citizens' opinions. He is ready to become the bridge between the royals and the people. His wish is to create a fair country. Evelyn is annoyed because she knows he is pretending, but the citizens will see him as a hero who is willing to abandon the throne for the people's sake. Victor is also feeling proud. He waits for Evelyn to submit and accept her defeat. He is ready to give her an empty throne and let her live a life beneath him. But our heroine is smart. She has noticed Victor's plan. What he really wants is military rule. He will pretend to be the people's representative and use his position as chief of the army to take control over Aldrich. But Evelyn is ready to ruin his plan. She praises his speech, but reminds him he is already the chief commander of the army. She is afraid he might abuse the military power. Victor says the military is just a tool. Gilas supports him and tells her their job is to protect the nation and the people. That is what Evelyn wants. She laughs and announces her support for the Citizens' Council. She even praises Victor for caring for the people. The man feels smug until she makes another suggestion. Since he has already agreed to be the people's representative, his position of military commander has to be given to someone else. They need another representative who can represent the people and resist the nobles' control. The people are surprised and wonder where they can find such a person. Well, there is one right in front of them. Evelyn reminds them of Gilas. He is a famous war hero who fought his way to the top. He is the perfect person to take over the military. Evelyn believes she has won. No one will reject her suggestion. If Victor refuses, he will expose himself and reveal his love for power. She says she is just trying to lessen his work. She reminds him he has renounced his claim to the throne. He will still enjoy the glory of the nobility, but he won't have any military power. She has used his trap against him. Right now, he will remain stuck in his position as the people's representative. He has lost both the throne and his position in the military. Since he tried to weaken the royal family's power, Evelyn is ready to make him a puppet. Victor is extremely angry. He schedules a meeting with Derek and Gilas and leaves. He thinks about Evelyn and makes up his mind. He is going to get rid of her. Evelyn has no idea her life is being threatened and is relaxing after the tough battle. She knows things will still be troublesome, but at least they have more time. It suddenly starts raining. She goes over to shut the windows only to see someone standing outside. Evelyn almost faints from shock. It is our male lead, and he steps into the room. She wonders how he got here and calls him crazy. He says she is the crazy one. He believes she doesn't understand what she has done. Evelyn tries to joke about it and says he must have celebrated his promotion. She thinks he is here to thank her, but the man warns her to leave. He seems desperate as he hugs her and begs her to run away. Gilas barges into Evelyn's room and grabs her violently. He looks desperate as he begs her to run away. But when has she ever listened? Evelyn pushes him away. She says the game has just started and she has no plans to surrender. She looks down on Gilas and even calls him stupid. Gil is more worried about her life and knows she is in danger, but Evelyn walks away. She thinks it is nothing new, but the man knows things are different. This time, she has challenged the Archduke openly and he will never let her go. The girl suddenly turns back and asks if he is the Archduke's weapon. Has Victor ordered him to bring her head? The man remains silent and she becomes frustrated. She wonders why he came looking for her. Gil finally speaks and asks for a reason. Evelyn looks confused, but the man says he needs a reason to protect her willingly. She becomes terrified when he asks if Sherry is his daughter. Gil nervously waits for her answer, but Evelyn begins to laugh like a maniac. She says his suggestion is useless and threatens to kill him if he doesn't leave. But this time, Gil doesn't listen to her. He looks determined and says he is prepared to die. Evelyn is really speechless now. The man becomes bold and steps closer. He claims Evelyn still has feelings for him. The girl is enraged. She grabs a lamp and smashes it on his head. She warns him never to bring up her daughter or try to test her. She looks wild as she claims he is humiliating her. She keeps slapping him and calls him shameless and vulgar. She vows never to fall in love with a beast like him. Gil gives her a dark look. The man is already injured and bleeding. He suddenly grabs her hand and agrees he is a shameless beast, so all her insults sound like noise to him. He tells Evelyn she has to prove she doesn't love him. The girl looks eager until the man says she has to kiss him. Evelyn is silent and Gilas starts feeling smug. He thinks she still has feelings for him. He refuses to listen to her words and says kissing him is the easiest path. The man moves even closer and asks why she is hesitating. He thinks kissing him still means something special to her. Evelyn pushes him away and the two fall to the ground. The girl seems to have gone crazy as she starts choking Gilas. She really wants him to die. The man grabs her head and tries to pull her closer. Even at this moment, he is still thinking about his kiss. The two struggle for a long time until Gilas finally gives up. His hands become weak and he seems to have fainted. Evelyn panics when she sees him lying there. She has no idea the man is just pretending. He suddenly grabs her head and this time he manages to kiss her. The two switch positions and Gilas lies on top of Evelyn. They both glare at each other even as they kiss. Gil is ready to take things further, but he suddenly looks shocked. He pulls away and we see his bleeding lips. Evelyn just bit him. She calls his touch disgusting and horrifying and wants him to get lost. Gil refuses to believe those are her true feelings. He keeps questioning the girl, but she never changes her answer. The man stares at her in frustration. He leans closer one more time, but Evelyn doesn't even flinch. Gilas finally understands she won't change her mind. He leaves through the window, looking very pitiful. The girl lies on the bed and refuses to stare at him. The rain hasn't stopped and Gilas walks home, ignoring the cold. He looks very miserable. Evelyn isn't having a good time either. She lies on the bed, listening to the rainfall. For the first time, the girl covers her face and begins to cry. We see a bunch of tents gathered around an empty forest. Victor seems to have found a prey, but keeps complaining about its size. Evelyn looks annoyed as she stares at him. The man laughs and says he won't be receiving the Master of the Great Hunt title. Every year before the king's birthday banquet, a royal hunt is held and the praise will be presented at the party. The person with the largest prey receives the king's blessings and the title of Master of the Great Hunt. The king hasn't held a hunt in years. After the triumvirate meeting, Victor quickly organized one so he could shift the public opinion. Evelyn is tired of Victor's complaints and gives him some advice. She doesn't expect the man to suddenly turn his gun on her. Before she can complain, a furious Joshua appears and yells at his uncle. The crazy Archduke even laughs. He claims it was just a prank to cheer up his nephew and warns him to be careful with his gun. He doesn't notice the cold look Gilas is giving him. Meanwhile, Evelyn drags Joshua away and tries to calm him down. She offers to fix his clothes and notices the boy has grown taller. Joshua is still unhappy and wonders why they have to endure. Evelyn reminds him everyone here is holding guns. Plus, the area is too big, and there are few soldiers. If someone loses their temper, an accident might happen. The girl begs Joshua to keep calm, but the boy stubbornly refuses. She gives him a stern look, but the prince isn't moved. He even orders her to return to her tent. Evelyn advises him to learn patience so he can take the throne. Joshua stops walking and stares at the girl. Everyone seems desperate for the throne, and he has made up his mind to get it. The boy leaves and promises to return before sunset. Evelyn is reading a book when she hears an annoying voice. Ashford has returned from his hunt and is pleased to be the first to arrive. He is eager to show off his prey, but Evelyn refuses. She clearly doesn't want to speak to him, but the man insists on sitting with her and even asks about her book. The title sounds really serious, and he wonders how she can study out here. He suddenly changes the topic and tells her a monster is rumored to live here. Silver vines are covered in fur and are very strong. Even bullets can't harm them. But they also have a weakness. The monsters love monoberries, and people always use the fruit to lure them out. Ashford regrets not catching one. He could have won the title that way. Evelyn doesn't think it is the only thing he regrets. She suddenly mentions the attack at the Holy Temple. Turns out Ashford was trying to kill Gilas so he could become Victor's right-hand man. The man is surprised and wonders what Evelyn wants. She hasn't reported him, so she must have another plan. The girl laughs and asks him to take a guess. Ashford leans over and claims he can see her future. He sees the girl laughing in front of the guillotine. Evelyn isn't terrified and is even curious. The sleazy man looks very serious and says she has to take off her clothes so he can see more. The girl is disgusted by his rotten nature, but Ashford moves even closer. He says her scoldings are making him excited. The two are interrupted by a loud sound. They look back only to see an angry Silvervine behind them. Evelyn is shocked and notices the sack Ashford brought back. She is horrified and asks if he stole the animal's cub. She orders him to open the sack, but the dumb man decides to start shooting at the animal. Evelyn wonders how the dangerous animal sneaked in under supervision. She tries to stop the soldiers from shooting, but it is too late. The Silvervine goes crazy. The girl advises them to scatter and runs away. Our heroine escapes into the forest, but everything seems strange. The guards haven't responded and everywhere is too quiet. It feels like a trap. The girl looks up and sees a wolf coming towards her. Evelyn knows she is doomed. She didn't even bring her gun. The wolf jumps on her and she covers her head, expecting the worst. But nothing happens. When she looks up, the wolf has been killed and Gilles appears. But now the man is pointing the gun at her. He thanks her for showing up, and Evelyn finally realizes it was all a plan. He asks for her final words, but the girl refuses to say anything. The man raises the gun and wishes her goodbye. Our heroine closes her eyes and prepares for the worst. But just like before, nothing happens. She looks up only to see Gilles pointing the gun at his own head. The man seems to have gone crazy. Evelyn is terrified, but it is too late. Gilles pulls the trigger. Gilles seems to have gone crazy. Evelyn watches in shock as the man pulls the trigger. Just when we think our male lead has been deleted from the world, we see a furious Evelyn dragging the gun away from him. The man looks very calm and tells her to let go. The girl is angry and accuses him of making things difficult for her. Gilles is pleased to hear his death will bring her trouble. Evelyn is pissed and once again shoves him to the floor. The colonel seems to have given up and even has time to comment on the weather. His calmness makes her frustrated, and she warns him to stop saying nonsense. She manages to snatch the gun, but the man drags it back to his forehead. The two stare at each other in silence. Evelyn suddenly asks if he is afraid. She is shocked when the man asks if she is scared to see him die. The girl manages to remove the bullets and tosses the gun away. She returns to her proud self and says watching him die will give her nightmares. Gilles sighs and pushes her off him. The girl is stunned and wonders where he is going. The colonel reminds her shooting isn't the only way to die. The man seems to be heading to a violent waterfall and even promises not to give her nightmares. Evelyn panics and tries to stop him. She has no idea what to do and suddenly mentions his revenge. She tries to provoke him and says his hatred is fake. She doesn't expect the man to agree with her. Gilles has always wanted to break her wings and watch her fall into his arms. But after remembering their horrible, toxic love story, he became sick of everything. Now Evelyn looks really scared. The man hates how weak he becomes when Evelyn is involved. He is tired of being swayed by her words. The girl chases after him and begs him not to end his life. The game has only started, but he is already accepting defeat. She reminds him he is a soldier. If he gives up now, all his hard work will be a waste. But Gilles really doesn't care about that anymore. Evelyn realizes this and looks stunned. She is so shocked she trips and falls to the floor. Gilles hears her cry of pain and finally looks back. She orders him to stop and says he is betraying her by not finishing his revenge. She curses him to suffer for eternity if he ends his life. Evelyn is really doing her best to threaten him, but the man isn't moved and keeps walking. She drags her injured body across the floor and orders him to stop. Gilles refuses to listen, and the girl finally yells out his nickname. She's really scared and tells him to wait. She remembers him leaving those years ago and starts begging him to stay. She covers her mouth in shock as she realizes she just exposed her true feelings. The rain begins to fall and Evelyn closes her eyes in pain. But when she looks again, the man is standing right in front of her. Gilles grabs and pushes her to a rock. He looks very frustrated as he glares at her. He wonders if she is having fun torturing and playing with his feelings. He grabs her face and forces her to look at him. He wants her to see how pitiful they are, rolling around in the mud without speaking their true feelings. The girl tries to push him away, looking very frightened. Gilles wonders why she is so scared of his loyalty. Evelyn can't bear it anymore and yells at him to stop. She asks what he wants. The colonel yells back and tells her to admit she loves him. Evelyn is stunned, but the man repeats his request. He wants her to confess her love for him. Gilles yells at Evelyn and asks her to admit she loves him. The girl looks terrified. She refuses to look at him, even as she says no. The man doesn't give up and warns her to stop deceiving herself. Evelyn covers her ears and keeps repeating the word, no. The colonel is startled because the girl is trembling badly. She suddenly starts screaming and says she doesn't love him. She tells him what they had was a horrible fire that doesn't deserve to be called love. He has no idea what price she had to pay to escape from that curse. Gilas is curious, but the girl refuses to explain. She laughs like a maniac and says someone like him would never understand her. She keeps laughing, and the colonel starts to worry she might have gone crazy. Evelyn calls him wretched and claims people like him use their love as a weapon. They cause pain to others and treat their scars as medals. They even act like they have completed a huge sacrifice. She tells him his love is useless. Gilas is shocked by her outburst. He forces her to lie down, but the girl keeps talking. She suddenly says Rowan is her true love. He is the only man she has ever loved. She starts yelling his name, begging him to come back and take her away. Gilas hugs the girl and tries to comfort her. He can't understand her strange behavior and begs her to calm down. Evelyn looks surprised. She really wants to hold the man, but at the last moment, she forces herself to push him away. She tells him they will always be enemies. He has to forget their old memories if he doesn't want the Archduke to kill him. Our heroine is really petty. She hasn't forgotten his comment and says he is the crazy one. She tries to push him away, but the man insists on escorting her. The girl refuses, and during the struggle, she falls to the floor. Gilas is frustrated and starts yelling. He can't understand why she is trying so hard to push him away. The old Evelyn would have used his emotions because he is her best advantage. The girl refuses to turn back and only scolds him for calling himself a hostage. Gilas chases after her and suddenly grabs her. He swings her across his shoulders like a sack of potatoes. Evelyn is annoyed and screams at him to let her go. The man warns her to remain silent. He has decided to stop questioning her. Since she refuses to tell the truth, he will face the troubles himself. The girl is horrified and calls him an idiot. She hits his shoulders and wonders how many times she has to beat him up before he understands. She wants him to stop loving her, but the man looks determined. Evelyn almost cries as she begs him to give up on her. Just then, the two hear a loud noise and a bullet flies past Gilas's head. They look back and see a furious Joshua behind them. He is holding a gun and orders Gilas to let Evelyn go. The colonel obeys and drops Evelyn. The girl immediately hides Gilas behind her and tells Joshua to drop the gun. The boy warns her to move aside, but she claims it is just a misunderstanding. The prince smirks in anger and calls them ridiculous. He raises his gun and warns her to stop pretending. Just then, the silver vine appears from behind them. The three are shocked, but Evelyn warns Joshua not to shoot. She tells the boy to run, but he refuses to listen to her. He keeps shooting and even says she should watch him. The animal is furious and rushes towards Joshua. It slaps him with a fist, and the boy immediately begins to bleed. Evelyn is terrified, but Gilas calmly brings out another gun. The animal tries to attack Evelyn, and he immediately shoots it. He plans to lure it away to the cliff and orders Evelyn to fire the signal flare. Gilas distracts the animal, and the girl rushes to Joshua's side. She is scared to see him injured and quickly searches for the signal flare. But what she sees shocks her. Hidden inside Joshua's coat are some mano berries. Evelyn is shocked and begins to question him. The boy isn't ashamed to be caught and fires the signal flare. He explains his plan. Since the incident happened during his uncle's hunting contests, Victor's reputation will be ruined. Evelyn scolds him in anger, but the boy has no remorse. He will do anything to remove the obstacles on his path to the throne. He says he learned this from Evelyn. Our heroine looks terrified and calls him insane. The boy grabs her hand and places it over his injury. He tells her not to dodge and says it is an order. The day ends on a bad note. The crown prince is taken away, and Gilas is shocked to see Evelyn collapse. The two are left behind under the harsh rain. Victor is furious. He has just been accused of trying to assassinate the crown prince. The man believes Evelyn must have planned everything. The other ministers aren't convinced because the incident happened during the event he hosted. Right now, he is the main suspect. The Archduke looks like he is about to explode from anger. The men make it worse and say he has to accept the blame for the accident. Victor destroys everything on the table and insults the ministers. He promises to find the evidence and prove he is being framed. Our heroine isn't having a peaceful day. She visits the palace to see Joshua and has to wait for a long while. His butler finally arrives and says the prince is ready to see her. She asks about his injury, but what she hears seems to make her shocked. The girl enters the ward and sees Joshua. The boy's head is bandaged and one of his eyes seems to be injured. Evelyn is afraid. She asks if his sight will return, but the butler says it will be hard. The woman orders the servant to leave. She begins to scold Joshua when they are alone, but he isn't remorseful. He even claims this was what she wanted. Our heroine is furious because she never resorted to harm. The prince is tired of her nagging and orders her to wash his hands. Evelyn obeys and starts thinking of how to protect him. She has to destroy all the evidence and asks about his supplier. The boy is surprised but tells her he has handled everything. The lady wonders why he suddenly changed. Joshua stares at her and says it's her fault. He blames her for forcing him to become king. He thinks it is silly for her to expect him to remain innocent after dragging him into this battle. Evelyn understands the boy's thoughts. She knows he is trying to depend on her, but after this battle, someone like her would be discarded. Joshua suddenly grabs her face and forces her to look at him. He reminds her she swore to always stay by his side. She is shocked when he tells her he isn't her brother or son. He says he is her lord and she must serve him. Since she pulled him into this chessboard, she can never leave. Our heroine is disturbed and reminds him she is just his subordinate. But that is enough for the twisted boy. He smiles like a crazy person and asks her to swear eternal loyalty to him. From now on, she can't show concern for his life, but must obey all his orders. The girl can't love anyone else and must only care about him. Joshua promises to honor her. But if she tries to leave, he vows to lock her up in a cage. The boy looks totally crazy. He vows to become the king, so Evelyn must remain by his side. Our heroine seems to have created a villain. That crazy look reminds the girl of Rowan, and she stands up so quickly, she knocks the chair over. She immediately runs out of the room, leaving the prince behind. The girl seems to be in shock and almost faints when someone suddenly calls her. Her subordinate appears with a huge box. She had ordered him to gather all the evidence before the military found it. The man notices how pale she looks, but she lies and says she is fine. She checks the box, but is stunned to discover the manhwa berries she found are missing. She asks the man, but he says this was all he could gather. She looks stunned when he suggests the army might have found it. And indeed they have. Gila stares at the manhwa berries in his hands. Just then, Sonia rushes into the room. She has heard about the incident and starts crying. She hugs Gilas and expects him to comfort her. But instead, the man pushes her away and says he has an announcement. The girl looks at his face and immediately guesses what he plans to say. She tries to escape, but the man says she has to listen. Sonia stubbornly says she doesn't want to, but Gilas has no plans to drag it out. The girl keeps trembling and begs him not to speak. The man ignores her cries and tells her to give up on loving him. Gilas tells Sonia she has to stop loving him. The girl is unwilling and asks for more time. She even tries to threaten him with her uncle. The colonel isn't moved and reveals the marriage was planned just for Victor's benefit. He tries to warn her and says her uncle can change her partner if someone more useful appears. But Sonia isn't listening. She is convinced he is leaving her because of Evelyn. Gilas denies this, but she accuses him of lying. She wants him to admit his love for the Duchess. The man says he doesn't love Evelyn and Sonia slaps him. She is convinced he is trying to deceive her and it makes her furious. She doesn't need any love games and thinks he is mocking her by lying. The girl has noticed how he stares at Evelyn and follows her around. Gilas looks at her and suddenly calls her a good person. Sonia is confused, so Gilas explains. The man thinks he is a lowly dog. He knows the girl is trying to teach him love, but his whole life has been spent dancing around death. He believes he doesn't deserve affection. He has become broken and can't accept or return someone's love. He talks about his harsh past. He was born to a lowly woman and is already used to harshness and starvation. He finds it weird to receive kindness instead of his usual beatings. It even makes him scared. Gilas apologizes for being a pathetic creature. He regrets letting Sonia get close and hurting her. He even says she can punish him. The girl had stopped crying, but now she starts again. She wonders why Gilas has to go through such torment. She insists on being with him, but the man refuses. He doesn't know the difference between love and killing intent. He just wants to devour the thing he likes. He thinks such an emotion is filthy and Sonia doesn't deserve that. The girl cries and promises to fix him, but Gilas doesn't need that. The man is right where he wants to be. He warns her to stop wasting her time and asks her to leave him alone to wither. He angrily calls her a nuisance. The girl is annoyed and slaps him again. She realizes what she has done and looks scared. The man glares at her but suddenly leans down and offers his other cheek. He is ready to endure her beatings. Sonia raises her hand, but she can't hit him. She calls him crazy and runs away crying. An innocent Derek walks in and sees the crying girl. Talk about bad timing. Gilas pushes the work to him and orders him to escort her. The soldier is annoyed and wonders why all the troublesome work always goes to him. He follows the crying girl and offers to take her to her manor. Instead, she turns around and starts crying into his chest. She feels sad for Gilas. He is just like a pitiful dog. He refuses kindness from others and remains chained to his post, waiting for his heartless master to come back. Sonia is in pain and wishes she could save him. A tired Howard lets the girl cry. Gilas arrives at his mansion to finish up a report. His servants seem to be acting sneaky and look surprised to see him. The man heads upstairs and enters his study. He finally knows why his servants were acting strange. There is someone inside his room. Of course, it is our heroine. Gilas wonders how she got in, and Evelyn isn't ashamed to say she bribed his servants. The man asks why she is here, and she admits she is searching for something. He tells her he can arrest her for trespassing. The girl isn't concerned and reveals she has a deal for him. She wants to hand over half of the management rights of the Eldritch Mine to him. If he improves the people's life and gains their support, he can become stronger than Ashford. She teases him and says he won't have to lose his fiancée. Gilas isn't amused and tells her they are no longer together. Evelyn is shocked and questions him. The man wonders why she is interested in his relationship with Sonia. She thinks marrying the girl is his quickest path to success. Gilas suddenly moves closer and asks why she interferes with his life. She always treats him like some animal. She just wants him to sink into the happiness of daily life and forget about his revenge. The man glares at her and warns her to stop. He has already been broken and doesn't feel any emotion except pain. Just then, someone knocks. A soldier is here to receive the report for Victor. Gilas suddenly brings out the monoberries Evelyn was searching for. The girl is furious. She tries to snatch it away, but it is impossible. The colonel taunts her with the evidence, making Evelyn annoyed. She tells him to name his price. The two have totally forgotten about the innocent Miller waiting outside. They struggle over the berries, and Gilas tells the girl to convince him. She is furious because she has no idea what he wants. The man glares at her and orders her to admit she doesn't love Rowan. The newspapers have spread the news about Joshua's injury, and the people are furious. They blame Victor and believe his jealousy led him to attack the crown prince. The people had supported him after the triumvirate meeting, but now they gather around his house to condemn him. Victor glares at them and calls them pests. He asks Ashford about the emperor, but the man hasn't found any information. The Archduke looks smug as he says the king will soon die. Just then, he sees Joshua standing ahead of him. He smiles happily and runs over to greet the boy. He looks stunned when he sees the scar on Joshua's face. He tries to blame Evelyn for the incident and says she has been blinded by power. He tells his nephew to expose the woman and promises to help him. He even swears on the royal family's name. Joshua smirks and calls the injury a small scratch. He tells his uncle not to worry about him. The Archduke is shocked by his nephew's indifference. He tries to convince him this is an attack and swears to reveal the truth. Joshua suddenly becomes stern. He questions his uncle's boldness and asks why he is trying to help him. He doesn't believe the man is still loyal to the royal family. The prince suddenly moves closer and asks if Victor is angry because he failed to kill his real target, the Duchess. Meanwhile, Gilas tries to force Evelyn to deny Rowan. The girl glares at him in anger. Suddenly, the abandoned Miller knocks again. The boy really needs that document. The girl knows she can't win and tries to provoke Gil. She calls him a coward, but the man mocks her for being impatient. The Duchess refuses to lie, and the colonel decides to cancel the deal. He tries to leave, but just like her daughter, Evelyn hangs onto his coat. Outside the door, Miller hears some strange sounds. The boy becomes worried and tries to open the door. Evelyn quickly blocks the door with her hands. Gilas advises her to stop wasting her time. The girl is unwilling and wants his subordinate to leave. The man sighs but still sends the worried Miller away. The boy is pleased because he will finally enjoy some delicious snacks. Gil asks if Evelyn is pleased and mocks her for being troublesome. The woman has no time for his jokes. She wants him to set his feelings aside and claims she's trying to help him. The man has no time for her sweet talks and moves away. Evelyn had said she can't utter lies, and the man finds it funny. Our heroine looks desperate and says she is doing this for Gilas. The man tells her to save the explanation for the courtroom. Evelyn refuses to give up and grabs his arm. She has no reason to deny Rowan. Gilas won't believe her, and he won't gain anything. She is shocked because the man suddenly shoves her to the table. He knows her confession has no benefits. He just wants to confirm that she's just like him. He is already broken and has no idea what love is. The man seems desperate to see her worst side, and it makes Evelyn smile. He wants to believe she is evil and asks her to deny her love for Rowan. The Duchess refuses to obey him. She pulls him closer and says she loves Rowan. The woman suddenly begins to kiss him. Just then, the door is pushed open and the innocent Miller appears. The boy stares at the scene before him in great shock. The colonel is standing in the midst of falling papers. He is worried about his boss and has no idea the man is enjoying a smooth kiss. Evelyn finally moves away, and our male lead looks like his soul has been sucked out. The girl is terrified by his scary face and hides her head like a little rabbit. Gilas suddenly grabs her hand. He tells Miller the report is a mess and offers to rewrite it. The boy is afraid the Archduke will scold them and wonders how long it will take. Gilas boldly says 3 hours. He takes a look at the woman in his arms and changes his mind. He tells the boy to return the next day. The two are left alone, and Gilas pushes Evelyn to the table. The girl isn't afraid and even smiles. She asks if her lie was sweet. The man is very pleased with the taste. He has finally realized that they are the same kind of human. He finds a cloth and suddenly ties her hands. He admires the terrified look on her face. The girl questions him, but he only turns her around and orders her to lie down. Over at the place, the rivals head to the king's chamber. Victor is worried and wonders how his nephew found out about his assassination attempt. He always thought the boy was harmless, but now he has been ruined by him. The two pass the gates and see a large crowd of reporters. They all yell Victor's name and demand a statement. To make it worse, the guards also stop him from entering the palace and ask to do a body search. The Archduke looks like he is about to murder everyone. Meanwhile, things are getting steamy for our couple. Gilas orders the girl to lie down. She thinks the man is doing a body search, but his plans are very different. He tells her to raise her hands and turn around. Victor is throwing a tantrum at the palace. He takes off his clothes and starts yelling at the guards. He tries to manipulate them and shows off his battle scars. He claims they are mocking his loyalty. Joshua watches his uncle yell about his commitment to Alteric. The reporters are moved by his passionate drama and start to pity him. They even think it's unfair to blame him for the prince's accident. Joshua picks up his uncle's coat and hands it over. Victor refuses to accept it and accuses the prince of disrespecting him. The boy apologizes for ruining his uncle's reputation. He suddenly reveals why the crowd was gathered. He plans to address the rumors about the incident. Over at Gilas's house, the man has stripped Evelyn's coat. The girl is still tied up as he does his body search. He wonders why she is so calm and she pretends to be bored. The man glances at her trembling hands and mocks her for pretending. He asks again if she loves Rowan. The girl says her answer hasn't changed. She suddenly turns around and declares she is only here for a deal. She warns Gilas not to expect her love. The man is annoyed. He pushes her to the table and warns her to be prepared. He begins to take off his clothes. Gilas agrees to accept her deal, but they must do it in their special devil's way. As always, they will ruin each other and enjoy the pain together. Back at the palace, Joshua takes off his blindfold and we see his injured eyes. The people are horrified and begin to murmur. He claims there are strange things happening in Alteric, so he plans to wear his scars as a lesson. The boy blames his uncle for failing to manage the hunting grounds. He says he will forgive him since they are in dangerous times, but he has a condition. He wants Victor to swear his loyalty to him. No one knows but Joshua is giving his uncle one last chance to avoid Evelyn. He moves closer and asks the man to become his subordinate. He wants them to protect Alteric together. Victor is shocked and stares at Joshua. The boy promises to forget this accident and ignore his ruined eye if his uncle agrees. The two men glare at each other while the crowd watches them. A strange silence fills the air. The people are waiting, but Victor seems to have frozen. He stares at Joshua's terrifying, cold eyes, and he is reminded of one person. He can almost see Rowan's shadow standing behind his nephew. Just then, papers begin to fall from the sky. Everyone is shocked and hurries to grab one. Our couple are getting intimate. Gilas mocks Evelyn, asking where her husband is while his wife suffers such humiliation. Evelyn isn't provoked by his words because they can't hurt her. The girl believes her body is destined to die and feels no shame in letting him have it. Gil isn't satisfied and asks about Rowan again. Evelyn mocks him, asking why he seems more desperate than her to see her husband. The man agrees he is anxious because he wants her to watch her husband die. The girl tells him it is pointless because the man lives within her. The palace is full of papers and Victor grabs one. He immediately looks scared. The paper says the dead eternal star of Alteric will return and become king. At that moment, Evelyn reveals her husband is an immortal being. And indeed, everyone who reads the paper thinks of one person. It has to be Rowan Winter. The people run around and spread the news. Meanwhile, Victor is about to rip the paper to shreds. The man looks crazy as he suddenly bows to Joshua and promises to work for him. He vows to remove all obstacles for his nephew and protect Alteric. Just then, Miller arrives and announces the report has not been finished. Victor immediately chases him away and says he doesn't need it. He even rushes to open the door for Joshua as they head in to see the king. Gilas almost laughs when Evelyn calls her husband immortal. He takes off her clothes as he prays the man should be alive. He wants him to see this disgrace with his own eyes. Howard is feeling miserable. Sonia has been crying for hours. The man can't bear it anymore and asks if she is done. The girl hurriedly pulls away and feels ashamed. She offers to pay for his laundry, but the man just wants to escape. He quickly walks away and advises her to leave. The girl is touched and thinks he cares about her. The man says he isn't concerned. He is just worried she might waste his energy. His cold attitude upsets the girl, and she wonders if all soldiers are so nasty. Howard explains that emotions are useless on a battlefield, but I'm afraid our male lead didn't get that memo. Right now, the man is having fun with Evelyn. Joshua and Victor are finally allowed to see the king. The man is happy to hear about the peace agreement, but he still doesn't trust Victor. He demands that they sign a contract and swear an oath. He asks his brother if he is willing to abandon the throne and support Joshua. Victor looks determined and swears to do his best. He takes an oath and vows to always assist the prince. The king is pleased and reads the contract. The paper states that Victor has abandoned his claim to the throne and wouldn't fight for power in the future. He will also protect the kingdom and work with the prince to make Altaric great. If he breaks this oath, he will be punished for betraying the king and the kingdom. Victor wastes no time and rushes to sign the agreement. Meanwhile, our main leads are switching positions and destroying all the furniture in the room. While they have fun, the agreement is finalized and the king praises the two men. They both swear to obey the contract and do their best. From now on, they will be united. Well, let's see how long that lasts. Night arrives and Evelyn finally wakes up. She quickly covers herself with a robe but notices the forgotten mono berries. The girl grabs the packet and rushes to the fireplace. She throws the seeds into the fire and watches them burn. She can finally relax and decides to get dressed. But there is a huge problem. Her clothes have all been ripped to shreds. The clothes destroyer wakes up, surprised to find the woman awake. She says she has finished her business and has to leave. Gilles reminds her their deal is supposed to last till the next morning. The girl glares at him and he looks away shyly. He is afraid she might be too weak to walk, but right now, Evelyn is only concerned about her clothes. The colonel has no female wares and offers her some of his shirts. The girl looks annoyed, but she has no choice but to change into them. Now there is another problem. The clothes are too big. Evelyn has no choice but to manage them. Gilles walks in and is amused by how big the clothes look. He plays around with them while Evelyn stares at his handsome face. The man suddenly looks up, which frightens the girl. She immediately walks away, trying to hide her blushing face. She asks for a horse, but Gilles says it is a bad idea. She thinks he is trying to frustrate her and yells at him. The man looks guilty as he reveals his servants have woken up. There is no way she can sneak out. Gilles finally comes up with a not-so-brilliant plan. He wraps Evelyn up like a dumpling and carries her out of the mansion. The girl regrets wearing his clothes, but he says they are better than her rags. Evelyn is annoyed and is prepared to scold him. Just then, someone calls Gilles' name. The butler appears and is shocked to see his boss taking out the laundry. He immediately tries to collect it. Gilles looks at the frightened laundry in his arms, and the girl is trembling. He decides not to tease her and sends his servant away. The two finally make it out without being caught, and Gilles helps her into the carriage. She is afraid someone might see him and chase him away. The man refuses to leave and even rubs her head. The girl is confused, but he says he is happy to see her looking lively. She had been crying all night in his bed, and he thought he would have to find a doctor. Evelyn is annoyed and throws a pillow at his face. The carriage finally moves, but Gilles refuses to head in. Inside the vehicle, our heroine hugs her knees and trembles. She seems to be thinking of something that makes her sad. Gilles is still watching the carriage when he hears a voice behind him. Howard has arrived with a report. He announces that the prince and the archduke have signed an agreement. He suddenly notices his boss holding a pillow and is curious. Gilles immediately acts nonchalant and heads inside. He leads Howard to his room, but claims his study is messy. He tells the man not to enter there, but immediately he leaves. Howard rushes into the study. He looks around and soon notices an earring lying on the chair. The man examines it and doesn't look pleased. The nobles are having a meeting. They aren't pleased to hear about the cooperation between the archduke and the prince. They are afraid the royal family will become stronger and their power as nobles will weaken. They ask Ashford for some advice, but the man refuses to say anything. He tells them to celebrate with the toast because this might be the will of the gods. The nobles aren't the only ones worried. Howard reports to Gilles and is afraid the agreement will weaken the military's power. He is ready to take action, but Gilles says they need to watch for now. Howard stares at him silently and suddenly mentions the vow they took years ago. He brings out a gun and reminds Gilles they had sworn loyalty to the archduke. The colonel had told him to punish himself if his faith ever wavers. Gilles gazes at the gun while Howard places the earring on the table. He tells his boss the time has come. The Winters mansion is full of chaos. Evelyn is busy in her study while Sherry runs around, chased by an angry Oscar. The man is covered in paint and ribbons and looks like an angry clown. The little girl hides behind her mother and Evelyn totally supports her. A furious Oscar scolds her for enabling the girl and making her wild. Our heroine knows her daughter is just bored. She apologizes for being too busy to keep her company. Sherry sees her mother's pale face and is worried. Evelyn assures her she is just sick. The girl thinks it is because of her work, but our heroine is actually worried about Gilles. He already suspects that Sherry is his daughter. She stares at the girl and decides to go on a trip after her work is done. The child is excited and even wants Joshua to come along. Our heroine remembers the boy's scary face and tells her baby it might be impossible. She makes an excuse and claims the boy will be busy. Oscar clearly doesn't believe her. Her servant arrives with a list of gifts to be sent to the royal family as tribute. Evelyn sends her daughter away because she has more work to do. She really has no time to rest. Lady Sonia visits a mansion with her uncle. She is nervous and wonders why he suddenly wants to give her a gift. The man claims she is his precious niece. He suddenly mentions the colonel, which makes her nervous. He calls Gilas blind for rejecting his niece and tells her to forget about the man. Sonia is unwilling and even defends Gilas. She begs her uncle not to punish him. Victor is amused. He thinks Gilas is a loyal dog that should be rewarded. He has no idea that the loyal dog is pointing a gun at his subordinate. He refuses to talk about the colonel, calling it a waste of time. The two head into the mansion and see Ashford waiting for them. Sonia is confused and watches them in surprise. Victor orders her to greet her fiancé. The girl stammers as she tries to understand what is going on. Ashford realizes she hasn't been told, and Victor claims he wanted to surprise her. The two men laugh, totally ignoring her shock. The Count even comes over and kisses her hand. He says they are now a couple. Sonia flings his hand away and questions her uncle. The man doesn't even respond and starts walking out. He calls her immature and tells Ashford to discipline her. The girl grabs his hand and begs him to change his mind. Victor sees no reason to agree and says Ashford is more reliable than Gilas. He acts like he cares about Sonia, but he just wants to use her beauty to his benefit. The man turns to leave, ignoring his crying niece. The door shuts and he calmly walks away. Sonia is left with the sleazy Ashford. The man wastes no time and tells her he has been waiting for this day. He claims to have fallen in love from the moment he saw her. The girl isn't deceived and knows he is just using her to gain power. Ashford reminds her the colonel also betrayed her. He is annoyed to see her longing for another man. He vows their marriage is the will of the gods and suddenly pulls the girl closer. He touches her face and promises to make her happy. Sonia is disgusted and slaps him. She must think all men are like Gilas. Ashford looks furious and decides to discipline her. He grabs her hair and begins to drag her into the bedroom. The girl struggles, but she can't break free. The man is determined to teach her how to serve her husband. Sonia remembers Evelyn's warning and begins to cry. She thinks about her beloved Gilas and manages to break free. She rushes to the door and starts knocking, begging Gilas to save her. Ashford watches her in amusement and says the colonel won't come. The girl refuses to give up and keeps yelling. Just then, the servant outside notices someone approaching. He tries to chase them away, but the person still barges in. It turns out to be our heroine. Evelyn appears like an angel and sees Ashford holding Sonia down. She mocks him and he warns her to leave immediately. The woman laughs and tells him she has some good news. The man is curious, but she claims the discussion is for adults. She looks at Sonia and gently tells the girl to leave. Our heroine gives Sonia a chance to escape and the girl rushes out. Ashford claims the gods will be angry and Evelyn wonders if they are so idle. She has some news for him and advises him to sit down. She mentions Thorncrest, which makes the man confused. The city is known as the Land of Death and has been at war for over a decade. Evelyn tells him some missionaries have been detained in the city. The man isn't concerned and even blames the victims. Evelyn pretends to be shocked by his cold nature, which annoys the Count. He orders her to stop wasting his time. The woman finally reveals her plan. She wants him to head to Thorncrest and rescue the believers. She says he will become God's chosen one when he saves them and will be as powerful as the Archduke. Ashford isn't convinced and laughs. He has no plans to take such a big risk. Evelyn pretends to be disappointed. She thought he had big ambitions and wouldn't be satisfied to remain the Archduke's right hand. If he retrieves the sacred relics from the Thorncrest Temple, he will regain his position as cardinal. She pretends to be sad and says someone else will enjoy the benefits. Evelyn tries her best to convince him. She says the royal family won't dare to touch him if he becomes Altaric's chosen savior. She suddenly moves closer and says he won't be punished even if he is exposed for impersonating the Brotherhood. Ashford isn't pleased with her threat and calls her a devil. Evelyn is amused and reveals it isn't a threat. They will be working together. She wants him to return from Thorncrest as a hero, while she cleans up the capital for him. Ashford is surprised by her sudden switch. She has always been loyal to the royal family. Evelyn says the royal family will purge the nobles after the new agreement. Soon, they will all die like dogs. She begs Ashford to become a hero and claim the wealth. She kisses his hand and asks him to save her soul with his power. Gilas is having a showdown with Howard. He points a gun at the boy while his assistant brings out a knife. He looks stunned when Gilas suddenly lowers the gun. The man apologizes for being a horrible leader. He tells Howard he can take his life if Victor wants it. His friend grabs the gun and reveals he hasn't received such orders. He just wanted to test Gilas's loyalty. He promises to always support his boss but warns him to be careful from now on. He leaves, but the colonel is still in shock. Evelyn is done with her meeting. She has deceived Ashford and is just waiting for him to take the bait. Just then, she looks up and sees Gilas approaching. The man looks stunned when the girl suddenly disappears. He turns the corner and sees her hiding. She tries to act nonchalant, but he has already caught her. The girl chases him away, afraid someone would see them. Gilas looks around, but he can't even spot a fly. He shows her some concern, but she claims she doesn't need it. The man moves closer and asks if a kiss will be better. Evelyn is furious and slaps him again. Just then, the door opens and Joshua steps out. It turns out Evelyn is here to have dinner with the king. The prince looks upset to see her with Gilas. He claims the Archduke is looking for him and tells the colonel to leave. Evelyn tries to explain and says they met by accident. Joshua clearly doesn't believe her. She asks about the king's health, but he has no information. He says they have to see for themselves. Evelyn vows to always remain loyal to the royal family. But even as she says that, she keeps staring out the window and watching Gilas. An annoyed Joshua rushes to let down the curtains. He tells her to forget about the colonel. From now on, only the royal family should be important to her. Evelyn agrees, and the boy warns her not to disappoint him. He claims her loyalty is no longer a choice. It is the only way for her to survive. Sonia still hasn't left the mansion. She can't believe that Evelyn saved her. The girl wonders who she can trust from now on. Just then, she hears an annoying voice and sees Ashford. The man knows she has no carriage and tries to force her to return with him. The girl is startled and immediately begins to run. The man refuses to let her go and drags her back. He seems to be leaving the estate and plans to have some fun before he goes. Sonia nearly cries as she struggles to get free. She has no intentions of marrying this man. Ashford laughs and tells her she has no choice. He is about to drag her inside, but someone suddenly points a gun to his head. A furious Derek appears. Ashford is surprised to see Gilas' assistant. He tries to threaten the man, but Howard is really furious. He tells Sonia to give him the signal. Just one word from her, and he is ready to shoot Ashford down. The Count is terrified and orders Derek to back down, but the soldier doesn't listen. He is just waiting for Sonia's command. Ashford becomes angry and starts to blame Gilas. He says Derek will be punished, but the man isn't afraid. He only cares about orders. Sonia looks confused, but he tells her to make her decision. The Archduke invites Gilas to a meeting. The colonel thinks it is about the abandoned report, but Victor has other plans. He acts sentimental and starts talking about their long past. The two have been together for 10 years. Gilas doesn't look impressed, which annoys Victor. He calls him a cold man and finally understands why his sister was scared to tears. Gilas feels sorry for Sonia, but the Archduke blames himself for forcing the two to marry. He even starts to praise Gilas and commends his loyalty. The colonel looks suspicious. Victor is not a nice person, so the man must be up to something. He is right because the next moment, the Archduke asks him to prove his loyalty. Evelyn also visits her boss. The Emperor orders her to start planning for the coronation. The Duchess wants to focus on the birthday banquet, but the king says he might be dead by then. Evelyn is shocked. The man has been seeing his dead wife in his dreams and is sure his time is near. He tells Evelyn not to be sad because he isn't afraid of death. He is only worried about his only son, Joshua. The king suddenly grabs her hand and begs her to protect his son and his kingdom. Victor might have signed the peace agreement, but the king knows it is only temporary. The Archduke is like a lion, and putting a leash on him wouldn't stop him. Evelyn thinks the king is overreacting, but the man says Victor is more cruel than she imagines. He tells her a story about their past. The brothers had gone hunting one day, and the king had mistakenly startled Victor's horse. The boy had fallen off, but instead of being scared, he had laughed like a maniac. He believed the king was trying to kill him, and this gave him freedom to also challenge his brother. He even looked pleased. The emperor regrets not killing Victor back then. Evelyn looks shocked, but the king really means it. Unfortunately, it is too late. Right now, no one can stop the cruel Victor. The king is in despair and wishes an angel could appear to save them. He had thought Rowan could be that savior. He had seen the boy during his entrance ceremony, and he seemed to be covered in holy light. He was the king's last hope, but even the boy is gone. The man starts crying and begs God for help. Evelyn is worried about the king and tells him to calm down. She orders him to rest and vows to use her life to protect the prince. She agrees to handle the coronation. The man has one last favor. He wants Evelyn to bring over some of the special wine Rowan had offered him before. Our heroine agrees, but she has no idea her decision will destroy her. Evelyn steps out of the palace and sees Gilas taking a break. The man is surprised to see her, but the girl isn't happy. She thinks sharing the same space with him is unpleasant and turns around to leave. Gilas tells her not to worry because they are going in different directions. Our male lead is heading to Thorncrest. Evelyn looks upset. She takes a good look at him and sees Victor's badge on him. The Archduke had given him his command and ordered him to head to Thorncrest to gain some merits. He promised to share a toast with him after he returns. Evelyn isn't pleased and says he can't leave without preparations. The man reveals there is an outpost on the battlefield. The Duchess isn't comforted and believes he is heading to his death. Gilas tells her not to worry about him. The girl is confused, but he suddenly asks to tie her shoelace. The great colonel gets down on his knees and begins to help her. Evelyn watches him, but quickly turns away when he looks up. She advises him to stop smoking and claims the smell gives her a headache. The man apologizes and tries to leave, but she suddenly asks for his lighter. Gilas is confused, but she insists on taking it away. He says smoking is his only comfort on the battlefield. Evelyn wonders how he can smoke on the battlefield when he is fighting for his life. Gil thinks about it and admits she is right. He hands it over and the woman quickly leaves. She seems to be afraid that he might take it back. Gilas watches her walk away. Except Evelyn doesn't leave. She stops the carriage on a mountain and claims she has motion sickness. The girl heads to the cliff, which almost makes the driver faint. Evelyn has always loved high places because she can see everything from here. She watches Gilas's carriage as he heads to the land of death. Inside the carriage, Gilas is about to smoke again. He looks outside and immediately sees the woman watching him from the mountains. Evelyn is afraid he might be heading to his death, but she can't do anything but watch him. She looks very sad, which Gilas sees. The girl knows she has to focus on surviving. Nothing else matters. Inside the carriage, Gilas takes off his hat and gives his final bow to his beloved. Derek is still pointing the gun at Ashford. He asks Sonia to make her decision. The girl is about to speak, but the frightened Count can't bear it anymore. He quickly runs away, but doesn't forget to threaten them. Derek is amused, while Sonia wonders if he really planned to shoot. The man tells her he has no bullets. He just knew Ashford would be scared away. Sonia is still thinking about Gilas, but Derek warns her to stop being delusional. The girl is confused and wonders why he helped her. The man doesn't hide his feelings and calls her annoying. Because of his horrible past, he hates seeing people talking about love at the face of death. He thinks they are all stupid. Sonia is annoyed and slaps him. This girl really needs to enter a slapping contest. Derek doesn't hide his anger and apologizes for not flattering her. She claims he isn't worthy to speak to her. The man calls her ridiculous and reminds her she is only relying on her uncle's power. He thinks her life is miserable because she is just a tool to Victor. Without him, the girl would starve to death on the streets. Sonia can't accept the truth and keeps hitting Derek. She asks him to change his words. The man wonders if that will restore her useless pride. The girl is really furious. Derek is pleased and enjoys looking at her angry face. He advises her to use her anger to make wise decisions. Sonia grabs his clothes, but somehow manages to rip them open. We see Derek's chest, and it is covered in scars. The girl finally goes silent and stares at him in shock. The man isn't bothered and even offers to take her home. Our heroine is worried. A week has passed since Gilas headed to Thorncrest. The rebels and the enemy forces have been fighting and both want to take control of the city's capital. Amid the chaos, Ashford also sneaked in with his private army and headed to Thorncrest's temple. Evelyn hasn't heard any news since then. She has no idea if the battle is still ongoing. Even worse, the Archduke hasn't sent any support or supplies to Gilas. The woman is afraid her beloved might be harmed. Just then, little Sherry taps her mother. It turns out the two are playing chess. Evelyn defeats her daughter in one move, and the girl begins to crash out. Oscar scolds her for showing no mercy, but she tells him the world is harsh. The woman starts thinking again. She's afraid Victor might really abandon Gilas. Over at the palace, the king is having a drink. We finally see his face, and the man is covered in scars. He is unhappy because he can't enjoy his wine. He complains about being lonely, but doesn't expect his brother to suddenly show up. The Archduke appears, smiling like a maniac. The king is terrified and wonders how he got in. Victor gives him a dark look and says he is here to offer his brother a drink. The emperor is scared and calls for his guards. He even falls over, but there is no one to save him. The palace is empty. Victor laughs at the man. He offers to help him up and violently grabs his hand. He drags him to the throne room and forces the king to sit on the throne. He smirks as he tells his brother he is going to die here. He grabs the Holy Grail and pours some wine for the king. This is going to be the man's last drink. The king is too agitated and soon begins to have a heart attack. But his medicine isn't here. He tries to grab it, but Victor refuses to let him go. He repeats the words the king had always told him and forces him to remain seated. The two struggle and the cup of wine falls to the ground. The emperor calls him a traitor and curses him to be abandoned by his friends. Victor isn't scared and even offers to sing the man a lullaby. He really starts singing and ignores the king's angry curses. The man struggles to get free, but Victor just watches him with a smile and tells him to let go. The king cries as he feels himself dying. His last word is his beloved son's name. The king is dead and Victor begins to laugh at his lonely life. The next day begins with bad news at several households. Evelyn is relaxing with her family when her maid rushes in and announces the king's death. Our heroine is shocked. Joshua is practicing in his mansion when he receives the news. His guards urge him to head to the royal palace. Evelyn is also about to leave, but she is stopped outside the door by a group of soldiers. They reveal that the cup and wine she offered the king was found at the place he died. Our heroine is speechless, but there is worse news. She is being arrested for murdering the king. The soldiers tell Evelyn that the items she gave the king were found at his death spot. Right now, she is suspected of murdering the emperor. Over at the palace, Victor is in a good mood. His soldiers report back and inform him they have sent for Evelyn. He asks for further instructions. The Archduke takes a look around and has a dark smile. He orders his men to sprinkle some water over the stairs. The man is confused, but Victor smiles like a devil. Our heroine is dragged into the palace. Joshua immediately rushes over with his sword and tries to save her. The soldiers refuse to let her go and say she is the king's murderer. They are acting under the Archduke's commands. Joshua scolds them for treating her like a criminal just because of Victor's words. Evelyn tries to calm him down. She says they will figure out the truth. The boy is annoyed and reminds her the person who set her up will never let her escape. He suddenly rushes over and grabs her. He begs Evelyn to leave and promises to settle everything. Just then, Victor appears and mocks him for supporting a criminal. He tells Joshua to remember his duties as a prince. The annoying man looks really smug. His people are also with him, and even Sonia has arrived. Evelyn tries to defend herself and demands a trial. Victor glares at her and calls her a criminal. He thinks she has no right to attend a trial. Joshua is furious. He accuses his uncle of destroying their unity. He reminds him of his vow to stay loyal to the royal family. Victor has the perfect excuse. He is trying to get rid of all threats for the kingdom. He warns Joshua to step aside or he will arrest him for working with the murderer to claim the throne. The prince tries to attack, but Evelyn stops him. Just then, Victor orders his men to bring over some wine. He calls himself a nice person and says he will give her a chance. He wants her to drink from the king's cup and prove her innocence. Joshua is terrified. He tries to rush over, but the soldiers stop him. He offers to drink the wine and begs Evelyn not to agree. The woman watches as the prince screams and begs. He vows to end his life if she leaves. Evelyn approaches the boy and reminds him this is a chessboard. The person they must protect the most is the king. It doesn't matter if the queen has to sacrifice her life for him. The girl tells him to forget about her and plan his next move. Joshua thinks he is hopeless without her, but she advises him to form an alliance with Gilas. The boy is stunned, but she has no time to explain. Joshua has to find her safe before the military raids her mansion. She tries to tell him more, but Victor interrupts them. The man is tired of waiting. Evelyn gives the boy one last look and turns away. Joshua can't accept it and begs her to stop. Suddenly, someone covers his mouth and shuts him up. It's Evelyn, and the woman is furious. She warns him not to waste her sacrifice. She doesn't want to regret her choice. The boy stares at her in shock. Evelyn calms down and asks him to always remain kind. His pure soul is the only thing their world needs. Joshua finally realizes his mistake and begins to cry. He begs Evelyn not to leave. Our heroine kisses his eye and prays he won't be swallowed by the darkness. The boy screams in despair as she turns around to leave. Evelyn feels pity for him. Joshua always knew she would hurt him, yet he refused to let her go. But our heroine isn't impressed. Instead, she thinks the boy is foolish. The girl begins to climb the stairs. She has always believed that love makes people weak and turns them into losers. She doesn't want the prince to fall in love because it will ruin his path. Victor won because he loves no one. She thinks of her beloved Hila and prays he won't make the same mistakes she did. She blames herself for falling in love and failing to resist it. It is truly a curse. Victor watches the woman climbing the stairs. He reminds Sonia of the vow he made. He had promised to repay all the humiliation Evelyn put him through. He tells the girl to watch and see what happens to people who challenge him. Our heroine slips over the wet stairs and falls down. Sonia watches in horror, but Victor is satisfied. Evelyn is already bleeding, but the man orders her to keep climbing. The girl trembles and decides that love is truly the worst curse. A quick flashback to the past. Joshua is playing chess with Rowan, but he is about to lose. The boy looks upset because he doesn't want to give up his queen. He has no idea what to do. Rowan looks thoughtful and studies the board. Back at the palace, Evelyn is already bleeding. She glares at Victor, who begins to shout. He hopes Rowan is watching so he can see his wife suffering. He dares the man to show himself. Evelyn can't understand everyone's obsession with her dead husband. They need to let the man rest in peace. The Archduke blames her for marrying the wrong person. He wants her to resent and hate Rowan. His plan fails because the woman feels sorry for him instead. She says everyone is seeking her husband because he is the only light in this dark world. Victor is annoyed to see her calm face. He expects her to be afraid of death, but Evelyn has already accepted her fate. The man hands her the poisoned wine and sends his greetings to Rowan. The Duchess refuses to accept the cup and urges him to fulfill her last request. She looks so serious that the Archduke agrees to listen. She begs him to send some military support to Thorncrest. The man becomes suspicious, but Evelyn already has an excuse. She explains that Thorncrest is the heart of the continent, so they have to reclaim it. She blames him for sending Gilas to the place without proper preparations and calls it a reckless move. The Archduke isn't pleased and thinks she is looking down on his subordinate. Evelyn tells him to stop burdening the colonel. She doesn't want the kingdom to lose another strong shield. She orders him to fulfill his duties to the royal family and the nation. Victor is annoyed, but swears to follow her request. Evelyn feels relieved and kneels to accept the cup. Everyone watches her while Joshua almost faints from crying. He is unwilling and remembers Rowan's words. He was desperate to keep his queen, and the man had told him to find a way to save her. Joshua tries to think of a plan, but his mind is blank. Just then, a loud noise distracts everyone. Someone seems to be forcing their way into the palace. Joshua recalls Rowan's words. He has to be calm and find a useful person. And right now, someone useful has appeared. Gilas forces his way into the palace, looking like a mess. Joshua takes one look at him and knows he is the knight on their chessboard. He is the only person who can challenge their opponent. The guards can't believe Gilas rode all the way from Thorncrest. They try to stop him, but Joshua commands them to step aside. The two men share a deep look. Evelyn is about to receive the cup when Gilas appears. Victor isn't happy to be interrupted. The woman can hear someone approaching, and it turns out to be Gilas. Her knight has arrived. The colonel is still covered in blood, but Victor is proud to see him. He boasts to Evelyn, but the woman looks scared. Gilas approaches the stairs, but Derek stops him. He warns him not to go further, but the colonel doesn't listen. Right now, he is a knight prepared to save his queen. He frees himself from Derek and rushes to the Archduke. The man has heard about their victory, but scolds him for leaving without his permission. Gilas apologizes, but says he has urgent news. He has brought the head of the enemy commander. He raises it up and we see Ashford's face. He claims the man was gathering rebels near the Thorncrest temple. Everyone looks nervous and horrified. Gilas tells them the Count was the one who shared those papers, claiming the dead would rise. He offers the head to Victor and tells him to make his judgment. The Archduke looks calm, but Evelyn is very upset. She yells at Gilas, saying a commoner shouldn't interfere with state matters. The man refuses to listen to her and asks Victor to reconsider his decision. He walks past Evelyn and she begs him to back down. Gilas reminds Victor of the toast they promised to share. He approaches the man and asks for the Holy Grail. Victor knows he can't harm the loyal colonel and he leaves in frustration. Gilas takes a look at Evelyn, but she isn't happy. The woman keeps saying everything is over. She is right, because Victor now hates both of them. The colonel is worried about her wound. The girl grabs him and curses him for ruining everything. She says he has revealed all their cards. The man feels wronged because he was trying to save her. The woman reveals that only one of them can survive in this game. He will lose all his cards if he keeps trying to save her. She seems to have gone crazy and yells at him, begging him to wake up. They are now enemies and one of them must die. Evelyn falls to the ground in despair. Everyone is worried, but she can only see Gil's terrified face. She is heartbroken and wishes the man would give up on her. They can never go back to the past, and all their dreams are ruined. Right now, they need to survive. She prays the boy would understand that winners must show no sympathy. Our heroine wakes up and sees Rowan by her side. The man tells her to stop handling things alone and even offers to take them on a family trip. The girl is confused. She can feel his body heat, which is impossible. She holds his hand, but is sure this is a dream. There is no way her dead husband is by her side. The man says he has never left her. Evelyn has no idea what to do. She tells Rowan she is lost in the darkness. He had warned her about this, but in the end, she ruined everything. The girl begins to cry and admits she is afraid. Rowan promises to always love her no matter what choice she makes. He tells her to open her eyes and she will find the answer. Evelyn wakes up and feels someone touching her head. She looks around and sees Gilas by her side. The man is worried because she has a high fever. He tells her to rest, but the girl keeps staring at him. She sits up in shock when she realizes it isn't a dream. She receives another shock when Gilas suggests they run away. She stares with open eyes as the man says they should leave Altaric together. Gilas wants them to escape and leave Altaric together. The girl is sure her ears are blocked, but the man repeats his statement. He has even chosen the countries they could run to. He wants them to leave everything behind and start another life. Evelyn insults him and calls him a coward. The man isn't happy and asks if she wants to die like a dog. Well, our heroine doesn't plan to give up. She would rather die as a noble than escape. Gilas is frustrated and wonders if her life is worth it. The girl says he is a lowly commoner, so he can't understand her noble pride. The man believes she is deceiving herself. Evelyn calls him delusional and says he is nothing special to her. Gilas has no plans to argue because he knew she wouldn't agree. He tells her to rest properly and immediately leaves. A few days pass, and it is time for the king's funeral. Because of his death, all celebrations are postponed for a week. Our main leads gather at the church while the priest holds a very long prayer. Evelyn believes she can use the week to plan a counterattack. She refuses to let Victor win. The funeral is over and it begins to rain. Oscar complains about the weather, but Evelyn suddenly mentions his trip to Vestria. The man says it has been canceled because of the king's death. Evelyn tells him to take Sherry on a trip. The man looks unwilling, but she begs him to help her. Oscar isn't afraid to leave, but he is worried the girl is planning something dangerous. Our heroine laughs and says she isn't. The cheerful Oscar is soon distracted and runs off. Immediately he leaves, someone approaches Evelyn. A little girl appears with a flower and a note. The woman accepts the gift and reads the note. Someone is inviting her to a secret meeting at night. Our heroine looks up and immediately sees Gilas watching her. Night soon arrives and Evelyn heads to the meeting place. She sees Gilas and starts questioning him. The man announces that all the roads will be blocked after the funeral. They have to leave now if they want to escape. The girl says she has no plans to leave. She starts to suspect that Victor ordered Gilas to chase her away. The man has no idea what to do about this stubborn woman. He explains that this is their last chance to escape. The girl refuses to change her mind. She will never surrender or escape because she has to win. Even if she loses, she must die as a noble woman. She doesn't want to regret her choice. She would rather fight till the end than survive and live a shameful life. Gilas looks upset. He finally realizes that she will never leave. The girl says he is correct and warns him to stay away from her. He has to protect his life. Gilas sighs and says he has to make a tough decision. The woman turns around to leave and wishes him goodbye. She doesn't notice the man pulling something out of his pocket. It turns out to be a drug, and he pours it on a cloth. He approaches Evelyn and places it over her nose. The girl struggles to break free. Gilas apologizes and tells her to go to sleep. When she wakes up, they will be across the border. Evelyn fights with all her strength. She stares at the man and curses him for making a foolish choice. But it is too late. The woman soon falls asleep. Gilas hugs her and begs for her forgiveness. We take a look at the couple's past. It is another rainy day. Gilas opens the door and sees his mistress. She looks pale and her clothes have all been drenched. She approaches the boy and suddenly leans on him. This isn't enough and she orders him to hug her. The poor boy is shocked, but she says she is cold. He tells her to stop because she might put them in trouble. Evelyn is confused and says he belongs to her. The boy suddenly becomes serious and tells her she doesn't know the real him. Evelyn stares at Gilas and decides to tease him. She hugs him and tells him to hold her. The boy wastes no time and immediately kisses her. The girl has no idea, but he completely belongs to her. He finds it unfair because she isn't his. She always visits him when she is sad, but she never explains why. The boy has a dark urge to possess her every thought. He feels pity for his mistress because she doesn't know how greedy he is. Our heroine wakes up and finds herself tied up and gagged. She screams in silence until Gilas finally notices her. He complains about the weak medicine. He approaches her with another drug, but this time she kicks it away. The girl manages to get the gag off and starts scolding him. She orders him to untie her. Gilas silently stares at her. She starts questioning him, but he only advises her to go to sleep. The girl is desperate and says he should have given her time. The man points out that she would have escaped. She reminds him of everyone they left behind. Victor will torture their families just to find them. She calls Gilas irresponsible. The man isn't fooled because she has never cared about her servants. He warns her to stop pretending. The girl refuses to give up and says they will be hunted down. Gilas is confident he can escape, but she believes they will be caught. She calls this the worst choice and claims everyone will die. Gilas is sure her plan isn't better, but the girl tells him to trust her. Even as she says this, she is already trying to cut the rope. The man smirks and suddenly turns her around. He sees the rope is already loose. Gilas is furious and ties her up again. He wonders how he can trust her when she always tries to escape. All she does is lie and deceive him. He makes the rope too tight and the girl starts to complain. He immediately stops when he hears her crying. She begs him not to shout and admits she is scared. The man doesn't fall for her trick and wonders what she is planning. The girl says she is really scared. She is afraid her enemies might find her weakness and she will lose everything she has. She confesses that she is also terrified to lose him. She is afraid she might push him to his death. Gilas turns her around and is shocked to see her crying. The girl begs him to hug her. Gila looks reluctant because he doesn't trust her. Evelyn tells him to leave the ropes on. She doesn't want his trust and just needs him to hold her. The man can't resist and immediately hugs her. He apologizes for kidnapping her and reveals how scared he is. Gilas trembles as he admits he is terrified. The girl promises to never leave, and the man begs to always be by her side. He wants her to swear an oath. The girl makes the vow and claims he is everything she wants. She has longed for his warmth all her life. Evelyn suddenly asks Gilas to kiss her. The two stare at each other as they kiss, and soon their faces are red. Evelyn begs him to release her and says she wants to touch him. The colonel can't resist and quickly unties the rope. That is his greatest mistake. He confesses his love for the girl and begs to know her true feelings. She claims to love him, but while he is distracted, she quickly grabs his gun. Gilas is shocked. The girl stares at him calmly and suddenly shoots the driver. The man is startled and loses control over the horses. Their carriage flies through the air and crashes. Still, the two refuse to look away from each other. The coachman runs away before these crazy people will get him killed. Gilas is injured and bleeding. He yells at Evelyn, asking why she is so desperate. The girl calls him foolish for falling for her trick. He can't understand her obsession with death and offers to kill her. Evelyn is willing to give him her life, but it isn't the right time. Gilas is confused. He has tried so hard, but he still can't understand her. The girl says he never will. The man is unwilling and asks if everything she said was a lie. Evelyn doesn't blink as she admits it was. She walks away from him and grabs one of the horses. The woman is startled when she hears Gilas's laughter. The man has a crazy look on his face. He orders her to leave before he changes his mind and really kills her. The girl doesn't hesitate and starts to ride away. Gilas is left alone in the ruins. He mocks himself for ever believing the girl was human. Sometimes he would notice the pain on her face. Evelyn says he was just imagining things. The man thought those looks were true and had tried to save her. The girl mocks him and tells him to become a writer. Her indifference makes Gilas furious. All he wanted was to make her happy. Evelyn says running away won't bring her any happiness. The man falls to his knees as he finally realizes how horrible she is. The girl is still in the mood to tease him. He calls her every bad word he can think of, but she only smirks. He finally understands that she's full of lies. Evelyn is happy to see him in pain. Gilas begins to cry. He hates her for mocking his love and calls her a filthy demon. The girl coughs and suddenly spits out blood, but Gilas doesn't notice. He tells her to disappear. He vows never to see her again or try to save her. She is a demon, and he can never stop her from walking into hell. The man is really tired and regrets ever loving Evelyn. He begs her to return all his wasted years. The girl tells him that love always makes people ugly. Gilas grits his teeth in anger. His heart hurts so much. Evelyn glances at him as he cries in the ruins. She knows he is suffering because love is always painful. It burns everything and leaves nothing behind. The girl is glad that he finally understands. Our heroine returns to her mansion and sees her butler. She immediately asks about Oscar and Sherry. Maria says they are in Vestira. Evelyn orders her to book a train ticket to drive in for them. They have to head to the station directly. Maria is worried about her mistress, but the girl never replies. Inside the Duke's mansion, the maids are gossiping about their mistress. They call her a witch and say nasty things about her. They are unhappy because their salaries have been reduced, yet Evelyn still calls them at odd hours. They believe the Winter family is finished. Our heroine is sitting before the fireplace. The girl keeps coughing out blood. Her game is finally coming to an end. She doesn't want Gilas to forgive her. She can't give him any hope because she is already dying. She remembers his harsh words, but knows they are all true. Downstairs, the maids reveal a big secret about Evelyn. The Winter family is about to be ruined, but she never wears the same clothes twice. She either throws them away or burns them. The maids think she doesn't want them to have it, but it seems our heroine is really sick. Evelyn is willing to become a widow or demon just to help Gilas. If the boy can't find his way, she is ready to be his path. She doesn't want him to be afraid and will guide him to the light. She is willing to fall into the darkness for him. The girl knows this is the last moment and she can't hesitate. Just then, Rowan's spirit appears and tells her the end is near. The girl stares into the fire as the man hugs her. She begs him to wait for her. Derek is making a suspicious call. He claims to be talking to his mother and mentions the book she gave him. He recites passages from the book, but they are just code language. The real message says the funding from the Blue Rose is complete, and all preparations have been made. We see the symbol of the Brotherhood, and the man says it is time to spread their wings. The Winters' mansion is in chaos. Evelyn has dismissed all her servants, and they are certainly not pleased. Most of them don't regret leaving and are happy to abandon the sinking ship. A few of her close servants look worried and think something big is about to happen. Victor soon receives the news, and he is also surprised. He feels uneasy and wonders what the woman is planning. He orders his men to find the dismissed servants. The Archduke is willing to use money or threats to force them to talk. He tells his assistant to focus on those that have served the longest. One of them must know the truth. He urges him to hurry before Evelyn, the sly fox, runs away. It is nighttime and the Winters mansion is completely empty. Evelyn is dressed up and stares out the window. Just then she hears a voice behind her. The woman turns around and sees Joshua. The boy thinks she is leaving without informing him. Evelyn accuses him of planting his spies among her servants. He isn't ashamed and blames her for being too secretive. Joshua wants to know where she is going. Evelyn has no plans to leave, which makes him confused. He asks why she dismissed all her servants. The girl claims they are useless, but Joshua isn't deceived. He scolds her for always lying, and she blames him for making foolish choices. The boy remembers her saying he should form an alliance with Gilas. Evelyn tells him to forget about that. He is unwilling, but she says there is a better plan. Joshua wants to know more, but the woman suddenly becomes stern. She asks if he is wise and just enough to become the emperor. The boy says he is, but she doesn't trust him. She thinks he is just a useless brat without his title. Joshua is stunned by her change. The woman isn't done and expresses her regret for helping the royal family. The prince can't understand what is going on. Evelyn decides to explain and says she is going to kill him. She points a gun at him, but Joshua can't believe her. The girl laughs and calls him a fool for coming here alone. The prince trusts her so much and thinks she was forced to do this. Evelyn laughs at him and calls him naive. She has always hated him because he was too ignorant about the world. Joshua wonders if she will hand over his body to Victor and ask for mercy. The girl thinks that it is a good idea. He reminds her that his uncle never keeps his promises, but Evelyn is willing to try. Joshua begs her to stop. He isn't afraid of death, but just wants to help her. He can find a way for her to escape and leave Aldrich. The girl is amused and mocks his foolishness. Right now, the boy is supposed to run. The prince wonders why she is throwing herself into hell. She always forces herself to carry all the sins. The boy has always noticed her pain. His words only make her furious. He offers to share her burden and stay by her side. His reply is a gunshot next to his head. Evelyn warns him not to feel special because he was just a pawn. All he had to do was listen to her plans. The boy interrupts her screaming match and says he loves her. She advises him to save the confession for the grave. He refuses to give up and says a prayer for her. He knows she acted like a demon just to help them. Evelyn says he is right. She is now a demon, and they always keep their vows. Joshua repeats his confession just as she pulls the trigger. We see a carriage rushing across the snow. Inside, Max is panicking. He keeps urging the driver to go faster. He is afraid something might have happened to Joshua. The boy rushed out in the middle of the night, looking grim. Max believes he was heading to the Winter Mansion. Suddenly, the men notice something strange. It isn't time for sunrise, so why is there a shining light in the distance? The men move closer, but what they see shocks them. The Winter Mansion is on fire. At least our heroine manages to get into the history books. They believe she killed the prince and left the duchy in ashes. Because of her, the era of nobles finally came to an end. The country is in chaos. The streets are filled with rumors, and the Archduke is soon informed. Victor looks completely shocked. Black smoke still fills the streets, announcing the fall of the royal family and the kingdom. Gilas also receives a call. The man is stunned and drops the phone. This is the beginning of chaos. The capital city is full of rumors. Everyone believes that Evelyn killed the crown prince and ran away. They urge the soldiers to find and arrest the evil woman. Victor is interviewing a few of Evelyn's servants. The two insist that they know nothing about her escape and complain about the Duchess kicking them out. Victor doesn't believe their story and accuses them of helping Evelyn. The two swear their innocence and even insult the Duchess, calling her a witch. They vow to cooperate with the Archduke and find the woman. The man urges them to remember any suspicious action that Evelyn might have made. The servants tell him about the train tickets that the Duchess bought. They believe the woman is planning to escape. Victor is pleased because he can finally capture Evelyn. He thanks the servants and orders his men to declare a lockdown. It is finally time to destroy the Duchess. Meanwhile, Sherry and Oscar are waiting at the train station. They look around searching for Evelyn, but they can't find her. The station master tells them to get on the train because they will soon depart. Oscar is worried, but he has to cooperate. The two wait in their carriage, and an inspector approaches to check their tickets. They have received the news about Evelyn's escape and are questioning the passengers. The inspector looks suspicious as he stares at them. The two registered as Olin Smith and his daughter, Lisa. He calls their fake names, and they smile widely to hide their guilt. The inspector thinks they are a family of 3 going on a family trip. Oscar quickly agrees, and the man urges him to finish boarding. He begs the inspector to hold the train for a few minutes until his companion arrives. The man is unwilling and explains that the train will soon depart. Oscar claims his wife is disabled and begs for more time. The inspector is confused because the list shows the names of 2 men and a little girl. He questions Oscar, and the man looks nervous. The next moment, we see a hooded figure standing next to the train. It is Evelyn. Inside the carriage, Oscar is still confused, so the man explains. Turns out, the last name on the list is Noah Smith, and the inspector thinks he is Oscar's son. He advises the man to check the baggage car because Noah already stored his luggage. The inspector is called away, and he leaves the 2 alone. Oscar has no idea what is happening, but Sherry seems to have noticed something. The girl immediately rushes out, and Oscar chases after her. Sherry keeps running, and she looks very scared. Meanwhile, our heroine says a prayer for her daughter because she isn't leaving with them. She wants Sherry to escape and have a bright future. She watches the train leave, but plans to remain behind and fight to the end. Evelyn begs for her daughter's forgiveness. The 2 arrive at the baggage room and are surprised to see a large box named Noah Smith. Oscar opens the barrel, and he looks shocked. The missing crown prince is lying inside. Evelyn is still waiting for the train to leave. A few steps away, a man has smoked a ton of cigarettes. His soldiers urge him to arrest Evelyn before the train leaves, but Gilas tells them to wait. The men are confused, but Gilas doesn't explain and just keeps smoking. Back at the train, Oscar questions Joshua, but the boy is also confused. The man explains that they are on a train and asks about Evelyn. Joshua is sad and apologizes to Sherry. He was unable to stop the stubborn woman. Evelyn insisted on staying behind and facing everything alone. Oscar is terrified. He rushes to the window and really sees Evelyn standing outside. The Duchess watches the man slam the window and says a silent apology. The train finally begins to move, and she feels sorry for being a burden. This time she is leaving her child to him. Gilas finally arrives with his men and sees Evelyn standing alone. The soldiers are all nervous as they approach with their raised guns. They accuse the girl of killing the crown prince and reveal that Victor has ordered her arrest. They are prepared to shoot, but the woman isn't nervous. She moves closer, and the men immediately pull back. They threaten to shoot, but the woman keeps moving. They are ready to kill her when she suddenly stops. Gilas is stunned because the woman raises her wrist and is ready to be arrested. He stares at her, but she doesn't look worried. The man grits his teeth in anger and glares at the stubborn girl. Evelyn is tied up and dragged through the city. The people point at the guillotine and curse her. They all want the girl to die. Evelyn stops and suddenly begins to laugh. She calls the people fools because they don't know their real enemy. The girl smiles as she asks them to use some expensive silk for her death. Our heroine doesn't like cheap things. The angry people begin to stone Evelyn and curse her to death. Gilas is furious and is about to stop them, but Howard steps forward. He forbids the people from harming Evelyn until the trial is over. The man glances at Gilas and says anyone who helps Evelyn will be also punished. Our male lead is stunned and watches with wide eyes as his men lead Evelyn away. The council gathers to witness Evelyn's trial. Victor promises to be fair, but the public urges him not to show any mercy. They all want Evelyn to be punished. Gilas is furious, but the man can't do anything. The trial begins as the judge accuses Evelyn of burning down the estate and killing the crown prince. He orders her to defend herself, but the girl refuses and says they already planned to kill her. The people are infuriated by her attitude and call her shameless. Victor calms them down and says their judgment is based on facts. He questions Evelyn, asking why she betrayed her loyalty to the crown. Victor pretends to be sad, but secretly wishes he could reward Evelyn. The girl has taken away his biggest burden. The man looks calm, but he is already planning to kill the Duchess. He wants to use her as a sacrifice to build a new Aldrich. The man plays with his lighter as he imagines Evelyn being burned to death. He smiles like a maniac and even thinks the girl should be honored. Evelyn refuses to defend herself, so the judge makes his decision. He orders his men to take her to the guillotine, and the people yell in support. The Archduke looks pleased, but Evelyn notices his secret smiles. She tells the people they are being deceived because someone is using her as his scapegoat. The judge is surprised and asks the girl to explain herself. Evelyn suddenly calls Victor's name and says the man ordered her to kill the crown prince. The Archduke is stunned, but Evelyn is just getting started. She says she was just Victor's pawn and reminds everyone she has no reason to harm the crown prince. She begs the judge to punish the mastermind first. The Archduke is amused and tries to laugh it off. He says the girl has lost her mind, and the people all agree. They believe the Duchess is making false claims to avoid her punishment. Our heroine tells them she isn't afraid of death. She is just worried that more innocent people will die because of a two-faced snake like Victor. The Archduke is furious and orders the girl to provide evidence. Evelyn claims that Victor asked her to burn down the house so they can destroy the evidence. The judge is now suspicious and also questions Victor. The man is angry because they are doubting him over Evelyn's lies. Our heroine isn't done and acts like she has a big secret. We just know she has thought of another evil lie. As expected, Evelyn announces that Victor was once her lover. The Archduke has a giant question mark over his head. The poor man is really confused this time. He starts to yell and accuses Evelyn of framing him. Meanwhile, the girl acts like a heartbroken lover, as she begs him not to deny their past. She covers her face in pain as she wonders if the man was just using her. The people are convinced by her act, and all begin to talk about the Archduke. Victor is furious and glares at the gossipers. He curses the people and calls them filthy. He denies his affair with Evelyn and reminds everyone he once accused her of regicide. The Duchess is prepared and says it was just an act to distract the Crown Prince. He used the incident to test her loyalty and also gain Joshua's trust. Evelyn is pleased because this is her last gift to Victor. She wants the man to accompany her to death. The people are all shocked by this news. The girl tells them the Archduke has been waiting for her husband and Joshua to die. Victor is so furious, he slams the table. Just then, someone yells at him. Gilas steps forward and warns the both of them to stop. Victor becomes smug and tells everyone that Gilas is Evelyn's real lover. The colonel pretends to be unhappy and blames his boss for slandering him. The Archduke is shocked, but our male lead ignores and walks past him. He even asks the man to prove his innocence. The angry Victor calls Gilas ungrateful and says he is still his boss. The colonel reminds the man he is now in control of the military. During the triumvirate meeting, Victor had handed over his power. Our male lead is now the people's representative. Victor glares at the couple and curses them silently. Gilas asks the judge to suspend the trial because he will investigate the case himself. He promises to interrogate the criminals and reveal the truth to the people. He orders the two suspects to be arrested, but Victor is annoyed. He insults Gilas while our heroine looks pleased. The man ignores them both and announces that the two are now stripped of their positions. The people are pleased and accept his decision. The colonel promises to interrogate them equally to prove that justice still exists. Everyone cheers in support while a furious Victor watches. Several days have passed since the trial was postponed. The 1-week grace period is almost over, yet the investigators haven't found a single clue. Victor was placed on house arrest and he destroyed his house in anger. He keeps denying the charges while Evelyn remains in prison and refuses to speak. The soldiers have also visited the Winter estate, but they couldn't find any clue among the ashes. The council is desperate and finally holds a meeting. Steele, the Minister of Public Opinion, says they have to make a quick judgment because he doesn't want to lose the public trust. He also plans to hold the Crown Prince's funeral so they can choose a new successor. The Minister of Foreign Affairs agrees with him and even claims that more delay can cause a war. Gilas refuses to listen to them and insists on holding a fair trial. Raquel from the Parliament isn't pleased. She thinks the Archduke is innocent and wants them to punish Evelyn as the culprit. Gilas believes the Duchess is hiding the truth and insists on holding an interrogation. Harper doesn't believe Evelyn's claims and calls them lies. He thinks the Archduke is too smart to make such a reckless choice. The royal secretary doesn't agree and reveals that Victor has always been violent. Even during his academy days, they had to cover up many of his incidents. The two sides begin to argue until someone interrupts them. The director of intelligence thinks the trial is getting too long. He wants to hire a skilled torturer and force Evelyn to confess. Gilas immediately rejects his idea, but Howard steps forward and offers to supervise. He glances at Gilas and asks him to approve the request. The colonel glares at his subordinate and warns him not to interfere. Harper looks furious as he advises the colonel to make a decision. Gilas refuses to spill innocent blood on the guillotine just to make the people happy. Another minister insists on sacrificing Evelyn. He believes the people need an execution to end the chaos. Everyone is urging Gilas to punish the Duchess, but the man refuses to execute her. Harper mocks him for acting pure when he has killed people on the battlefield. He thinks Gilas is trying to become a kind ruler, or is protecting Evelyn. The colonel calls him emotional for trying to get rid of the Duchess. He reminds everyone that Evelyn is the only person who knows the whole truth. Sarah finally agrees with Gilas, but still thinks that Evelyn's crimes are serious. If the investigation reveals more offenses, the Duchess will be executed. She warns the colonel not to hesitate when the time comes. Gilas is silent before he finally agrees. Evelyn doesn't know about the meeting and is relaxing in prison. She suddenly notices the strange silence and hears a sound outside her cell. The girl turns around only to see Victor outside. The man even smiles and greets her. Evelyn wonders how he got in when he was under house arrest. She thinks he was released, but the man actually escaped. He was thinking of Evelyn's lies and couldn't sleep. Victor has killed all the prison guards and has even stolen the keys. The Duchess advises him to leave before he is caught and punished. Victor ignores her threats and opens the door. He doesn't need her concern because all the witnesses have been killed. Our girl watches in shock as the man approaches the torture table. He grabs a whip and tells Evelyn her screams will be useless because no one will save her. Our heroine warns him not to make foolish moves, yet the man isn't bothered. He says they have a lot to discuss, but the girl refuses to speak. He begins to question her with threats, but Evelyn isn't scared. Victor asks about Rowan, and our girl sighs in pity. Her dead husband can't even rest in peace. The Archduke uses the whip to lift Evelyn's face and warns her to be obedient. He says he is getting excited, but Evelyn isn't surprised. Everyone in Alterac knows about his twisted behavior. The man laughs like a villain and insults the people. He thinks they are just lowly rats. Victor plays with the whip and admits he likes torturing people. He loves to see them crying and looking scared. He keeps asking about Rowan, but the girl only mocks him. She vows not to cry, and Rowan is pleased. He doesn't want her to give in because it will be too boring. Sonia barges into her uncle's mansion and wants to speak to him. His guards refuse to let her in, but the lady is stubborn. She manages to sneak inside, prepared to ask her uncle about the trial. But all she sees is a lot of dead bodies and an open window. The guards are stunned and begin to search for the Archduke. They plan to hide the news from the army and have forgotten about the stunned Sonia. The girl suddenly thinks about Evelyn and becomes scared. Meanwhile, the council is done with their meeting. The group leave, and Howard follows his boss. He scolds Gilas for standing against the ministers, but the colonel says he will judge after the investigation. His assistant is angry and asks Gilas to listen to him. Our male lead glares at the man and warns Howard not to give him orders. The boy begs Gilas to remember his priorities, but the colonel insists on holding justice. He even tells the man to stop being hasty. Howard is unhappy, but he stops arguing. He says Gilas's true purpose will soon be revealed and walks away. Sonia rushes to Evelyn's prison to confirm her suspicions and immediately notices the dead bodies lying around. Her maid begs her to leave, but the girl looks determined. She follows the scent of blood and keeps searching for her uncle. She finally arrives at Evelyn's prison cell, and Victor welcomes her happily. The man scolds her for coming here, but Sonia and her maid both look horrified. The Archduke is covered in blood while Evelyn lies at his feet. The girl's dress is stained red with blood, and we have no idea if she is alive. Sonia is shocked and begs her uncle to leave. She says the soldiers are searching for him. Victor is grumpy because he doesn't want to stay here. He blames Evelyn since the girl refuses to say a single word. He grabs her hair to check if she is still alive. He stares at her, but the girl suddenly opens her eyes and spits her blood on him. The angry Victor immediately raises his whip again, but this time, Sonia stops him. She begs him to leave before the soldiers arrive. The man warns her to let go, but she reminds him of the people he killed. He has gone too far, and the colonel will be furious when he finds out. Victor suddenly turns around and starts to choke Sonia. The man has gone crazy as he scolds the girl for lecturing him. Her maid hits his back and begs him to stop. Sonia tries to calm her uncle down by reminding him of his goal to conquer Aldrich. Right now, the man is acting like a demon. Victor isn't moved and even mocks her behavior. He says the girl is useless because she only has a pretty face. The man is ready to destroy her beautiful face, but he doesn't get the chance. Gilas rushes in and slams the man to the ground. Sonia is happy to see him, but he advises the girl to leave. He stops talking because he has finally noticed the injured Evelyn. Our male lead trembles in fear as he approaches his beloved. He is about to touch her when someone suddenly hits his face. Victor is back on his feet and mocks Gilas for showing up late. The crazy man is covered in blood but still blames Gilas for making him do the dirty work. The colonel pushes Sonia away as Victor rushes at him with a knife. He calls the man ungrateful and tries to stab him. Our male lead stops him with a single move and reminds the Archduke he has lost his power. He accuses Victor of disobeying the military orders and killing his own men. He says the man will be punished, but the Archduke laughs and mocks Gilas. The men are busy fighting, and no one notices the injured Evelyn standing up. Gilas is listening to Victor's insults when he suddenly looks shocked. He sees Evelyn approaching with a knife, and she is prepared to stab the Archduke. Gilas pushes the man away and rushes forward to stop his woman. He stares at her face, which is covered in blood, and the man almost cries. He begs the girl to stop, and Evelyn finally listens to him. She drops the knife but soon begins to cough out blood. Everyone watches in shock as our heroine finally closes her eyes and faints. Everyone stares at Evelyn in shock. Gil trembles as he touches his woman's face. Victor is still mocking them, but the colonel orders him to call a doctor. The Archduke is annoyed and complains about Gilas giving him orders. Our male lead suddenly yells at him to call a doctor, and the siblings are shocked by his outburst. We see our heroine lying on a hospital bed, and she is finally awake. She tries to sit up, but she is cuffed to the hospital bed. The doctor arrives to tell her about her condition, but the girl isn't interested. She only wants information about the trial. The doctor explains that the trial was suspended. Because Victor disobeyed the military orders, an emergency meeting was held and he will also be punished. The girl is silent as she remembers Gilas's terrified face. As always, she scolds the man for being foolish. A meeting is going on, but the two sides are busy arguing. One group blames the Archduke for abusing his powers to take revenge and causing chaos among the military. The other group says the military ignored the man's abuse of power and failed to watch him closely. Sarah also blames the military, but asks Gilas for his opinion. Our male lead doesn't plan to take the blame and says they are overreacting. He promises to punish Victor, but warns them not to make a quick judgment. The men are furious and remind him the incident has stopped their investigation. Gilas apologizes for the delay and agrees to accept the blame. But the man has a condition. He says he is trying to protect the witness, but he just wants to take Evelyn away to a safe place. He promises to take responsibility for her. The men aren't satisfied because of the delay and are afraid the girl might not be able to testify. Gilas vows to protect Evelyn and make sure she is fit enough to testify. Howard doesn't look pleased with his master's behavior. Sarah warns Gilas to fulfill his promise, and the man vows to finish his duty. Our male lead visits the hospital to see his beloved. He approaches the bed but is suddenly stopped by the doctor. The man says he is about to head out and asks Gilas to leave. The colonel follows his orders but tells the doctor to inform him when Evelyn wakes up. He glances at the girl lying on the bed as he leaves. The doctor heads to a dark room and doesn't notice the man hiding behind a shelf. The mystery man steps forward with a gun and calls the doctor's name. The man is about to turn around, but his attacker suddenly mentions his family. The doctor is terrified, but the man says he hasn't harmed them. Leon calms down and asks for the man's request. The attacker wants the doctor to give Evelyn some poison. Leon refuses, but the man threatens to kill his son. The doctor is still unwilling, so the mystery man gives him an excuse. He says Evelyn's body is already destroyed, so it won't be suspicious if she dies. We see the masked man's face, and he looks like Howard. He urges the doctor to end Evelyn's life since the girl is still going to die. He keeps using Leon's family as a threat and forces the doctor to choose between them. Our heroine is admiring her handcuffs when her door is suddenly opened. She sees a masked figure approaching her bed and begins to question the person. The figure raises her knife, and our heroine is shocked. Meanwhile, the doctor is still struggling and begging God for forgiveness. He has agreed to poison Evelyn and tries to convince himself this is the right choice. He finally arrives at the girl's room but only sees a broken cuff and an empty bed. Our heroine is gone. We take a look outside and see a familiar pink hair flying in the wind. Sonia has come to save Evelyn. Gilas is working in his study when his subordinate barges in with terrible news. He tells the colonel about Evelyn's disappearance, and our poor male lead is stunned. Meanwhile, Sonia takes Evelyn away to a place covered in snow. Our heroine teases the girl and says she never thought the crybaby could be brave. Sonia is annoyed by her remark, but pretends not to care about her thanks. Evelyn knows the girl would be in trouble if Victor finds out and wonders why Sonia saved her. The lady becomes defensive and claims she wasn't helping the Duchess. She is only trying to get rid of Evelyn because she makes the Archduke and Gilas act like fools. Our heroine isn't convinced by the girl's excuse, but Sonia denies helping her. She wants Evelyn to escape to a far place where no one will find her. She even says the woman can die there. Our heroine is amused and begins to laugh. Sonia is annoyed, but still gives her some money. Evelyn is impressed by the girl, but Sonia just wants her to leave. The Duchess stares at the lady in silence until she becomes nervous. Evelyn suspects that someone sent Sonia to help her. The lady says it was her personal decision, but the woman calls her foolish. Sonia refuses to speak, so the Duchess explains what will happen. Everyone will abandon Sonia when the truth comes out, and the girl will spend the rest of her life defending herself. Evelyn wants to know if the girl is prepared, but Sonia says she has no regrets. She was upset to see all the men losing their mind over Evelyn, so she wants the woman to leave. The Duchess is surprised and wonders if the girl loves Gilas that much. Sonia doesn't hide her feelings and isn't bothered that the man doesn't love her. Evelyn laughs at her, and the girl tells the woman to leave. Our heroine is still teasing Sonia when she suddenly begins to cough out blood. The girl claimed she wasn't worried, but she immediately turns around to check on Evelyn. The Duchess stops her from coming closer, and the girl notices her blood-stained hands. Sonia wants to help the woman, but after seeing Evelyn's determined eyes, she knew she could never stop her. She watches the woman leave on her horse, but notices she isn't going to the port. She questions her, but Evelyn says someone is waiting for her. The girl is stunned when the woman says the person is Rowan. Meanwhile, Gil arrives at the hospital but meets an empty bed. Behind him, the doctor and his assistant are having a fierce argument. Our male lead ignores them as he studies the scene. Evelyn was too weak to escape, so he is sure someone must have helped her. The man immediately imagines Rowan's face and he becomes worried. He orders his men to begin a search. The soldier thinks they are looking for Evelyn, but Gilas says it is for Rowan. He believes the man has returned and vows to catch him. The soldier is confused, but the colonel orders him to block all the major roads and begin his search. Sonia watches Evelyn leave, but the woman looks like her life will soon end. The girl is still hesitating, but our heroine has already escaped. Sonia suddenly feels some fear and regret. She knows it isn't too late to expose Evelyn as a traitor, but the girl can't do it. The Duchess seems to be glowing, but Sonia can tell this is her final moment. Evelyn's radiance is the last glow before the woman fades into darkness. The girl watches her leave and finally realizes that Evelyn's era has ended. She feels sad as she watches the woman walk towards her end. Back at the hospital, Gilas is throwing a tantrum. He trembles as he orders his men to find Rowan at all cost. The assistant tries to calm him down, but Gilas suddenly grabs him. He says Rowan's appearance will bring doom because the man will ruin everything. He yells at his men to find him and refuses to let the past repeat itself. Our heroine arrives at a mountain and is prepared to see her husband again. Meanwhile, Gilas is still trembling because he doesn't want to lose Evelyn. The man imagines Rowan taking her away and becomes desperate. He says his men must find them, even if they have to burn Altaric to the ground. The people are all confused when they see the soldiers running around. A little girl is selling her flowers when a hooded figure appears. Of course, it is our heroine, and she asks the girl to show her a weapon shop. The little girl points to a shop hidden in the corner. Our heroine thanks her and even hands over all the money that Sonia gave her. The child is stunned, but when she looks up, the mystery woman is gone. Gilas returns home, but is still forcing his men to find Rowan and Evelyn. He even vows to punish the soldiers with the military law if they fail to find the two. Howard finally speaks up and says his boss has gone too far. The military have taken over the city, and the people are all afraid. Gilas thinks the man is challenging him, but Derek explains that the soldiers are confused. He thinks a command to kill would be better, but Gilas insists on capturing them alive. Howard reminds him the soldiers are already threatening the people with weapons. He thinks a rebellion will soon break out. Derek questions Gilas's motives and accuses him of trying to ruin the city. The colonel is furious, and the two men have a showdown. Thankfully, a soldier interrupts them and announces Sonia's arrival. Gilas refuses to see her, but the girl barges in and insists on speaking to him. She even asks him to send his men away, but Gilas says he is too busy to entertain her. Sonia tells him he will never find Evelyn with his reckless behavior. The man orders her to leave, and the girl wonders if she trusted the wrong person. Gilas is already impatient, so he threatens to drag her out. Sonia interrupts and says she has a clue about Evelyn's escape. The colonel immediately becomes interested, but the girl orders him to dismiss his men and remove the soldiers from the city. Gilas asks his subordinates to leave, but Derek glances at Sonia as he walks past. The colonel is ready to hear the clue, but Sonia is more worried about his crazy behavior. The man doesn't care, and instead wonders why she knows about Evelyn's disappearance. Sonia finally reveals that she helped the girl escape. Gilas accuses her of being crazy, but Sonia tells him to look in the mirror. The colonel is the one who looks insane. The man wants to know where his beloved went, but Sonia tells him to lift the lockdown on the city. She is afraid the citizens might rebel and promises to tell him after. Gilas suddenly yells at her, and the poor girl is shocked. He immediately calms down and begs Sonia to help him before he loses his mind. The girl is confused because she thought Gilas was trying to save the Duchess. The man calls Evelyn a traitor and says he must be the one to punish her. Sonia doesn't believe him and begs him to stop. She reminds the man of how he tried to save Evelyn's life. Gilas tries to deny it, but Sonia begs him to let the Duchess go. They all know the woman can no longer survive in their country. Gilas shouts at her and refuses to allow Evelyn leave. He believes he is the only one who can break and also protect the woman. He insists on being her savior and says no one else can compare. He wants the woman to remain in his grasp forever. Sonia is frustrated and yells at him to stop. She finally reveals that Evelyn has gone to see her husband. Gilas is stunned and can't believe his woman went to see Rowan Winter. He asks Sonia about Evelyn's destination and even yells at her. The poor girl is frightened and says she has no idea. She thinks it might be a metaphor because Evelyn was almost half dead. Gilas refuses to believe that the woman would die so easily. Sonia begs him to let the Duchess go, but Gilas goes crazy. He insists on having her by his side and even begins to hurt Sonia. The girl is frustrated and explains that Evelyn is trying to die. The woman headed to the north to see her husband, but the place is filled with frozen sea. Gilas is stunned as he remembers the Brington Bridge. That was Rowan's last project. The man pushes Sonia away and begins to search his study. The girl watches him with worry, but the man totally ignores her. He finally finds what he is looking for: a gun. Our heroine is indeed heading towards the Brington Bridge. She arrives and admires her husband's last project. The girl is happy to return after 7 years and is even holding a gun. She walks around but suddenly trips and falls over. Evelyn sits on the ground and says her final prayer. She thanks her God for taking away her love and giving her the strength to finish her mission. The Duchess is happy to end her journey alone and complete her holy mission. Evelyn is ready to offer her life as a sacrifice. She prays that no one will ever suffer like her again. The Duchess is ready to end it all, but at the last moment, she thinks about her sweet Gilas. The girl hesitates, but finally makes her decision. She pushes the gun to her neck and is ready to end her life when she hears the sound of a gun. Gilas has arrived and sees Evelyn kneeling on the floor. The girl doesn't even look back when the man appears, but already knows it is her little lover. Gilas approaches and Evelyn scolds him for being too stubborn. Gilas approaches and asks Evelyn to drop her gun. The girl is impressed by his ability to find her and has already given up. She drops her gun but asks Gilas to shoot her. The man is unwilling and instead searches for Rowan. He doesn't believe that Evelyn's plan will end this way. The girl had spoken about victory, but all he sees is a miserable end. He still believes Rowan must be hidden somewhere and orders the man to appear. Evelyn is unbothered and says the end has come. She begs Gilas to end this game, but the man is stunned. Evelyn wants him to take her life with his own hands. Gilas thinks the girl is lying and is trying to run away with Rowan. He keeps yelling, begging the man to appear. He even challenges Rowan and says the man has to defeat him before he can take Evelyn away. The Duchess mocks his wild behavior. She doesn't understand why the man is hesitating when he can just end her life. She starts coughing out blood and wonders if she has to help him pull the trigger. Gilas is frustrated because Evelyn is trying to ruin everything. The girl blames him for still having hope. Because he refused to let go, she had to cut him off but ended up making a mess. Gilas is watching his woman when he suddenly hears a strange sound. The man looks down and notices the ice is breaking. The colonel looks scared because the crack has spread to a wild area. Evelyn doesn't notice the danger and is still begging Gilas to end her life. The man panics and begs her to come over. Once the sun rises, the ice will collapse. Evelyn isn't listening as she recites her own poem. She believes the sun is bringing a new era. Gilas is terrified and begs her to leave the spot. He even vows to abandon his plan and stop chasing Rowan Winter. Evelyn is so furious, she begins to yell at him. She wants Gilas to stop hesitating and end her life. When he returns to Altaric with her body, the people will praise him as a hero. The girl knows that everything is over. Right now, she has nowhere to go. Gilas is upset as he watches the woman cry. Evelyn is filled with pain and begs him to end her suffering. Gil takes a step closer, but the ice cracks even more. The Duchess warns him not to come closer and asks him to just shoot her. She tries to provoke him by mentioning the cruel treatment she gave him in the past. Still, Gilas refuses to harm her. The man cries because he can never hurt Evelyn even if she treats him badly. The girl tells Gilas he can't stop her. She remembers their horrible past and says loving him was her only shame. She calls their love her worst tragedy, but admits it was also her only true feeling. Her pain cannot be covered, and Evelyn just wants to end everything. Gilas refuses to help her and says she has to end this tragedy herself. The man takes a step closer, but Evelyn doesn't notice. She wonders how many times she has to hurt and betray him before he finally gives up on her. How evil does she have to become before he finally walks away? Gilas keeps moving closer and advises the girl to give up. Evelyn refuses and immediately grabs her gun. She is going to give Gilas a reason to abandon her. She admits to working with the enemy nations and calls herself a traitor. She even claims she sent Ashford to Thorncrest so he could kill Gilas. She imported the manoberries to frame Victor and also poisoned the king. She turned the prince into her puppet to control the nation and discarded him when he became useless. She even whipped a loyal servant 10 years ago and sent him out of the mansion. The girl lists her crimes and calls herself a devil. The people are waiting for a hero to appear and destroy this monster. She begs Gilas to stop hesitating, but the man refuses. He cries and even makes a vow. Evelyn can destroy the world, leave him with countless wounds, and even betray him again, but he will never abandon her. The girl trembles at his confession and slams her head into the ice. Gilas is terrified and begs her to stop. Evelyn keeps banging the ice as she tells Rowan to take her away. The colonel is alert and immediately searches the area. He can't find anyone, so he yells at Rowan to show himself. Behind him, Evelyn suddenly says the man is here with her. Gilas is confused, but the girl says Rowan has never left this place. The colonel is still looking around, but Evelyn suddenly begins to giggle. The girl remembers what happened 7 years ago in this place. That day, she had pointed her gun at Rowan's back. Gilas is stunned as Evelyn laughs like a maniac. The girl says she killed her husband. Evelyn laughs like a devil and admits that she killed her husband. She giggles as she imagines how frustrated Gilas must be because his beloved destroyed their country. She wonders how he feels while staring at a devil like her. Rowan was called the Blue Star of Altaric because he was meant to save the people, but Evelyn had buried that wonderful man under this ice. Gilas is frozen with shock, and even his eyes have gone wide. He can't understand why Evelyn would kill her husband. The girl says Rowan was a burden. Everyone listened to the man's words, but she was desperate to forge her own path. Gillis thinks her path is trash because she killed her husband, destroyed the nation, and even ruined her own life. Evelyn doesn't regret her choice and begs Gil to end her life with his hands. The man watches her with pity and says the girl is insane. Our heroine tells him to stop hesitating because she has no reason to live. Gil doesn't reply, but instead shoots the ground. The ice cracks open and he throws his gun into the sea. He glares at the annoying woman and Evelyn is stunned. She insults him and calls him a dog who only follows orders. The man isn't ashamed as he blames her for making him this way. Evelyn is shocked into silence. She suddenly laughs as she realizes the man has been trapped by his master. But now the Duchess is ready to release him. Gillis watches in shock as the girl slams the ice. Evelyn smiles and tells the colonel he is finally free. The next moment, she jumps into the water. Gillis can't even move because he is too shocked. The next thing we see is the man's jacket flying in the wind. Evelyn falls into the cold and dark sea. The girl imagines Rowan's face and believes she deserves this terrible ending. She is ready to hug her husband when we suddenly see a big splash. Gillis has jumped into the water. He quickly grabs Evelyn and doesn't notice Rowan's spirit glaring at him. Our male lead pulls them out, but Evelyn has already fainted. Gillis carries his beloved and quickly rushes away before the sun comes up. The man returns to his mansion. The army had come by and his butler had been searching for him. He is stunned to see his boss looking like a mess. Gillis orders him to call a doctor, but the butler is more curious about the person he is carrying. Our male lead doesn't reply and only tells the man to hurry up. Gillis arrives at his study and places Evelyn before the fireplace. Outside the door, the servants shout as they try to stop someone from entering. Their protests fail as a man rushes into the room. Howard mocks his boss, but the colonel is only concerned about the doctor. His assistant refuses to bring the nurse over to treat Evelyn. Our male lead says he will never speak to his friend again. Howard is pissed and warns Gillis to control himself. The colonel remains silent, but Derek doesn't plan to argue with him. He throws a knife at Gillis and orders him to kill Evelyn with his own hands. He reminds the man of their big plan and wonders if Gillis will throw everything away. Gillis still refuses to speak, which makes Derek furious. He yells at his boss and questions his actions. He begs Gillis to remember who he is and suddenly reveals a big secret. Our male lead is the leader of the Red Hawks. Howard still remembers Gillis's promise to reform the country. He thinks this is the perfect time and urges the man to stop hesitating. He reminds Gillis of their dead brothers whose blood they used to draw their flag. He begs his boss not to waste his men's sacrifice. The man says Evelyn is among the corrupt leaders they all hate. He blames the woman for bringing darkness to the country. Howard begs Gillis to remember their vows and not disgrace their dead brothers. He gives the man an order. If Gillis wants to remain the leader of the Red Hawks, he has to prove his loyalty by killing Evelyn. If Gillis lets her live, the Red Hawk will die, and he will no longer be their leader. Howard reminds Gillis of their oath. They had promised to destroy the corrupt leaders. They also swore to punish anyone who broke their promise, and it is time to fulfill that vow. We take a brief look at our heroine's past. Evelyn calls her loyal butler into her study and has an important task for the woman. She even says Maria must protect the secret with her life. The woman is willing to do anything for Evelyn because the Duchess saved her son's life. Our heroine finally reveals the task. She wants Maria to deliver some funds to the Red Brotherhood. The butler is stunned, but Evelyn warns her that the source must never be exposed. Maria can't believe her boss is trying to support the Brotherhood. Evelyn doesn't want to hear any protests. She offers to find another job for Maria if the woman cannot carry out her task. Maria immediately grabs the paper and promises to follow Evelyn's orders. Our girl is determined to use her wealth to make the Brotherhood rise. Gillis is also remembering his past. He and Howard had stood on the blood of their dead brothers and swore a vow under the flag. They had promised to destroy all personal feelings that would ruin their revolution. They had vowed to destroy the monarchy and get rid of all the nobles. The two men had made a blood oath to fully support the revolution. Howard reminds Gillis of the vow they made 10 years ago. They had promised to destroy all the nobles, and he doesn't believe Gillis will break that vow. He reminds the man that the Brotherhood doesn't spare traitors, but Gillis isn't moved. Howard is so furious, we can see his muscles moving. He yells at Gillis to speak because his brothers are waiting for his command. He orders the man to move away if he can't kill Evelyn. Derek is ready to end her life because their leader can't be shackled by personal feelings. Just then, a soldier arrives with some news. Derek yells at the poor man and he trembles in fear. He quickly reports that a safe was found in Evelyn's study. The men seem to have found something, and he hands the covered object to Derek. The man snatches it away and takes a look. He isn't impressed and even throws the object away, calling it trash. Gillis takes a glance but immediately looks shocked. Flashback to the past. Maria had asked Evelyn to come up with a code name that they would use to send the funds. Our heroine thought for a moment and decided to use the name Blue Rose. Maria wondered if it had a special meaning, but the girl says it is the name of the flower she likes. Back to the present, Gilas stares at the carved rose. The man trembles as he picks the object because he remembers this flower. Back then, he had carved a rose for Evelyn. The girl had accepted the flower but complained about its scent. Now, Gilas stares at the rose and begins to tremble. He holds Evelyn, asking why she ruined everything. He begs her to answer, but the girl can't even speak. Gilas thinks about the wretched love that destroyed his logic and forced him to make foolish decisions. His heart might be broken, but it is still holding on to Evelyn. The door opens again as Miller approaches. He has bad news for the two. The citizens are gathered outside Gilas's mansion and are demanding an explanation. Howard calls Gilas pathetic and wonders why he is still holding on such a painful love. He offers to address the citizens for Gilas before a riot begins. He advises the colonel to end everything before he returns because he doesn't plan to wait any longer. Gilas is in despair and regrets falling in love. He wonders why his love for Evelyn has to destroy everything he has. The man wishes he could rip out his heart and throw it into the fire. Maybe that way, he could end this feeling and finally get the freedom he deserves. Outside the mansion, the citizens wonder why the colonel hasn't arrived. He's the only one they can trust, and they are afraid the man has abandoned them. Just then, they see Howard approaching. The people are desperate and want to know the colonel's plans for Evelyn. Derek calms them down as he announces the Duchess's punishment. He accuses the woman of killing the crown prince, exploiting the nobles, and betraying the revolution. He says she will be punished for all her crimes. Howard praises Gilas and says the man didn't hesitate to make this decision. He calls him a hero who fought for justice and says the man will lead them to a new era. The people are all impressed and cheer for the colonel. Meanwhile, the man himself is in despair. Evelyn is still alive and can hear the people's cheers. She hopes Gilas can hear them calling his name because a new era is waiting for him. She wants him to stop hesitating and get rid of his love. Evelyn is willing to use her blood as a sacrifice to make Gilas a hero, wants him to forget all his love and pain and just follow the light she has prepared for him. She will turn to dust, and when the people cheer his name, she will only hear his voice. The woman wants to use her life to create a path for Gilas because he is her only joy. Evelyn doesn't want him to hesitate anymore because he is the only one who can destroy her. He will always be her only enemy and her eternal lover. We see a scene from the past. Gilas seems to be sleeping, but his head is covered in blood. Someone is pointing a gun at him, but Evelyn rushes to protect him. She points the gun at her own head and glares at the attacker. The man with the gun turns out to be Rowan. But Gilas never knew about this. He is still holding Evelyn's body as he cries in despair. He has no idea he is the girl's only longing. She will give him a new life using her own blood. We take a look at our couple's past. Evelyn is listening to her mother's story about the hunter and his lover. The woman already had a fiancé, but she ran away with the hunter for the sake of true love. Little Evelyn is excited to hear the end of the story. Her mother promises to finish the tale another day and urges the girl to go buy some flour. Evelyn sulks for a while, but quickly becomes happy again. She urges her mother to take care of her health before she leaves. Eloise is very sick and knows she will never finish the story for her daughter. The two lovers who ran away were faced with poverty and suffered a cruel end. The woman heads to the table, but she's already coughing out blood. She refuses to have a tragic end and decides to write a letter to her brother. She apologizes for abandoning her family for a foolish love. She knows she has disgraced her older brother and is willing to repay him with her life. She only has one request. The man has to spare Evelyn. The happy child returns home with her flower but meets a large crowd outside her house. She is confused because the people seem to be nobles. Evelyn pushes her way through the crowd and is desperate to find her mother. The girl steps into the room and immediately looks shocked. Her mother is hanging from a rope and a man is standing beside her. The poor child is in shock as she stares at the body. The strange man turns around and asks if she is Eloise's daughter. He calls her filthy, and the child trembles in fear. He says she should be grateful that she resembles her mother. The man returns to his mansion with the child, but his assistant doesn't support his decision. Lawrence says Evelyn is only here to repay a debt. He glances at the struggling child and explains why he brought her back. Since her mother ran away and disgraced her family, her beautiful daughter will take her place. He plans to sell the girl when she grows up. Evelyn finally meets her annoying cousins. Cedric calls her trash because her presence makes their house filthy. Leo tells his brother to be considerate, but the boy says Evelyn is just a beast. The poor girl is forced to listen to his insults. Cedric accuses the child of sleeping around like her mother, and Evelyn is furious. She attacks the boy and slams him into the ground. She warns him never to insult her mother and gives him a good beating. Poor Leo tries to separate them, but he receives an elbow jab. The servants arrive and they are furious. Cedric is already bleeding, so they lock Evelyn in a dark room as punishment. The poor girl bangs on the door and begs for their forgiveness. She misses her mother and just wants to go home. Back then, Evelyn never understood why she suffered. She just knew that the family hated her. They couldn't get rid of her only because she was a winter. The girl grew older and finally realized that her tears wouldn't change her suffering. She would only receive more mockery. From that day, Evelyn made up her mind never to beg them. Since they forced her into the Winter family, she will use the name to take her revenge. The girl vowed to swallow the whole family and become the master of the Winter house. A few years pass and our dear Evelyn is already grown up. The girl asks for new clothes, but the servant mocks her instead. She says Evelyn doesn't deserve to wear good clothes. Our heroine reminds the girl that wearing old clothes will make the Winter family look bad. Just then, Cedric arrives and he immediately begins to flirt with the maid. The woman tells him about Evelyn's request and mocks the girl. Cedric supports his lover and says a beast like Evelyn only deserves his old clothes. The two begin to kiss and our girl walks away in disgust. Little Leo stops her and tells her about the clothes in the storage room. Evelyn smiles at the little boy and he immediately looks shy. Our heroine has found the clothes and now looks like a young nobleman. The girl decides to sneak out because no one will notice her absence. Evelyn roams the streets and remembers her younger days. The girl is proud because she used to win all the fights in the back alley. She doesn't notice the boy approaching and the two bump into each other. Evelyn glances at the boy but immediately looks shocked. It is our baby Gilas. The child stares at her with his golden eyes and quickly runs away. Evelyn is still amazed by his golden eyes and praises the boy's beauty. She snaps out of her daze and decides to return home before Cedric notices her absence. She leaves and doesn't notice the boy taking something out of his pocket. The child is holding a locket as he watches the girl leave. Our sweet Gilas grew up on the streets. The boy didn't even have a name and was only desperate to survive. The other orphans would give him a random nickname when they met him. Right now, Gilas is starving. The poor boy can't even remember the last time he ate some bread. He stares at the noble crowd and is sure they have never suffered. Their lives don't depend on a single piece of bread. The boy thinks it is okay to steal from them since they don't understand his struggles. Our heroine is on her way home when she notices that her necklace is missing. The girl panics because it is one of her mother's last gifts. She is confused until she remembers the little boy who bumped into her. Evelyn immediately looks furious. Meanwhile, Gilas is trying to sell the pendant. The shop owner offers a cheap price, but the boy doesn't accept it. He doesn't believe a noble would carry around such a cheap necklace. He decides to leave but sees Evelyn waiting for him outside. Gilas is still stunned when the girl grabs him. Evelyn performs her famous smackdown. She threatens to beat the boy and orders him to return her necklace. Gilas is sure the pendant is valuable, so he pushes the girl away. Evelyn falls to the ground and the boy immediately runs off. Our heroine is furious and can't believe a skinny child defeated her. She has never lost a fight before. Gilas is happy because he won't have to worry about food for a month. He will sell the pendant and buy some bread. The poor boy is feeling dizzy because he has been starving for too long. He is about to run into a hidden alley, but Evelyn suddenly appears from another corner. She is determined to teach the stubborn boy a lesson. Gilas smirks and suddenly takes out a knife. The boy threatens to ruin Evelyn's face, but she isn't bothered. She even says a kid like him shouldn't be playing with a knife. Gilas is annoyed and promises to stab her. Evelyn has never seen such an arrogant thief. He is threatening to harm her after stealing her goods. The boy calls her ignorant and says the starving kids are even willing to dig through trash. Evelyn is unbothered and tells him to hand over the knife. The boy swings the weapon and warns her not to come closer. He suddenly feels dizzy and in the next moment stumbles towards Evelyn. Our heroine is stunned and scolds the little beggar lying on top of her. She pushes him away but stops when she notices his flushed face. The girl immediately becomes worried. Gilas finally opens his eyes but sees the annoying girl by his side. He has no idea where he is, so she says they are in the hospital. The boy wonders why she brought him here, but she says a patient belongs in the hospital. She teases him and mentions that criminals should also go to prison. The boy begs her not to report him because he has younger siblings. If his hand is cut off, they will all starve to death. Evelyn tells him to stop the pitiful act because she is following the law. The boy doesn't accept this law because the nobles are never punished. Instead, the poor people will have their hands cut off. Evelyn is sure the boy must have stolen before and decides to teach him some manners. Gilas begs her to let him go. The girl won't hand him over to the police, but she is going to teach him a lesson. The boy looks terrified and thinks Evelyn is holding a knife. He immediately closes his eyes in fear and waits for the girl to stab him. Instead, Gilas receives a very heavy knock. His head immediately has a huge bump and the poor boy almost cries. Meanwhile, Evelyn shows off her hand and calls it the hammer of justice. Gilas is still in pain when he suddenly sees a pendant in front of him. Evelyn tells the boy to keep the necklace. Gilas is confused because he thought the pendant was important. The girl explains that she only needs the picture inside. She doesn't want the necklace and tosses it to the boy. Evelyn is about to leave, but the child chases after her. He doesn't need her fake pity and accuses her of putting on an act. Our girl is really frustrated this time. She smacks the boy's head and reminds him of his little siblings. Even if she is pretending, he has to swallow his pride for the sake of his siblings. She knocks his head again and calls him an idiot. Gilas is still unwilling and wonders why she gave him her keepsake. Evelyn thinks about her beautiful mother. Eloise would be happy to give the locket to someone who needs it. Gilas is stunned and watches the girl leave. From that day, the boy began to track this strange person. He actually thinks Evelyn is a boy. He wonders why the nobleman walks around without a servant. Evelyn's clothes and face are too noticeable, and the boy is afraid she might become a target. Gilas is following Evelyn again, and this time, he almost gets caught. The boy immediately hides, but his face is too red. At first, our male lead thought it was just a coincidence. He always saw that familiar face everywhere he went. But soon, he began to feel empty if he didn't see that golden hair. The world would look gray if he couldn't hear the boy's laughter. Gilas finally realized that it wasn't an incident. He was desperate to see the boy's face one more time. He has been waiting for that person without even knowing. Evelyn's cousins are having a lesson. The teacher explains that many children have gone missing in the capital. She believes the case is tied to illegal trafficking. The woman asks the boys a question, but they both look stunned. They clearly don't know the answer. Just then, Evelyn arrives and answers the question. She even recites the page where the answer could be found. Leo is impressed, but Cedric immediately scolds her for barging in. Evelyn mocks him for failing the question. She even raises his book, and it is covered in scribbles. Cedric snatches the paper and warns her to stop showing off. He says her talent is useless because she will still be sold off. Evelyn thinks he is the useless one. She wonders how he will inherit the family when he can't even memorize his homework. Cedric says she will never understand the importance of the family head. After all, her future is to please her husband and live a comfortable life. Well, Evelyn doesn't want that life. She offers to get rid of Cedric's burden. He can get married and live a comfortable life while she becomes the next family head. The boy is furious and immediately grabs her shirt. He insults her while the teacher warns them to stop fighting. Leo is soon involved in the fight, and the place becomes chaotic. Our heroine leaves the house after the fight and heads to the bridge. Cedric had called it an easy life, but Evelyn refuses to live under someone's thumb. The girl glances at the water and suddenly has a wild thought. It would be better to end her life than live like this. The girl is just joking, but somehow she stumbles and falls off the bridge. Evelyn is terrified, but someone quickly grabs her hand. She looks back and is surprised to see Gilas. The boy helps her out, and Evelyn notices his familiar face. Gilas has been watching her and always knew she would fall one day. Evelyn wonders how he found her, but the boy has the perfect excuse. He hands her the locket and says he came to return it. Evelyn opens the pendant and sees her picture. She is surprised and asks if he drew this. Gilas is shy, but still nods his head. The girl wonders why he didn't sell the pendant to feed his siblings. Gil thinks of a lie and says his siblings are dead. Evelyn is worried about the funeral, but the child claims that orphans don't have a grave. She asks for his name, but the boy doesn't have one. He says people mostly call him Gil. Evelyn wants him to leave his signature on the drawing, but our poor baby can't write. He feels shy and tries to run away. The girl grabs his hand and suddenly asks him to come back tomorrow. The child is stunned, but she says she'll teach him how to read and write. Gilas refuses because such a skill is useless for an orphan like him. Evelyn insists on teaching him and says he has the talent. She tries her best to persuade him, and the boy finally agrees. He tells her to let him go, but Evelyn grabs him and warns him to remember his promise. Days pass, and the two spend more time together. Evelyn thinks the time moves faster when she is with Gilas, but everything always seems different with him. They might have different lives, but everything about him is attractive to her. Evelyn watches the boy while he complains about his new study session. He prefers to live a comfortable life. Evelyn doesn't agree and thinks comfort is a drug used for animals. She believes people should have their own thoughts, or they would end up as someone else's property. Gilas still thinks such a life is better than death. Evelyn says it is worse to live like a tamed animal. She is afraid of losing herself while she is still alive. The girl plans to take her revenge and knowledge and will be her weapon. Gilas thinks it is too difficult, but Evelyn encourages him. She holds his hands and praises his handwriting. She hasn't taught him much, but the boy is already improving. Gilas is stunned by her touch and immediately tries to escape. Evelyn tells him to finish his homework or she would punish him. The boy doesn't wait and quickly runs away. His thoughts are filled with Evelyn, and he can't find the words to praise her beauty. Even her hands are filled with elegance. We watch as the boy sniffs his hand, and we can all tell the child is gone. Of course, some people have to appear and ruin the mood. A group of bullies stop Shilaz. They have noticed him hanging around a young master. The boy says it is none of their business, but they insist on knowing the master's family. They plan to kidnap Evelyn and ask for some ransom. Gilas is furious and calls them filthy. He warns them to stop talking about Evelyn. The leader is annoyed, and the bullies begin to attack Gilas. They scold him for acting like a noble as they beat the poor boy. The next day, Evelyn arrives to see Gilas, but she can't find the child. Our heroine is worried because the boy has never been late. Just then, the bullies arrive and begin to tease Evelyn. The girl plans to ignore them until they mention Gilas's name. She immediately becomes alert and wonders what they did to her friend. The man says Gilas became too proud after hanging with her, so they taught him a lesson. Evelyn doesn't notice another man sneaking up behind her. He is even holding a weapon. The leader tries to distract her and says she will soon join Gilas. Just then, the man with the weapon arrives and immediately attacks our girl. The kidnappers have caught Evelyn and are sure she is a nobleman. They dream of a huge ransom, but one of the men is afraid they might have been seen. The leader isn't worried because this is the Winter's warehouse. No one will suspect the Duke of being involved in such a crime. The men focus on their plan to sell Evelyn but don't notice that the girl is awake. Our heroine is stunned as she realizes her family is behind the human trafficking happening in the capital. Evelyn is tied up and dumped on the floor. The girl is awake and the men urge her to reveal her identity. They promise to send her back after getting their ransom. Evelyn is more concerned about her family's role in this mess. This is the Duke's lesbian warehouse, but she refuses to believe he is involved in the trafficking. The men aren't impressed and even mock her for acting like a winter heir. She wonders why he doesn't believe her until he says he is friends with Cedric. Her cousin had gotten into debt from gambling and the men had helped him cover the truth. So, the man is sure a boy isn't from the winter house. Evelyn curses her useless cousin, but finally admits she is a lady. The leader is stunned and immediately asks his men to strip her. He is frightened when he discovers she is really a girl. Evelyn is sure the man has heard the rumors about the Winter's hidden lady. She warns him not to hurt her if he still wants his life. The men panic because the Duke will kill them if he finds out. Behind their back, Evelyn grabs a glass and begins to cut her rope. The leader makes up his mind and decides to kill Evelyn. The Duke is a vicious man, so they must never be exposed. Evelyn looks shocked, but it isn't because of the men. Gilas has somehow managed to sneak in and he attacks the leader. The men are still in shock, so Gilas urges Evelyn to leave. The girl frees herself, but while running, she notices a ledger on the floor. Meanwhile, the men attack Gilas and vow to beat him to death. Just then, they notice a huge shadow behind them. The men look back and see a giant shelf falling on their heads. Gilas rolls away, but Evelyn quickly grabs his hand. The two run out of the warehouse and arrive at an alley. Evelyn plans to lead the boy away, but Gilas slaps her hand and suggests they split up. Evelyn is shocked, but the boy says he will never be safe. The girl is unwilling and grabs his hand again. She begs him to follow her and promises to protect him. Gilas becomes shy when he notices her torn clothes. He hands her his jacket, but is afraid it might be too filthy. He reveals that he always cleaned up the day before he met her. Evelyn isn't concerned about that and orders him to follow her. Gilas refuses because he knows their worlds are different. He thanks Evelyn for giving him a chance to dream. Just then, the traffickers arrive and spot the two. Gilas begs the girl to leave while he draws the men away. He warns her never to visit this dangerous place again. The boy runs off and the traffickers chase him. Evelyn is left alone and the girl trembles in shock. Our heroine returns to the mansion and barges into her uncle's study. Lawrence isn't pleased to see her messy state and scolds the girl. Evelyn says their family is also a mess. The girl has read the ledger and the Winter House is involved in a lot of crimes. They sell weapons, traffic humans, gamble, and even hold illegal mining. She throws the ledger at her uncle and calls him a criminal. Lawrence is confused, so she explains she found the ledger at the lesbian warehouse where she was kidnapped. The man isn't scared and says this isn't enough to threaten him. Evelyn smirks and suddenly brings out another document. It is Cedric's gambling ledger. The Duke has been using the Winter's wealth to pay off his son's debt. Lawrence is finally threatened and wants to know Evelyn's request. The girl orders to destroy the warehouse and secretly deal with the traffickers. Lawrence refuses, and Evelyn threatens to report him for having private soldiers. When that happens, their family will be investigated and even accused of planning treason. The girl smiles like a demon as she asks her uncle to make a choice. People already doubt their family's wealth, so if she exposes this evidence, the Winter House will crumble. Lawrence is annoyed, but he knows the girl isn't doing this for their family. He wants to know her true purpose. Evelyn has only one request. She wants to have her own dog. The girl wants to lead a group of people and dogs to attack the lesbian harbor. They will kill all the traffickers while she watches their downfall. Lawrence is impressed and praises Evelyn's ability. But the man warns her not to be proud because this isn't her victory. He is only acknowledging her potential. He becomes stern and says he won't tolerate her wild behavior anymore. Lawrence already knows about her trips to the city and her friendship with Gilas. He warns her to focus on becoming a proper lady so he can sell her off at a high price. Our heroine is chained to him now, and she can never refuse. Evelyn knows this is the only way to survive in the Winter family, but she feels sad for Gilas. She had promised not to live as someone's property, but had broken her promise. She was desperate to survive, and had even dragged Gilas into her cage. She brought the boy into the winter house, knowing he will never be able to spread his wings. The girl vows to take responsibility for her new dog. She feels no regret because she is now his owner. Since she has bound her fate with his, she will become the winter's prisoner and pay the price. Gilas is having a nightmare. He is back at the warehouse and sees a girl rushing towards him. The store is on fire, so he warns her to stay away. Still, the girl keeps moving closer. The boy wakes up with a yell and finally realizes it was just a dream. He glances around and is surprised to see Evelyn watching him. Gilas is relieved to see the girl. He rushes towards her to check on her health, but Evelyn treats him harshly. She slaps his hand away and warns him not to touch his mistress. Gilas is shocked, but the girl calls him a dog and says he belongs to her now. He has to obey all her commands. Behind them, a man is watching, so the boy bows his head in defeat. Evelyn is nervous and takes a glance at the man behind her. His man is Harold, and he is her uncle's closest aide. Several days have passed, and we see Cedric throwing a tantrum. Lawrence has found out about his gambling, and he is afraid the Academy will soon notice. Cedric is worried about losing his position as heir. Just then, his little lover appears and notices his bad mood. The maid is eager to please him and promises to make him better. Meanwhile, our sweet baby is busy working. Behind him, some servants gossip about his appearance. They believe he is just a weak boy that Evelyn adopted because of his looks. Gilas isn't upset because this life is better than starving on the streets. He is only worried about Evelyn. 2 weeks have passed, but the girl has become more distant. Gilas can't understand why his gentle friend suddenly changed. The child is passing by a room when he hears some strange sounds. He becomes curious and decides to take a look, but what he sees leaves him stunned. Cedric and his maid are busy getting intimate. Gilas is too flustered and mistakenly knocks down a vase. The noise alerts Cedric, but when he rushes out, he only sees a child. The man knows the boy is Evelyn's maid, so he grabs his hair and drags him into the room. Gilas begs him to let him go, but Cedric pushes him onto the bed. The maid notices his good looks and immediately moves closer. Our male lead tries to get away, but the woman pins him down and tells him not to act innocent. Beatrice also believes the boy was bought back to become Evelyn's toy. Cedric orders the maid to train Gilas, and she begins to kiss the child. Our male lead is in despair, but Cedric laughs at him. He says he has no choice and even threatens to beat the boy. He thinks Gilas is just a dog that Evelyn brought back. Just then, someone rushes in and suddenly pulls the maid's hair. Our heroine has arrived and she looks furious. She slaps the maid for touching her man without her permission. Beatrice is scared and begs Cedric to save her. Evelyn glances at her cousin and asks if he gave the order. The man says he was training the boy to serve her and even tells Evelyn to be grateful. The girl grabs his shirt as she warns him to keep his filthy games to himself. Cedric is upset and calls her the filthy one. Evelyn is furious and decides to teach him a good lesson. Gilas is shocked to see his mistress beating up her brother. He tries to stop her, but she mistakenly hits his face. Evelyn is immediately worried while Cedric is upset. She treats him like trash, but worships this dog she just brought back. The man promises to report to his father. Evelyn threatens to break his legs and quickly drags her baby away. Cedric curses the girl, but he isn't upset. Her cousin has thought of a plan. Over at the Arcadia Academy, a servant reports the news about Cedric's illness. The man wants someone from the academy to bring over some of his important documents. The man wonders if Victor will attend because he is the second rank and also Cedric's close friend. Victor pretends to be sad when he hears the news. The man moans about how his heart will ache and even says he might lose his sleep. The servant is about to prepare the carriage, but Victor says he is too busy. Meanwhile, the man is playing pool. Victor is annoyed because he already knows about Cedric's gambling debt. He is sure the boy wants to use his name to clear up his mess. His servant is still worried about the duchy's request, but Victor says he has a perfect candidate. Just then, someone arrives and he shoots a ball at the newcomer. It turns out to be the famous Rowan. Victor shows no remorse and orders the boy to visit the Winter Mansion on his behalf. Rowan picks the ball up and we finally see his face. Such a handsome man. The Arcadia Academy is located at the heart of the capital. The school is famous for its learning system that welcomes everyone regardless of their status. But that equality is just a rumor. Even at the academy, a person's social status is still more important. Back at the scene, Victor complains about Cedric and asks the boy to visit the sick man. Since Rowan is the best student, the Duke's mansion would prefer to see him. Rowan doesn't argue and agrees to visit the duchy since he is free. Victor looks smug until Rowan warns him to be more polite. The Archduke is upset, but still promises to be careful. Victor's friends only dare to complain when the boy leaves. They are upset because Rowan is from a baron's family. Victor pretends to be unbothered, but he is secretly furious. Back at the Winter Mansion, Evelyn shoves Sheilas against the wall. She is worried about him and asks a million questions. The boy becomes upset when he remembers Beatrice calling him a toy. He snaps at Evelyn, asking why she cares, and the girl is stunned. The boy says he didn't believe those rumors calling him a toy, but when Evelyn didn't look for him, he began to doubt her. The girl blames Cedric for talking nonsense, but Gila says everyone thinks he is her toy. He began to believe those rumors when she didn't talk to him or give him any orders. Our girl is anxious and tries to explain that she has been busy. Hilas isn't relieved, so he asks why she brought him here. He doesn't understand why she risked her life to save a beggar like him. Evelyn is upset and says a normal servant won't complain even if he were flogged. Hilas believes someone like him deserves such horrible treatment. The girl didn't mean those words, but she never gets a chance to explain. Her teacher arrives and calls her away for a lesson. The boy uses the chance to escape, but Evelyn keeps watching him. Our heroine is anxious. At the same time, Cedric is informed that a guest from the academy is here. He feels smug because he thinks the visitor is Victor. He imagines how his father would praise him when he hears that the future Grand Duke came to see him. The boy rushes downstairs, but he soon looks disappointed. Instead of Victor, he sees the handsome Rowan. The boy offers him a greeting, but Cedric asks why he is here. Rowan explains that the duchy had requested a visit, but Victor was too busy to show up. Cedric yells at the top student and says he doesn't want to see him. The boy advises him to stop whining and hands over the documents. Cedric tosses it away as he mocks the man for being a baron's son and acting like a noble. Rowan says he is the one behaving like a shrew. The winter heir is furious and orders the top student to leave. The servant apologizes, but Rowan isn't offended. The man even asks for some tea. Heroine is still thinking about her little servant. Gillis had asked why she brought him back, but the girl has no idea. She thinks it was because he was pitiful. He reminded her of her past self, so she felt responsible for him. But Evelyn isn't sure because she can't explain her feelings for Gillas. She is supposed to act like his master, but she becomes soft when she looks at him. The boy had asked her to torture him, but Evelyn doesn't want that. The girl is frustrated because she doesn't know what she wants. She has no idea why she risked her life and gambled with her uncle just to bring the boy back. Evelyn is lost in thoughts and doesn't notice the man approaching. The two collide and our poor girl falls on her butt. The man is worried, but Evelyn is stunned when she sees him. She has no idea who this handsome man is. Meanwhile, Gillis goes back to cutting his wood. He can't believe he just complained about his master. If it was anyone else, he would have been dragged out and beaten. The boy doesn't understand why he said those things. He just felt hurt and couldn't stop complaining. Gillis is stunned because a servant shouldn't have these feelings. He is just a dog of the Winter family, and he shouldn't complain about his mistress. But Gilles still feels upset when Evelyn ignores him. He remembers the intimate scene he witnessed and realizes that he just wants her to call his name. Gilles knows he shouldn't have these feelings, so he hurries back to the mansion. But the servant sees something that makes him shocked. A strange man is holding his mistress. The boy drops his wood because his heart is filled with pain. He can't understand this strange emotion. Cedric had mentioned a visitor, and Evelyn is sure this handsome stranger is his friend. The man behaves like a gentleman and is completely different from her horrible cousin. Rowan is very polite as he helps her up. Evelyn is surprised because Cedric's friends all treat her like trash. She wonders if he recognizes her, but he says he was taught to greet the Winter family. He stares at her beautiful green eyes and is sure she belongs to the Winter house. Our heroine looks confused because she has never heard this rule. She wonders why he isn't with Cedric, and Rowan says the man is busy. Evelyn hides her face as she scolds her useless cousin for disgracing their family. She becomes a gentle maiden when she faces Rowan and invites him to tea. Evelyn apologizes in advance because she is still learning the customs. The man is amused by her cute behavior and happily accepts her invitation. Downstairs, someone has noticed this scene. Gilles is so upset, he abandons his little wood and runs away. Evelyn and Rowan head to the garden. The man admires the flowers, and our heroine is a little embarrassed. She had offered to show him the garden, but now she is the one receiving a lesson. The man explains while the two admire the flowers together. Rowan points at another flower, but our girl still doesn't know the name. The man suddenly moves closer and says the name is Soothe My Heart. He even places the flower behind her ear. What a big flirt. Rowan calls her beautiful and wonders why she looks worried. Our heroine blushes because she has never spoken to a matured man before. The girl feels awkward. Rowan suddenly asks if Cedric has been rude to her. The girl explains that no one has ever been kind to her. But then, she quickly remembers her little servant. Rowan finally understands why she is awkward, and he tells her not to be shy. Our girl tries to change the topic, but the man tells her to be honest. Evelyn opens up and explains that she doesn't understand herself anymore. Most times, the girl feels empty inside. Rowan thinks it is because she is confused and doesn't understand her feelings. He believes giving a name to the feeling will bring more clarity. Our heroine isn't convinced, but Rowan believes a name can change everything. Evelyn reflects and thanks him for easing her burden. The man suddenly says he has a question and our girl is surprised. Rowan moves closer and asks to be her friend. Back at the mansion, Gilas is cutting some wood. Pretty sure he is imagining Rowan's face on that wood. He wonders who the mystery man is because he seemed so perfect. Our male lead is unhappy, but he has to admit that the man suited Evelyn well. Gilas realizes that he is unhappy and is shocked by his own feelings. He warns his silly heart to control itself because he and Evelyn are from different worlds. A lady like her can never be attracted to him. Gilas refuses to have any hope because he doesn't deserve Evelyn. He is disgusted with himself for coveting his mistress. The boy sharpens the wood faster as he panics. He is desperate to end these filthy feelings. Our male lead is too disturbed and soon cuts his own hand. He stares at the blood in shock, but just then, someone bangs on his door. Gilas recognizes Evelyn's voice, and she orders him to open the door. Gilas refuses because of his injury and asks her to come back later. The girl is silent and suddenly accuses him of disobeying his master. Gilas is frightened and quickly opens the door. Evelyn rushes in and the two stare at each other. We see a carriage leaving the Winter Duchy. Inside the car, Rowan is thinking about Evelyn. The girl had laughed at his request to her friend. She didn't believe Cedric would agree, but Rowan didn't need his permission. The girl immediately became shy and revealed he was her first friend. She quickly offered him her hand and agreed to be his friend. But it turns out, Rowan had met Evelyn before. The girl had saved him from some bullies when they were younger. She had offered him her hand and promised to protect him. Rowan recalls their past together. She had been his first friend, but it seems he is the only one who remembers. Back at the Winter Mansion, Evelyn scolds Gilas while he hides his injured hands behind him. The boy is ready to accept any punishment she offers. Evelyn suddenly pulls him closer and tells him her punishment. She wants the boy to strip in front of her. Gilas is shocked by his master's request. He doesn't believe his mistress is such a sleazy person. The girl glares at him and orders him to undress. Gilas looks pitiful as he begins to take off his clothes. He always knew this day would come, but he still feels miserable and disappointed. Gilas takes off his shirt and reveals his sexy muscles. Evelyn tells him to turn around and the boy obeys. But instead of admiring his body, our girl is searching for wounds. Evelyn touches his back as she looks for the source of the blood. Gilas is still feeling shy, but our girl has noticed his bleeding hands. She immediately panics and questions him. Gilas explains that he accidentally cut himself, but the girl is still anxious. She thinks someone must have hurt him, but he assures her it was just a mistake. The boy was just trying to make a prayer carving. Evelyn scolds him for even touching the wood. She tells him to get dressed and follow her. Evelyn takes him over to the doctor to get his wound treated. She scolds him again for injuring his main hand. Gilas apologizes, but the girl is determined to punish him. The servant becomes nervous, but instead of a beating, Evelyn asks for his name. Gilas has never had a name, so he apologizes to his mistress. Our heroine says her first punishment is to give the boy a name. She gives him the surname Black, which is used by the loyal guards of the family. She also chooses Gilas as his first name. And so our male lead finally has a name. Gilas is confused about this strange form of punishment. Evelyn says giving him a name has tied him to her. From now on, the boy completely belongs to her. Evelyn tells him to return tomorrow for his lessons. She allows him to leave but warns him not to injure himself again. Gilas finally realizes that his mistress didn't plan to sleep with him, but instead of feeling relieved, the boy is disappointed. Back at the academy, we see a cheerful Oscar chasing after Rowan. The boy is still as loud as ever. He has heard about his friend's visit to the duchy and is afraid he was mistreated. Rowan says his trip was pleasant, but Oscar doesn't believe him. Everyone knows Cedric is a mean person. He is eager to hear the details, but just then a servant arrives with a letter for Rowan. Oscar almost destroys the academy with his scream. He has noticed his friend's frequent visits to the post office and is sure his good mood is because of the letter. Rowan is determined to keep his secret, but Oscar is sure the sender is a girl. He can't believe his friend has fallen in love and is desperate to know the mystery girl. Rowan shows off the letter but refuses to share his secret. Oscar nearly goes mad from longing. A few days pass and Gilas notices some changes. His meals have improved and the servants have stopped bullying him. They still gossip behind his back and Gilas can hear them complaining about his lessons. Just then, Evelyn appears and threatens the gossiping maids. She urges Gilas to get in, but the boy is nervous. He should be satisfied with his comfortable life, but the boy is anxious. He feels uneasy because he is just an ornament placed by Evelyn's side. Our heroine is receiving her lesson, and the teacher asks her a question. The girl shares her opinion, but notices a certain someone isn't paying attention. She asks him a question, but Gilas is too nervous and can only stammer. Our heroine scolds the poor boy and tells him to study the passage while she reads her letter. Gilas has noticed that his mistress is receiving a lot of letters these days. Evelyn is excited because Rowan's letters are always interesting. The boy is focused on watching Evelyn, so the teacher slaps his head with a stick. The two are done with their lessons, and Evelyn drags him to her writing class. The boy pretends to be unwilling, but we can see his terrified face. Gilas mounts the horse and immediately screams. Our heroine is amused and decides to ride together with him. Gilas is stunned, but she warns him not to make a fuss. She tells the boy to hold her, but he is too timid. Evelyn is amused and says he can wrap his hands around her waist. Gilas obeys, but immediately notices her sweet scent. Evelyn is trying to teach the boy, but he has lost his focus. Gilas suddenly asks why she is doing this. The child wonders if this is also a punishment because he prefers a beating. Evelyn warns him to stop saying nonsense, but Gilas refuses. These trainings aren't meant for servants and are only for noble children. The boy begs her to stop making him confused. She tells him to behave like a servant, but she doesn't treat him like one. Evelyn is tired of his nagging, but Gilas asks her to be honest. He doesn't want to misunderstand her feelings, and such kindness only makes him anxious. The two are distracted, and it is too late when they notice the fence in front of them. Evelyn orders the boy to jump off, but Gilas is too slow. The girl grabs the boy and even protects him with her body. The two land on the grass, and Evelyn even laughs about the incident. Her smile disappears when Gilas suddenly leans over and asks if she is crazy. The girl is shocked by his arrogance, but Gilas says she isn't behaving like a master. He scolds her for sacrificing herself for a servant. Evelyn thinks he is afraid of being punished and assures him she is fine. Gilas suddenly yells at her because he is afraid to see her injured. The girl doesn't blame him, but that is what upsets Gilas. Evelyn should be furious at him for failing to protect her. She should punish a lowly servant like him. The boy cries as he begs Evelyn not to show him any kindness. Instead of stirring his desires, she should treat him like a filthy servant so he wouldn't misunderstand. Evelyn suddenly sits up and asks the boy to look at her. Gilas refuses and even wants to remove his eyes so he can stop this feeling. Our heroine suddenly grabs his face and says her heart will ache if she doesn't see his golden eyes. She calls him her only asset, and the boy is stunned. Evelyn tells him he is her precious jewel, and she will never allow him to be destroyed. The girl makes up her mind and asks Gilas to follow her to the academy. It seems like Evelyn's admirers will finally meet each other, but we can only find out in the next episode. Enjoying this so far? Comment Evelyn below for part 5. Until next time, ciao.